All right. All right. Let's go. Okay. I think we're live. All right. We are going to need to find a workaround here. Alrighty. All right. Can you talk now? Can you talk now, Harry?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Alright, excellent. I just found the stream, so.
So we're good. Do you want to check your audio level when you talk, just in case it's a little quiet or something?
Here. Let's see. This is my audio level right now. I'm trying. Can you talk now? Yeah, I'm talking right now. Yes, I'm talking.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Gives me a headache to listen to the two streams of audio at the same time, but you know.
I know.
Oh, is that Crosswave Cordless Max?
The what now?
Is that the Crosswave Cordless Max?
I couldn't tell you. All right, so the plan is we're gonna be reacting to what's gonna be going on in the draft here today. We got about like 10 minutes, so before I start off with the discussion questions, Mr. Harry Gollin, I'd like to
Say something?
yeah.
Get the suicide hotline number. Also, if Redskins don't draft Chase Young, you're gonna need it. You please. You're gonna need to.
What are they gonna do you think they'll trade down?
No, I think I think Chase Young sucked up to Dan Snyder, so Dan Snyder's ego will allow him to make the right decision this time.
This time?
But if he doesn't, then we're gonna be in big trouble.
I would assume so. And I'm putting on chill Sonic music in the background because I can't stand to listen to these, 80-year-old fake analysts who still put Justin Herbert in the top 10.
You mean the guy who doesn't throw the same on the same drive?
I know.
Bro, like, I'm not a huge film guy, but like.
I know. Literally, if you just watch two
You're
different.
supposed to have the same throwing motion.
You're supposed to have a good quality throwing motion, right? And Justin Herbert does not have that. Justin Herbert is an awful prospect. He's literally just Mitch Trubisky, except from Oregon.
I mean, I like Oregon. It's a good state. They got the good stuff in Oregon. I mean.
I mean, they got no sales tax.
So I mean, you win some, you lose some. I guess.
That's true.
Justin Herbert's not an NFL quarterback. I mean, listen, I'm very anti-college. I'm very cynical.
Mm-hmm.
Chase Young. Oh, he looks like an NFL prospect. Like, no.
Dude, that boy is literally the second coming. I think his upside for Chase Young is literally somewhere in between Von Miller and Khalil Mack. That is how much I think of Chase Young. He is absolutely amazing. And the fact that he is most likely heading to the Redskins today is making me very, very sad.
It's wonderful news.
That is if they don't fuck up.
You can never guess, but I mean, hey, what about last draft? We got a pretty good haul last year. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like Montez Sweat. We'll see how Dwayne Haskins pans out. Though I think he is more promising than bad.
Yeah, I think the Dwayne Haskins hate has reached sort of. I think the media's been trying to make a sort of like, oh, will the Redskins get a quarterback? Out of nothing. I don't think Dwayne Haskins has been bad enough that you have to seriously consider, starting over when you got Chase Young on the board, especially. I think Dwayne Haskins is the guy you could run with.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing though. Do you think the Redskins are gonna pull an Arizona Cardinals? So let's say either the Bengals pass up on Burrow, they believe in Dalton, right? And they just go with Chase. They go with Chase Young at the first overall pick, right?
Okay.
Do you take Burrow then? Do you take Burrow?
Choice. You have to take maximum value there for at least trading. I mean, you cannot. You need maximum value there no matter what. At that point, yeah, it's really just draft the best available.
Yeah. So, I hope you appreciate the chill Sonic music I've got in the background here.
Oh, it's pretty chill.
Yeah. So because you're listening to the stream right now, right?
Yeah, I got it on the background. Yeah.
Yeah. So are your audio levels coming in all right? Are you coming in real quiet, or is everything good?
Turn it up.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I feel like I'm fine.
All right. I just wanted to make sure because I didn't know if the audio levels were getting screwy with me or not. Hopefully I'm not. The face cam isn't going at like 2 frames a second or anything.
It looks okay. From what I'm looking at, it looks pretty normal.
Yeah. All right. Carry the stream for like 3 seconds. I need to open the garage door for my brother.
Oh, all right. Relatable with brothers. All right. Let's see here. Chase Young, greatest player of all time. I think it's possible. I think we gotta look at it like Chase Young will lead the Redskins to the promised land. Glorious. And we're gonna win a Super Bowl in his rookie year because he's just that good. Joe Burrow's an overrated prospect who was a mediocre college quarterback for the majority of his collegiate career, and then had a really, really good senior season. But I'm not sold on him as an overall consistent contributor, and I don't know.
Are you talking about Herbert?
Quickly now. Yeah. Let's say that.
All right. You just want to have like a big general discussion on Herbert then?
Yeah, let's have a discussion on Herbert. Herbert's one of those guys that I didn't mean to do a lot of research on him, but I came across him. I came across some film of him on YouTube, and I just watched it, and I was appalled. Like,
Oh yeah.
people say,
Which
yeah, he's a top prospect. I mean,
which games did you watch?
I watched just one of those. It was I don't remember what it was called, but it was just like a game, and it was like quote unquote highlights, but like the throws he made.
Like Arizona State or something?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was a particularly good college either. But the point is that like.
Oh yeah, wildly inconsistent on every. Yeah, he was wildly inconsistent without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I think always quarterbacks are going to be overvalued, but I don't know. I mean, like, God, that's just the idea that there's a genuine discussion over Tua versus Herbert. I don't think that's justifiable in any way.
Oh, absolutely not. I really do not like Herbert at all. Because if you watch him, depending on the games you watch, he is either going to be the worst like a day 3 project at best, right? Or if you watch, let's say, the University of Colorado game, which is, I am genuinely convinced, one of the only reasons he is even considered in the top echelon of quarterbacks this year. Because if you go watch that Colorado game, holy shit. Like, he was on fire that game. He showed off his elite arm, and he could throw it into super tight windows on the sideline, like 50 yards downfield. He was actually amazing that game, right? So I see the glimpses that GMs are talking about. I see it.
Yeah.
But the problem is, that doesn't get me to ignore literally like almost every other game that I saw from Herbert. Because if you go watch the UCLA game, or the Cal game, my bad, the Arizona State game, or the Washington game, he is so inaccurate. It's like a shotgun, right? He has this cannon of an arm, but he has no accuracy. Like, people dogged on Josh Allen when he was coming out of the draft a couple of years ago on his accuracies and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Josh Allen coming out is infinitely more accurate than Justin Herbert this year. Because, oh my God, it's truly something awful. He is the definition of a one-read quarterback. So he will literally stare down his guy in the middle of a throw, right? And he just doesn't move. He doesn't progress. He doesn't progress through his reads at all. He really does not. And it leads to these ugly throws that are just so abysmal. And he does this so often that you notice that the Oregon offense just threw super short all the time. So one little factoid of Justin Herbert's senior year, just so you know, 23% of his throws this year were screen passes.
Jesus.
Think about that. I mean,
Wow.
part of that is just the Oregon offense being a little more conservative, but a lot of it is the fact that the Oregon coaching staff did not trust Herbert to make deep throws in key situations. Number one example, season opener against Auburn. Like midway through the fourth quarter, Justin Herbert throws this ugly throw deep, right? It's like midway through. It was either midway through the third or the fourth. I don't remember all that well. But he threw this really ugly pass deep, and from that point on, Oregon just ran the ball and threw screen passes. They did not throw it past the 10-yard line again until twice at the very end of the game where they had to, because they were put in a bad position and they got into a losing position. So literally the only two deep throws that he threw for the rest of that game was a Hail Mary and a wild miss. I don't like Herbert at all. Honestly, I think there are better project quarterbacks in this class. If you look at
About Jordan Love.
I love Jordan Love. I really like Jordan Love a lot.
Yeah.
So if you go back to his to 2 years ago, he was a bit more of a one-read quarterback. His offensive coaching staff didn't ask him to do all that much, and he played at an elite level doing so. But this year, he got a whole different offensive coaching staff that required him to progress through his reads more, right? And it was a whole change in the offense. He ended up having a pretty lackluster year this year. And the reason for that is a lot of his wide receivers were simply not that good. So they would either miss their routes, drop balls, tipped passes would go for interceptions for him. He just got kind of unlucky this year. But something that I really saw from him this year was his ability to actually progress through his reads at a way better level than he did 2 years ago. And this dude has a Patrick Mahomes arm. I'm being dead serious. This guy's arm is special. He can make every single throw. And near the end of the year, because his main problem throughout the majority of the year was putting touch on his passes. Because for a whole bunch of the year, all of his passes were just fastballs, right? And he didn't know how to throw it over the defense to the receiver. Near the end of the year, he was starting to figure that out. So honestly, I have Jordan Love as my third quarterback. I would put him number 2 if I'm taking Tua Tagovailoa's injuries into concern. But Jordan Love, I think he should sit for a year. And unfortunately, fortunately for the later teams in this draft, but I don't think the NFL values him as high as I think a lot of the draft community online, on Twitter, on YouTube values him. So I think he's going to end up going pretty late, somewhere to maybe the Saints or the Patriots, which is really scary to think about. But
I would like to shift the discussion.
Yeah.
Interest, just out of curiosity. Okay, so I saw an interesting mock draft, which was Denzel Mims to the Eagles, and knowing
how early?
The Eagles,
How early?
how desperately. But if you're the Eagles, do you have to draft a wide receiver at this
Oh
point?
yes.
When you look at that team, you got to get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Who's going to be available outside of Mims? Who's better than Mims? Who's going to be available? That's my question.
So I think that this year the Eagles are so loaded this year because if you just think about it, they have their quarterback, they have their running back, they have their offensive line still intact. The defensive line is as good as ever. The linebackers are still solid. They just fixed cornerback with signing Darius Slay, and they kept a lot of their solid safeties.
They did lose Malcolm Jenkins, though. I mean, that's not going to.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that their secondary is bad now. I'm just saying that the Slay to Jenkins is probably an upgrade, but it's not, a huge improvement.
I mean, I get where you're coming from, but honestly, for me, it's either you draft you. I think the Eagles have a great opportunity this year to give up 2 first-round picks, go trade up into the top 15, and go get Jerry Jeudy.
Ooh. So is
That
he your So is he your top?
is he my top wide receiver? Yeah, I like Judy better than Lamb, but honestly, they're more like 1A and 1B to me. I think they're real. I
What do you
think
think
that
about Ruggs?
I like Ruggs. I have him as not. I have him as my number 3 wide receiver, and that's mostly just because of the elite athleticism. I think he could really be Deshaun Jackson this year. Um,
Yeah, I mean the way I'm looking at it, right, is that who has the best hands is probably the guy who has to be drafted because the Eagles fans they'll kill you if you draft the
oh
wrong guy. I
yeah,
think it's really
oh yeah,
you know just who has the best hands. That's who you got to
yeah,
draft there.
yeah. Going back to that Denzel Mims comment. Again, I told you months ago that I really like Denzel Mims, but honestly, once the rest of the draft community started to get a hold of Denzel Mims, the hype has just gone off the rails with him. The hype has just absolutely gone off the rails because I really like him. He plays very physical. I like his physical style. He's a good athlete, but his hands aren't as good as a Jerry Jeudy, right? His route running is not as good, or I should say, his hands are not as good as a CeeDee Lamb. His route running is not as good or as crisp as a Jerry Jeudy. And even though he's a really good athlete, he's not the elite athlete that Henry Ruggs is. And I don't think he has the versatility that a Justin Jefferson has. So,
Well, I mean,
I honestly have Denzel Mims going. I think if he goes to the right situation in the second round, I really love that. But I think it's going to be I think whoever drafts him this year in the first round is going to come away disappointed.
you said that the Eagles have a big opportunity to package like 2 first rounders to get into the top 15, but they're 21. They've got the 21st pick. I mean, you look at Tampa; they've got the 14th pick, and they're probably not looking for. You could. I mean, my point is that you could, or you could either go Tampa or maybe the 49ers. It feels like 2 first-round picks is rather steep, don't you think? I mean, do you think
Uh,
you couldn't
I mean,
maybe move up a little bit without having to sell out and lose the first-round pick next year?
honestly, I think let's be honest. If you look at let's look at the Jaguars, right? Because I think this move is really it's like a big brain play, right? So Jaguars are obviously in a rebuilding situation. They have the number 9 pick. I think they also have like the 20-something pick, but it doesn't matter. But
Yeah, they do. They do have the 20th pick they have the Rams pick, with the whole Jalen Ramsey trade.
yeah, but I think that if the Jaguars really want to start rebuilding and they want to start acquiring picks, they could They could go grab the Eagles' top first round pick this year, first round pick next year, and maybe like a mid round pick this year because they're not winning this year and they're building for the future. So maybe they trade back with the Eagles. Eagles sell the farm to go grab Jerry Jeudy. Did this
Yeah.
did this little dude here on YouTube play us all? This is where I'm getting my live stream, by the way, so we're gonna have to figure out what's up. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I'm just excited. I'm really excited to go into this draft. We'll see what's.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting draft. I still maintain that if you're the Eagles, I mean, especially with it's like looking like it's going to be an extended season and all that, selling the farm more and more looks like an unrealistic proposition. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
so many guys get injured these days that it's hard to justify. I mean, I think you're right that especially if you're looking at this from the Eagles' perspective, the upside on that is huge. If you could get a genuine, bona fide #1 receiver to pair with Carson Wentz,
Mhm.
and that roster If it doesn't work though, and Judy just gets injured, like assuming he's still real good, but he just gets injured, then you don't have a first round pick the next draft, and that's a big risk. I'm saying that that's kind of a factor.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. What is going on here? What? What is this? Okay.
Yeah, let's see if I can find a place.
Yeah. Can you try and find me a spot? I think we just got punked.
You can. So CBS Sports, they're plugging hard. I think he's going to their thing. Like,
CBS? Their YouTube channel or their website?
it says on CBSSports.com. So no, not on YouTube, but
Okay.
website. It's a bit of a pain, but I think, they claim that it's free and it's live streaming. So
Yeah.
you
Let's
gotta do what you gotta do.
NFL draft reaction and breakdown. NFL draft highlights and analysis. Here we go. Let's see if this works out. I swear to God, if we really just got punked, I'm gonna be mad. I think we're in though. I think we're good.
I'm good. I'm still watching the delayed stream, so
All right.
yeah.
So I just muted it here. So I think we're still waiting. Oh my
Okay, yeah.
God, they have Lloyd Cushenberry as the 8th overall offensive lineman? What? What is wrong with these people? Don't get me wrong, I like Lloyd Cushenberry is a center out of LSU that is very athletic and really he's like a stump in pass protection. He's a really strong dude, and I really like him. I really like him as a pass blocking center in the late second to third round. All right, he's no elite athlete or anything, other than being really strong. He's fluid, but not as fluid as the guys in front of him, and he comes in as a devalued position. So how the hell is he the 8th overall offensive lineman for CBS? These people are clowns, man.
I mean, who would you put above him?
Who would I put above him? I would put Justin Jackson, that tackle out of USC. I like him a lot. What's it called? I believe Mekhi Becton was up there as well. Oh, they have Xavier McKinney as the best safety. Who are these people?
All I'm saying is that Jalen Hurts.
What about Jalen Hurts? What about him?
Where is he going? Can you justify any team putting him in a position where he's getting starting? He's in the.
Oh no, he's not going to start. There's no way he starts.
What if Bill Belichick takes Jalen Hurts and turns him into the next great quarterback? You know what I'm saying? He'd do it.
It wouldn't be out of the question. Like.
I mean, Jalen Hurts can play.
What's up, Mark?
You can't see the comments on the live stream from here, right?
You
You can't see the comments of the live stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow it on my phone.
Yo. You know what's up. It's your boy.
Hello, Mark.
Overflow, baby.
Okay. Alright, but what were you talking about with Jalen Hurts?
Well, I mean, listen, I'm first to say, as a Redskins fan, very much scorned by the RG3 experience. That running
Yeah.
backs are not a guarantee, but Jalen Hurts is an athlete, and you have to, some team, if they can get him, reasonably low,
Uh-huh.
take a chance on him to put him somewhere. I mean, he is an NFL caliber athlete at the very least.
Yeah. I mean, I really like, I very much like, Jalen Hurts. I have him as, like, somewhere in, like, the 6 to 7 range of quarterback. I mean,
Reasonable.
I think he really improved himself, in the pre-draft process. His mechanics look a lot better than than on film throughout the season. Because throughout the season, his mechanics were just kind of ugly. And he had a really awkward release point, really bad throwing motion. Even to this day, he has a very average NFL arm. I still think it's NFL quality, but I'm just saying, it's an average arm, so I wouldn't be taking him up north to a Cleveland or a Denver, for example, where you really need that stronger arm to make up for your lack of you need the talent to make up for the environment that you are playing in and the conditions that you might meet as a team in the northern United States in the middle of December.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I will say, right, is that so one blind spot for me is Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm. I mean, like, what are they? Where would they go? I have no idea. I don't watch them. They're never that interesting to me. I don't know. What do you think?
I like Jake Fromm. I think he gets disrespected a lot by the draft community. I think he's a lot better than people say. I really like his accuracy. He's a really smart player. He knows when to take risks, and when he does take those risks and throws the ball downfield, he's usually very accurate with it, and he's usually very accurate with the football. Now, I won't deny the athletic upside isn't exactly as high as, let's say, a Justin Herbert or a Jalen Hurts or even a Jordan Love. But I like Jake Fromm. I do like Jake Fromm, and I think he's a great leader. And he seems like the type of player who Bill Belichick would draft in the second round, and he would just be like a solid high-tier quarterback for a long time. Now, something else I want to note, I would really love it if Jake Fromm got into the he went to the Indianapolis Colts. I think that would be great great for him, because think about it. He gets to sit behind Phillip Rivers for a year and learn, right?
Yeah.
And not every draft pick has to be a home run, right? And I think Jake Fromm can be a really high tier, solid starter for several years. I don't think he's gonna be a star, but yeah. I mean, I like Jake Fromm a lot. I think he gets dogged on a lot.
Mm-hmm. What about Eason though?
Eason, I do not like.
That bad?
I don't like him at all. He is a tall, slow, white quarterback he's the big, strong-arm quarterback that someone like John Elway is going to want to take. And unfortunately, I don't think he brings the athletic upside that other quarterbacks could bring. And it's unfortunate.
So, speaking of John Elway, who are the Broncos going after here?
Who are the Broncos going after? I love Henry Ruggs to the Broncos.
Are you sure John Elway will, do something stupid? I mean,
I really hope not.
But he could. And let's say for the sake of argument, right? John Elway goes full, mean, and he drafts a quarterback he's genuinely thinking that he's going to put above Drew Lock. Where does Drew Lock go from there?
If they draft a quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, I think then they pull a Josh Rosen and they just trade. They literally just trade Drew Lock somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where would he go?
Where would he go?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who would want him? Maybe the Pats.
Patriots? Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, so I think CBS Sports here is waiting for the pick to be announced. So I'm gonna keep digging. I want to have like a stimulating live stream for people to just not die. Let's look at NFL.com because they might just have a pick tracker, and that might be
They
a
have a pick tracker.
yeah. I just wish it wasn't so stunted, you know. And they had more easily available streaming services for it. I mean, I know it's on the TV, but I don't really care about that. Oh man, what?
Well,
I think the Bengals are still waiting. So while we're doing that, we can just discuss.
all right. So
We're the Cowboys, baby.
Let's just see, right? The Bengals have Joe Burrow. What kind of team are they heading into? You know, whenever if football will ever be.
Repeat that.
What do the Bengals look like? If they got, we're assuming they're going to take Joe Burrow and all that. Blah, blah, blah. Are they even an interesting team? Are they going to scare a good team? Are they going to still be pretty bad?
They're a year away. They're a year
I
away.
mean, I look at them and I'm like, that's not a very good team. Like with or without Joe Burrow, Andy Dalton is not that bad. And I don't necessarily think Joe Burrow will be an instant dramatic improvement over Andy Dalton. So I don't even know if they're a year away. They might be 2 years away.
I think Joe Burrow is going to elevate that entire team, and I truly believe he could carry that team to 7 wins. If they just draft Joe Burrow today. Rookie year is gonna be tough. I don't think the Bengals are ready to win. I think they're 2 years away because if you actually look at the Bengals roster, right, the defensive line is still a bright spot of that team. They have one of the better and deepest defensive lines in the league, next up there with like the Cowboys and the Redskins.
And the Eagles.
And the Eagles especially.
Yeah, the Eagles. I mean.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right that this is a team that could be very good, but I think, especially when you look at it, like Joe Burrow is very exciting as a player, but he's still going to be a rookie. He's still going to have to learn. And that's where I think that I'm kind of worried for Joe Burrow a little bit, that being with the Bengals, they're not going to be a very good team.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he doesn't, because he very much has benefited from a lot of hype. Because he entered this year, the beginning of the college season, not that exciting. And so I think I'm concerned that for a guy whose stock has had a meteoric rise on hype, that when it inevitably comes quote-unquote crashing down, when he's not able to carry a bad Bengals team very far, I'm a little concerned that I think the Bengals could do some nasty things to his career in the long run.
Well, then again, you gotta remember, Peyton Manning had a terrible rookie year, and he is a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback. So
didn't Aikman have a terrible one too?
Yeah, Troy Aikman had a pretty bad one.
Terrible, if I remember.
Yeah, he was very bad his first year, and then everything just started clicking after 1989. Everything just got together. Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones decided that they weren't going to be divorced parents, and they just made the Cowboys amazing. They fleeced the Vikings, and then the rest is history,
And then Jerry Jones had Jimmy Johnson publicly executed for disobedience.
I know. It was a tragedy. Damn, they are taking their sweet ass time with this pick.
All I'm saying, right, Andrew, is Jerry Jones utterly humiliated the two greatest Cowboys coaches.
Yeah.
They took.
Yeah.
Destroyed Tom Landry, the greatest coach and the man who made the franchise, and then he turned around and he kicked out his own hand-picked successor.
I know.
Tom Landry. That's amazing. Even Dan Snyder isn't that level of consistently able to take a good coach and just humiliate them.
Well, at least Jerry Jones keeps his coaches until after they win him Super Bowls.
You mean like Jason Garrett? Set me up for that one. Oh, Jason.
Let's start clapping. Can
we get a clap in the chat for Jason Garrett?
Remember that he is now the Giants' offensive coordinator.
He's elite.
Elite. Every clap is another step towards the Super Bowl.
Must be a whole lot of steps.
I'm gonna walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 more.
Yeah. Maybe he was walking to New Orleans, you know?
I know.
I'm walking to New Orleans. Actually, how many steps would it be from Arlington to New Orleans? And
Oh,
if every
jeez.
clap was a step, how many steps would it be? Would Jason Garrett have made it to New Orleans from the power alone?
Well, let's think. So it's about from Dallas, at least from what I remember, from when I had to drive from Dallas to Baton Rouge or Mandeville, when I was younger to go to Thanksgiving get-togethers with my family. It's about like, let's say, 6-hour drive.
Hmm.
6-hour drive, I feel like.
Okay, here I can look it up. Distance between Arlington and New Orleans. All right, let's see what they think. So Google is telling me 525.9 miles. So 525.9 miles, putting it in a random step converter I found on the internet, is going to be 1,110,700.8 steps.
So if every step is a clap, how many claps per second to find the exact time it would take for Jason Garrett to get to New Orleans?
Okay, so then what is his clap per minute ratio then? Right?
I don't know. I don't know the speed of his claps. Because he alternates. He alternates.
He's got the slower clap and he's got the very, very fast clap and he's excited.
So you see,
He just blew the game clap.
he has the oh, we just got a 3 and out slow clap. Don't worry, guys, you'll get back in it. We have the Keith picked up first down clap, which is super fast, which is an oh yeah, boys, let's go. And then you have end of the game clap, which is just another depressing slow clap. But notice that it is 4.8 beats faster than the original 3 and out clap.
All right. So how much time does the average NFL coach spend at a game? Like, starting within the locker room, talking to the guys, all the way to the end.
So do you mean like getting in on the bus and then getting into the locker room, or starting?
He's clearly gonna be clapping during speeches, right? So we got to include the speeches.
No, he doesn't clap during his speeches.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He just gives like a whole rally up speech, and then puts his fist up in the air, like all excited, and then everybody else gets all hyped up, and then they go and score nothing, and disappoint.
Let's assume 90 minutes, right, of clapping per game, right? So if 90 minutes, I think he claps at least once per 90, once every minute overall, right? Because he gets a lot of claps in. So let's assume he has 90 claps a game, right?
Yeah.
So knowing that, how many games would it take for Jason Garrett?
Oh, Joe Burrow did just go to the Bengals.
Yay! They didn't take Chase Young. Good stuff.
All right. So do you want to give a grade on that? Do you want to grade the picks?
I guess I would grade it as, what choice did you have, man? Like, there's really only one viable choice, so I guess.
I mean, they get an A for not screwing it up, right?
A for acceptable, I guess. It's really kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, there we go. Now it's in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I guess we can trust the CBS tracker then.
Yeah. I'm not. I think that was positive. You didn't really have a choice to make that.
Yeah.
You really had to. It was a must-make pick. I mean, let's be clear here.
Like, if you didn't make that pick, the fan base would be at your doorstep with pitchforks.
Right, and I mean, that's not really much of a change for Cincinnati management, but I mean, it would still be a concern.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, alright, so just to clear up, it would take him, apparently, 12,341 games to get there.
Yeah.
So if you multiply it out by 90, it would take him, so it would basically take him, about when you divide that by 365, how many years would it take? It would take him 3,000 years to get to
Hey, that's the amount of time he'll be waiting for a Super Bowl. So, no worries. No worries.
Is Daniel Jones gonna carry that? Oh, Daniel.
Bruh, imagine if the Giants just pull the trigger on another quarterback. They won't do it. They won't do it because Giants general manager Dave Gettleman is still there.
Dave Gettleman, yeah.
Somehow.
Right.
Somehow. Man,
On the suicidal list.
man literally trades Snacks Harrison for a 5th-round pick, one of the best run-stuffing interior defensive linemen in the league, then proceeds to draft the exact same player in who was it? It was the nose tackle that they took last year.
Yeah.
They literally just took the exact same player in the first round when they didn't even have to give him up in the first place. Isn't Snacks Harrison a
Particularly.
go for it?
I'm just, I gotta say, like, I think if I'm the Giants, right, there's a way that in the demented mind of Dave Gettleman that you could justify taking a quarterback, right? You take, like, a Justin Herbert, right?
Ugh.
That you're not loyal to him, that he's got something to prove, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Wouldn't they accomplish the same objective if they did so by taking like Jalen Hurts in the 3rd or the 4th?
Right, but this is Dave Gettleman, so he'll just pick him in the first round anyway.
You know he will. You know he will.
You know if Dave Gettleman's gonna take his quarterback, he's gonna take him way too early. That's just how it is.
Literally took Daniel Jones at 7.
Good lord.
I mean,
Trade down.
if you think about it, Daniel Jones last year was kind of just discount Kirk Cousins.
That's not fair. Kirk has an arm and he doesn't fumble as much.
No, I think I'm saying that Daniel Jones has the same fumbleitis problem that Kirk Cousins has, and they both have a similar style of play. I'm not saying Kirk Cousins is worse. I think he's way better, and I think Daniel Jones has a lot more room to grow.
Okay, I just want to say one thing, right? I want to put this out there.
Yeah.
Random thought that if you wanted to be the Bengals and you wanted to just be a massive jerk, but you could do it, right? Is what if you draft Chase Young and then set the Redskins an ultimatum? Give us your first-round draft picks, or and we'll give you Chase Young, right? But you're setting the ultimatum, right? Because otherwise they lose Chase Young, and then who are they going to draft, right?
Chase Young. Well, you boys are on the clock right now, so.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Are you going to need to get at that hotline?
We're about to see. Yeah.
I'm excited, man. I mean, I don't know how they could pick his in. Just pick his in on the NFL tracker.
Oh. All right. What is it?
It doesn't say. It just says pick his in.
You have to check your chat.
Come on, are you kidding me?
All right.
Joking.
What did they do?
Pick his in.
Mark my word, Tua is going to the Cowboys.
Mark, shut up.
Andrew, I can tell you why Tua's going to the Cowboys.
Tua's not going to the Cowboys,
Tua
Mark.
is going to the Cowboys.
Stop it.
They should take him.
Get some help.
Why? It just.
Yes, you're.
Oh no! Ben's been on here all this time.
You didn't notice?
Yes, I've
Oh,
been telling you to
no.
check your chat, but you.
I'm so sorry, Ben. How could this happen?
Awful host.
Hold on. Gettleman is the GOAT. No, he's not, Ben. Calm down.
I mean, Dalton's probably still the better quarterback right now.
No, Joe Burrow is so much better than Andy Dalton,
No, he's
without a doubt.
No, what do you mean?
They got Chase Young. Good job. Good job.
What do you mean? Good job. You don't want them to take Chase Young.
No, but I would have been laughing my ass off if they didn't. And you see, Harry here would have suicided if that happened, and I would have been laughing so hard.
Well, we all know the Cowboys are going to have like the 4th pick next year.
What do you mean you can't believe this, Ben? You're gonna have to explain yourself.
Ben, my brother's an awful streamer.
Ah. All right, you said I think NFL.com is
It's
faster.
Well, actually, even then, it's not actually that fast. Oh, I did it. It's like I just looked it up.
Who are the Packers going to pick?
Jordan Love.
Ew, no. So
Oh.
Ben, you want to just do a discussion on the Packers then, Harry?
Sure.
Why don't you just invite Ben onto the call?
I don't know what Ben's Discord is.
I'll give you his Discord.
All right, if you want, we can find a way to get Ben on here. But to talk about the Packers for a second, their two top needs this year are without a doubt, it's slot wide receiver and linebacker. Now linebacker has literally sucked for years with the Packers because they've been rolling out Blake Martinez for who knows how long.
Andrew, when he hears Blake Martinez,
You do not understand how much I hate Blake Martinez.
maybe Blake Martinez is secretly the
Oh,
best linebacker.
Ben, did you say yeah to Jordan Love? Oh yeah, they totally getting Jordan Love.
No, I like Jordan Love. I just don't think he's gonna be there.
I think the Packers gonna take the risk and take him. If not, Cowboys are taking them with their second round pick because no one else needs a quarterback.
The Cowboys
pretty much.
should not stick
Cowboys are
with
picking a
press
quarterback.
rush.
It's either gonna be Tua or it's gonna be Jordan
I
Love.
mean-
or Jalen Hurts possibly.
I mean, stop it with Jalen Hurts. These quarterbacks aren't the only quarterback that would actually be better for the Cowboys in the long run would be Jordan Love, and
No.
that's not happening.
Andrew, I can tell you exactly why the
Jordan
Cowboys
Lo-
are taking Tua.
Jordan Love is not going to the Cowboys. Cowboys are not going to be drafting a quarterback. Either way, Tua probably won't be there at 17. The Cowboys need a corner right now. They need a corner right now.
No, but you see, Jerry Jones is the final voice in there with everything.
Mark.
Jerry Jones has no one checking him. If it were, remember, if it was up to Jerry Jones, the Cowboys would have taken Johnny Manziel over Zach Martin. Just remember that. That'll
Yes, I
happen
understand.
again. He's unchecked right now. He will trade up, and he's gonna get Tua.
Just don't.
It's obvious that they're not that big in a Dak. Dak has obvious problems. He's a maybe
Dak
top
is not a
14
good- Dak is
quarterback
not a
in the
championship
league.
quarterback.
Okay, so he's
No.
not even the best quarterback in the league.
Get me in the call. Okay. Ben, I want you to I want you to put your Discord in the chat.
I have his Discord.
You have it. Okay. How do I get him in on the call?
I don't know. Just add it.
I don't know how to do that.
How do you not know how to add people? Do you see? Look at this little button. See?
All right.
And then
What's his number?
oh wait.
No, because it's doing it in this specific thing.
How do I add friend? Ooh, add friend.
Okay. Ben, what's your 4-digit code? Give me Ben's 4-digit code and then we'll do this.
It's number lock 3. Oh.
No, bruh.
3959.
This is the
Gotta put a hashtag in front of it.
Yes, you do.
That's stupid. Where's my hashtag?
Oh my god. It's called a pound sign. And you also need to put the name in front. Stop it. Just, no. Ben, we are getting you on.
Yeah,
Oh, Mark, you screwed with the... Oh. But turn your stupid phone on, Mark.
Andrew, don't yell at me. I can beat you up.
That's excellent logic.
Alright. Ben, accept the friend request to you, Muppet.
Oh, do mine too.
Oh, yeah, he's on!
Wait, do mine too.
I will in a sec. Alright, how do I get this man in on the call?
He has to join the thing. Or where's the call?
I think I'm calling Harry separately.
Why don't you guys just do a group thing?
How do we do that?
I don't. Do you think I use Discord?
Add someone to the call.
Just like
Wait,
add a server.
wait, hold up.
Get on the call. Just go on the call. So it's on the call screen, and then right in the upper right, next to the gear, there's a plus person. You can just add someone.
Okay, how do I fucking...
Here, go here.
yeah, add friends to... Stop, shut up.
Ridiculous. Why can't I see? Why won't it tell me who they're drafting?
Yeah.
Alright, join call. Alright, is Ben here?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I just hung up on my friend, so you're gonna need to help me get him on. Ben!
Yeah.
Help!
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect, dude.
Yeah, help me get my boy on here.
Oh. Okay. You
Bruh.
invite your boy.
Yeah.
Say add friends to DM.
Okay.
Then click on
Yeah.
just all of us, and then
Alright. Alright.
there we go.
Alright, Harry, you here? My man.
I'm only gonna be on for like 10 minutes, dude.
Okay.
And then I'll be back. Don't worry, I'll be back.
Thank you. You're truly helping us out here in society.
Brian's got Jeff Hakuda.
Finally! Good!
As a Packers fan, do I have to be worried about him?
Yes.
Yes, yes you
What
do.
position does he play?
Corner.
Cornerback.
Corner? Oh, it's fine then.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers will just,
So,
Rodgers can get, a decent. So, you guys heard my boy Brandon Ayuk?
I have heard of Brandon Ayuk. I like him. I don't like him as much as other people. I would take him mid second, late third. I think he's a bit stiff. And I think with this generational wide receiver class, you just have better options in front of him. Will you stop your goddamn heart palpitations on the mic?
So he's the only wide receiver I know.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't think it's fair to call this wide receiver class generational when they haven't played a single snap of NFL football yet. I mean, I know they're.
I'm talking about the talent going in to the draft.
I've never been a draft first guy. I mean, like when I was growing up, when I was reading those, reading about the days gone by when the Redskins were actually a good team. I was read about Joe Gibbs. He didn't use the draft so much.
Well, Joe Gibbs is an actual good coach.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that's like, so.
It's been so long.
In fairness, neither do you, though.
I mean, that would be true, but at least I've seen my team in the playoffs and them win a playoff game.
I saw your team's the Redskins.
Yep, that's right.
I remember when they were in the playoffs. They lost to the Packers.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
that's right.
That's details.
So Ben, as a Packers fan, what are your expectations going into this draft, and what are you worried about?
Okay, so I have not paid attention to football at all.
I see.
Recently. So my expectations is they'll probably pick up a tight end at some point. They'll probably pick up a right tackle at some point. I think Bulaga retired.
Bulaga's on a different team, dude.
Okay. Well, Bulaga, I just knew he wasn't on the Packers.
Yeah.
But they'll probably get a right tackle, and I think wide receiver should be the main focus.
Absolutely.
Because they have Devontae, and then, it's either Marquez or...
They literally have Devontae Adams and a bunch of trees at wide receiver.
Yeah, like St. Brown, he got hurt. Oh, geez, who's the other dude? I don't even know some of the other... I don't remember them.
Why don't you just bring back Jimmy Graham? He was such a...
Jimmy Graham so many passes from Rodgers. It was so insane watching him. Rodgers would throw a 25-yard pass down the middle, and Graham would just drop it. I'm like, okay, nice. I wanted Robert Tonyan to get more playing time than Jimmy Graham.
I think it's absolutely incredible that Jimmy Graham is still riding his success off the coattails of his elite years with Drew Brees. Because he got another huge contract with Chicago, didn't he?
Yeah, for fuck's sake, they probably.
I don't know. I was glad he went to Chicago though.
Clowney hasn't gone anywhere. At least I don't think.
Because, I'm not afraid of Jimmy Graham. I'm not afraid of Trubisky. Trubisky's bad.
Yeah,
Trubisky's
Trubisky's.
better than Rodgers. You heard it here first.
Bro, that's a good one. Oh, Alan Lazard. Yeah, he's the other guy.
I don't.
For the Packers.
Yeah, so all those dudes are like a bunch of basketball rejects playing wide receiver. And
So, yeah, if Lazard could run routes a little better.
mm,
Or not miscommunicate with Rodgers. That's the main issue a lot of times.
yeah,
Mm.
I would really love it if the Packers picked up a slot wide receiver this year. So
You need
it's
to turn up the volume on the
On the-
Discord.
on the Discord.
Yeah, you can barely hear it.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me see what I can do then.
Oh, and also Tua to Cowboys.
Stop it.
Dude, do you
Stop
want me to
it.
give you the
Tua to
reasoning
Cowboys.
why that's
Stop
gonna happen?
resisting, Andrew.
That's pretty good.
I refuse to believe.
Jenkins is still in the Packers.
Who now? Hold on. I'm just gonna turn up y'all's audio here. All right. All right. It should come out better in the stream now. But Giants have still not picked anything.
So we're having technical problems.
Well, Dave Gettleman's just figuring out which quarterback he's going to draft to compete with
Tua to
Hamilton.
Cowboys.
So
David Gettleman's figuring out how to unmute
Dude,
himself.
if it happens,
If it happens, I'm gonna be so
Was he
mad.
the one who called like their
no, Tua's
they,
going on
like,
the
IT guys
Cowboys,
or maybe
or
he said something about
Cowboys
tech
get
guys.
Chase on at LSU.
I just
Chase
imagine
on?
Matt Patricia
No.
just like
We need a
throws things
corner.
like, you know.
That's why
Get Fulton.
Jerry Jones wants a war daddy.
Stop. All right. Well,
Happening, Andrew.
Jerry
Stop
Jones
resisting.
wants a war daddy confirmed. You heard it here.
Who the Packers
first,
play this
folks.
year?
You heard it.
who do the Packers play? The schedule has not come out yet, but I
They have
think
the teams out.
I think like the AFC or I think the and AFC teams that they will be playing this year are going to be the same as 2017. So I think they will be playing. I think they'll be playing the NFC East again. But that's just off the top of my head.
Well, what chance does even Aaron Rodgers have against that elite Redskins defense?
I mean,
They're not playing them again
they're not.
because they played the NFC. No, they played the NFC East last year.
Oh, they
The
did.
Redskins weren't. Yeah, they weren't first in the division.
Oh, I see. Okay. Who
No,
did
it's
who?
all on Aaron Jones now.
It's all on Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is about to get replaced in this draft, dude.
I mean, they'll probably get his replacement, but he'll still play this year.
Oh yeah, but he's not coming back. They're not paying him, without a doubt.
No, the Packers don't pay anybody except Rodgers.
Bro,
Rodgers is alienating.
imagine if they actually get like the Aaron Rodgers successor this year.
It would probably be next year, 2 years, I'd say, unless he really falls off.
I don't think
No,
he
I just
will.
gotta say, right? Like, I think it's really risky to.
Ooh,
draft
pick us in,
Rodgers'
pick us in.
successor so blatantly, because he'll burn down your house. Aaron Rodgers is a psychopath. He cuts off your entire family. You know what I mean? Like, he'll burn down your house if you draft his replacement.
Yeah.
He rules by fear, Andrew. I think that's how it's gonna happen.
I mean that's how he pretty much bullied the entire McCarthy era into submission.
Basically, as soon as he realized that they were never going to ever, question his authority, he just started bullying Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy's like, okay, I'll just get a foot massage for the rest of my entire tenure. Which, I mean, I guess that's the bright side for the Cowboys, is that Dak Prescott isn't good enough to throw around his weight like Aaron Rodgers is, so I guess that's...
He doesn't have the right to do that.
Yeah, because he's not that good, and he chokes when it matters.
I know. I
Yeah,
know.
Rodgers doesn't choke. It's just his defense, okay?
And even when they do get a half decent defense, they still supply it with terrible linebackers like Blake Martinez.
Free! Blake Martinez, free!
I
Yeah,
genuinely
that's how they let the San Francisco 49ers get, like, how many rush yards they did.
did you
Their franchise record.
did you watch Blake Martinez in any game? But did you pay attention to
Yeah,
Blake Martinez?
I watched him get a ton of tackles that were, like, on first down, it'd be like an 8-yard run, and then he tackle him. But
Thank
in my
you.
mind,
You're
I'd be like,
seeing the light.
I'd be like, good job, Martinez. You got the tackle. And then I was, completely ignoring the fact that they got 8 yards. Because a lot of times they'd then, like, pass it to Jair, and Jair would break up the pass. I'm like, yeah, 3rd and 2. Good job, team.
You're finally seeing the light that he's terrible. Thank you.
Listen, Blake
Jair
Martinez...
is good, though.
Jair is really good. I like him a lot. Pick is in for the Giants, by the way, but it's been in for
Yeah.
like a solid 3 minutes. So
You gotta love that NFL draft tracker.
they're still faster than CBS.
They were supposed to go on like boats.
What?
Boats.
The Chargers are the 6th pick.
They do.
Yeah, they were terrible.
Oh my god.
They fell
They
apart
picked a
this year.
quarterback, right?
We'll see. We'll see.
Tua, dude.
I mean,
Tua
we'll
to the Chargers, bro.
we'll see what the Dolphins do here. Now, if I were in the Dolphins' position, I understand that the sexy pick is Tua, but I think you need to start drafting
Yeah,
offensive
obviously,
linemen.
There's really only one pick they can make in this position, and it's Justin Herbert.
Didn't they trade Tunsil?
They traded Tunsil to Houston. So Miami Dolphins literally had one of the worst offensive lines of all time.
That's why Balazs was so bad last year.
Oh, they took Andrew Thomas. Giants took Andrew Thomas.
Really?
Holy crap, they actually made a good pick.
Well, again, let's be clear here. Nothing's a good pick until we've seen it. You know what I mean?
I know, but Andrew Thomas is literally one of the best tackle prospects to come out in 5 years.
Why are the Niners at the 13th pick?
They traded DeForest Buckner to the Colts.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Like 2 months ago.
Oh my god.
Bro, that was back. I was actually at Andrew's house when I saw that. So that was a while ago.
Sorry, I've been focusing on basketball, which I know you don't like, so whatever.
I've never been into basketball, but I understand that you do. You must be really sad that it got RKO'd.
Yeah, I was gonna watch Giannis on his MVP campaign and then win a championship.
All right, hear me out here though. I think the real MVP was Steph Curry. I know he played all of like 5 games, but
He played 5 games, he won like one of them, you know.
yeah, he's elite though. He's elite.
He is elite.
Man,
Alright,
you know,
well,
I'm really interested to see what the Dolphins do here.
I think the Dolphins should pick Justin Herbert. Just continue the long.
I will fucking projectile vomit if the Miami Dolphins pick Justin Herbert.
Listen, considering how salty you get when Blake Martinez is mentioned, I really.
who's
just don't.
Martinez on now? Isn't he on the Colts?
He's on the Giants, dude. Dave Gettleman coming in clutch.
Oh, Jennings the GOAT. Oh my god.
literally
Wait,
paid
this-
Blake Martinez top tier starting linebacker money. It's ridiculous.
Is that St. Brown guy from USC, is he in the draft this year?
I don't know.
No, he's not.
I
I think
d-
he's next year.
Yeah,
Alright, well, I have to go. I'll be back, alright?
I see. All right,
Maybe in, an hour they'll be at the close to the Packers pick.
maybe.
It'd
Maybe.
take quite a while.
I know. Alright.
Well, there he goes.
Good stuff. All I'm saying is that, listen, I remember when you guys gave me so much crap for writing Josh Rosen off, but I think we're pretty comfortable saying his career's over now. Like, we know that now.
The what now?
We've accepted Josh Rosen's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really it's unfortunate for Rosen, to be quite honest with you. I liked him a lot coming out. He's literally been on the worst team in the league 2 years in a row now.
Oh, no. That's not fair. The Dolphins were the worst team last year. I mean, look at what Fitzmagic, a genuinely competent quarterback, could do with that roster. Beat the Pats.
Barely pulled it out. I know.
Yeah, but, like, you look at a competent quarterback like Ryan Fitzpatrick, and then you look at Josh Rosen, and it's like, they're not actually a different team. So, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Josh Rosen's gotten screwed, but he's still not a good quarterback.
I know. It sucks. It sucks for Rosen, but at this point the experiment is over, and when he eventually, gets out into free agency, I think a team is going to try and take a flyer on him, and maybe then he'll be able to revive his career. But at this point, it's over.
Best case scenario is he gets sort of like a backup role in a decent team, and then he just kind of revives his career and becomes sort of a. I'm trying to think, who would it be? I guess the most realistic comparison would be Josh McCown. Best case scenario could be someone like Carson Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like best case. Carson Palmer is if everything goes right and then some, but I guess realistically, what he can really only hope for is to become a Josh McCown journeyman who just plays for every team. You know?
I know.
I think there are worse things to do. Josh McCown's made a lot of money over his years, so.
I know. Not as much as Sam Bradford, though.
What a Chad, Sam Bradford. He's got to have pictures, right? Like, you got to assume.
Sam frickin' Bradford, dude.
Don't forget, he was.
Ooh, pick is in for the Dolphins. We're about to see if Miami's committing to the offensive line or if they're going with Tua.
Just to be like, don't even choose Tua. Choose Herbert. Just so Max.
I would.
Oh my God, I can't believe he did this.
I would.
Right?
I would
It's
be.
Like, it's not only the wrong position.
It would be incredible if they chose Herbert. I would be so disgusted if they chose Herbert. No, I not.
Dolphins.
We're about to see. Pick is in. It's gonna be in for like 3 minutes.
I love that. Excellent coverage. Thank you.
I know.
Thank you, NFL Draft Network. Very cool.
All right. Let's see. Let's see where we're going here.
I mean,
who do you think it would be? Like, in my opinion, I think Miami Dolphins. What they need to do this year, they need to build a roster and not worry about the quarterback so much. So, because I think they can get a quarterback next year. I'll be very honest with you. I think
mind when you say that. Or are you just saying in general?
Trevor Lawrence next year.
Ooh.
I really love.
Obviously, yes, but also no. Like, you can't. You know, they're like the 7th pick with this shitty roster. Who's to say that they're even close to?
They have another first round pick next year. So if they just trade both of next year's picks to move up to number 1 overall, and assuming that they're still gonna do bad this year.
Maybe, but I mean, I don't know. It feels like if there's going to be a team that's like as bad as the Bengals are, what would you have to give the Bengals to convince them to trade down from the pick that would get them Joe Burrow? Like how what?
Like 3 first round picks. 3 first round picks.
My argument is simple. It's like, well, if you can't guarantee that you're going to be like basically. If you build your team to be a better roster immediately, and that results in you not being a terrible team with a really high draft pick, so you have to trade up, in many ways, a lot of the benefits of waiting and building up your team is lost because you lose a lot of the capital you've built up.
Yeah.
Just trying to get into the position you would have been if you had just continued to suck. Honestly, if I'm the Dolphins, and I'm going full crazy here, I say just trade down for a ton of future picks, so you will just have a massive, chest to dig out to get anything you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like that sounds crazy, but hear me out. Keep the team to be just absolutely terrible so that you can get Trevor Lawrence, and you can also trade a bunch of those picks that you've picked up by trading down from the 7th pick, because there's, like, the Eagles would kill to get that pick, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and then go for Jerry, then they would go for Jerry Jeudy.
Exactly.
They did pick Tua. They did pick Tua.
The meme. They were going to do it. I mean, they were never going to. You look at their free agency pickups, they were going for sexy. They want to be good. They want to be interesting. They want to sell tickets.
I know. I am very worried for Tua right now, and there are 2 main reasons why I'm so apprehensive about Tua in the first place.
Like
I know he is such a volatile quarterback when in terms of injury. Now I know he's passed several physicals and he's passed certain medical tests in the past couple of weeks, but especially in times of coronavirus where teams can't do their proper due diligence and be there in person and make sure he's all okay, there's going to be a lot of people who are way more skeptical than you would think. And what I'm worried about with Tua is that I really like him as a quarterback prospect, but behind that line, like, oh my God, signing Eric Flowers as a guard for $30 million is not gonna save you,
No, but Eric Flowers did have his career revived by the Redskins. So,
I'd say it's like brief CPR to keep him on life support than just straight up dead.
Yeah, I'm sure he's crying all the way to pick up his $30 million.
Sure.
My career's on life support. I mean, Jesus Christ, he was out of the league, taking a flyer on him, and now he's got a $30 million contract. I mean,
part of that is just because a lot of teams are forced to overpay for quarterback or for offensive line. My bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think if I'm the Dolphins here, I probably wouldn't have done anything in free agency, and I would have taken my 7th overall pick and traded down for more picks, and basically done the classic sort of in baseball terms what the Astros did, which is like, if I'm not in the absolutely perfect position and I can't get everything that I want, I'll just trade down for more picks so that I can build up a massive amount, you know.
I know.
I think that's what I would have done, right? Is just constantly like say, I want to be bad so I can get into a position to pick Trevor Lawrence next year, but I also want to have a bunch of picks so that he won't just be coming into a dumpster fire of a roster.
Now,
stand by my statement.
Now, what do the Chargers do here?
You can't take Herbert. I mean, they're probably going to take Herbert.
I swear to God, if they take Herbert.
I think they may very well take Herbert, because I just don't underestimate how much, you know,
hype.
you got to take a quarterback. Not as in, like, to win, but just...
Like, I don't disagree with taking a quarterback, but if they're going to take a quarterback, please take Jordan Love. For the love of God, just take Jordan Love.
There's just... The way I would call it is there's a certain level in every sport, but especially in football, of what I would call truth. It's not true, but it feels true. And so everyone does it. Like... when you have a high draft pick, you need to draft a quarterback. If you don't have, if you're not set, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a truthy statement. It feels true. A lot of teams do it. It's what the right decision is, but you cannot underestimate the power of truthiness.
That's true. So actually, something that's coming into my mind right now is Isaiah Simmons, right now to the Chargers.
Ooh, I mean that would be a pick. I mean that would be a pick, and you could pair him with Derwin James. Damn.
I know, because both of those players are basically chess pieces that could be anywhere on the field. When Derwin James was healthy in his rookie year and like on the back half of last year, he is basically the answer to all of these modern weapons that are in the modern NFL offenses. So like your mismatch options, basically your Travis Kelce's or your Evan Ingram's or your Michael Thomas.
I thought we hated Travis Kelce.
Oh wait, no, I meant Jason Kelce.
Isn't he the center?
Oh wait, no, Jason Kelce's the center. Travis Kelce's the tight end, right?
Yeah, Travis Kelce's the tight end.
Yeah, then why are you memeing on me?
Wait, you like Travis Kelce?
I never said I didn't like him.
In the Super Bowl, you're talking so much shit. I mean, goddamn.
I legit have short-term memory. Was I dogging on Travis Kelce?
You were dogging on him in the Super Bowl.
Then I'm sorry. Then I must apologize.
But that's not the point. Okay, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, so if the Chargers take Isaiah Simmons, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the best pick for value. But in the long term, what if that makes the Chargers kind of an okay team? And that means that they don't get their franchise quarterback. So they're not going to be good. They're not going to be bad enough.
Ooh, pick is in.
Quarterback.
Continue.
Ooh. Right. So, like, what if they're not good enough? I mean, they're not bad enough to get a high enough pick to get that franchise quarterback. So the devil's advocate would be, I don't know, trade down, get a piece that'll be good, but might be a bit more of a development, like high ceiling. The point being, if Isaiah Simmons makes you too good, then you can't get the quarterback. So maybe you do get the quarterback here. And that's not the right decision. Like, objectively, Isaiah Simmons is probably the most bang for your buck with this pick. But the question is, but what about next year?
Yeah. Now, honestly, Tyrod Taylor, I know McLean loves him some Tyrod Taylor.
He's better than Dak.
Taylor's so good. But what's it called? I love the Isaiah Simmons pick here because not only do you have Derwin James there, who's already the modern defensive, absolute stellar athlete, you put a second guy there who's the exact same thing, and your defense has something to answer against the Kansas City Chiefs. Like straight up.
I think that's fair. So my question is simply, are you willing to, with the Isaiah Simmons pick, risk not getting a franchise quarterback basically in the draft for the foreseeable future, right? Like, you're just going to be, the risk is, what if he's too good? And then you can't, is that a risk you're willing to take? Is Isaiah Simmons so good that you're willing to try and use other avenues outside of the draft? Guaranteed, because you have to understand that what I'm saying is, in my hypothetical scenario, Isaiah Simmons is so good, they don't get a high enough draft pick to really get into one of those elite quarterback prospects. Is that a risk that you're willing to take?
Now, here's the thing. Chargers still have a top 10 pick in the second round. maybe you're looking at a Jake Fromm there. Maybe if
That's
Jordan,
an interesting idea.
yeah, maybe if Jordan Love falls that far, I mean, maybe then in the second round you might take the chance on Justin Herbert. And even then, I don't like him there either. I think he fluctuates between the second and fourth round. That's honestly where I have him. I'm not very high on. Oh no. Oh no.
They did it. I called it.
They did it.
Andy.
They really did it.
Andy. Did I call it?
You called it.
Spiel about truthiness and doing the wrong thing.
I can't believe this. The Chargers just screwed themselves.
I told you so. I just told you so. All right, Andrew.
Poor Thomas.
I called it.
Poor Thomas.
I'm gonna text Thomas if you need any support. I'm here for you. There we go. Just no context. Just send that to him. You know.
They really did it. They really did it. I can't believe that. Have fun, Chargers. Have fun. You just got screwed.
God, what a terrible idea. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Whose big brain idea that was, but I mean.
What a terrible decision. Oh no.
Andrew, I was right. I mean, like, let's clear that out, right?
Like
I called it.
yeah, you called it. Well, I never said you were wrong.
Right,
I just said that
No,
I hope they take Isaiah Simmons here, which by the way, the Carolina Panthers are probably going to do right now. If not, they're going to trade down.
Right, but like the way I look at it is like you're a little too smart for your own good when it comes to drafting us. Because NFL teams usually get it wrong. So, you know, that's your mistake, Andrew. You assume they would do the right thing because it makes the most sense. But the joke's on you.
I know.
They do the right thing because they're dumb.
They really never change, do they?
They really don't. Luke is harassing me for watching a draft.
Well, tell Luke that this is not boring, Luke.
Yeah, it's not boring, Luke.
This is interesting.
Why not? How is it not boring?
Because I'm talking with the boys, and I mean, you know, I know it's hard for you with your attention span of a goldfish to imagine that you might need, you know, not immediate stimulation, but there's excitement. I know you do.
What was me for?
I'm not gonna play U4 with you. All right, have fun. Okay, there we go.
Alright.
He's left.
He's gone. Shooed.
Mm-hmm. But
Ooh, interesting take here. Now, I think Isaiah Simmons' best fit in the NFL is with the Jacksonville Jaguars because they run.
Isaiah Simmons would be, you know,
Yeah, he would be stellar. What about him?
Where Isaiah Simmons belongs, though, really?
Where?
He belongs on the Redskins with Chase Young. I think that's where he'd be best. You know what I'm saying? just to make the defense so unfair, because you know I love defense.
Pick is in, by the way.
He's in.
Pick
I
it.
think they have to pick Isaiah.
Oh yeah, there's no way. Panthers are getting Simmons here. There's no way.
They could though, but that's the thing is.
Ooh, what if they take an offensive lineman here?
It's not a wrong pick, but it's not a great pick either. What's their quarterback situation? Because they traded Kyle Allen, and they're not holding on to Cam Newton. So
Cam Newton got cut.
So like, what's going on there?
They have Teddy Bridgewater, and
maybe that's a Jordan Love pick. I mean, would you be upset with Jordan Love?
No.
A little high.
Crap. What was the star XFL quarterback's name? He's escaping me. Philip Walker. Philip Walker.
Mm-hmm.
They have Philip Walker and they have Teddy Bridgewater.
Oh, they have Bridgewater. That's who they have. Yeah. Is Bridgewater really your quarterback of the future, though? I mean, I like him.
No, there's a reason why he's on a 3-year deal. It's because he's going to be a literal bridge quarterback.
Right. So is Jordan Love that upsetting of a pick to you right now? If they did that, right? Is Jordan Love upset? Like, would you? They probably, if they were going to take Jordan Love, they should have traded down. But if they love Jordan Love and he's their guy, I don't think it's that outrageous. It's certainly not as bad as the Chargers Herbert pick.
Yeah. I still can't believe that they took Herbert. Like, I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed. You know?
See, Andrew, you get into your mind games of, well, who would be the best player? But you're not thinking like an NFL GM. NFL GMs are very dumb people.
Herbert go miss. Herbert go.
Look at that arm, though. I mean, like, they just see the arm, and they...
I know.
People make fun of Al Davis, because they're like, oh, he loves speed. But like, you know what? The vast majority of NFL GMs aren't actually that much better than Al Davis and his speed fetish. You know what I mean?
I know.
That's what's amazing to me, is that even in a sport like baseball, where analytics is such a huge thing, they often make stupid decisions. And in the NFL, where there is nowhere near as much information, because baseball's all about getting as much information as possible. In the NFL, they just make terrible decisions. In many ways, I think that's why the Patriots dynasty is pretty much only possible in the NFL.
Yeah.
The Patriots are just able to consistently take advantage of how inefficient the NFL is. They're just bad. Like, it's amazing how
so many people just miss.
Right? I mean, it's like, that's the amazing thing, is that good teams can stay good not by like being the Yankees and spending ridiculous amounts of money, but just because they can take advantage of the fact that other NFL teams are just not going to get it. They're just not going to make good decisions. That you can consistently rely on fleecing teams.
Yeah.
Oh well. I mean, so if they don't, so Isaiah Simmons, so Jordan Love would also be a possibility, though pretty unlikely.
I think it's a tad too early for Jordan Love. I would take Jordan Love.
They would have traded down there.
And plus, I don't think Jordan Love really has a good fit for another couple picks until the Raiders, and that's if the Raiders are willing to move on from Derek.
He's not sexy enough. No, he's not sexy enough for John Gruden. If Gruden's going to move for a quarterback, he would have traded up. I don't think that's particularly difficult for me. I comfortably say that. I mean, he could surprise me, but Jordan Love's not a sexy pick.
Yeah, like the next 1, 2, 3, 4, the next 5 picks. There's no way a quarterback's going because they all either have a quarterback or you're Jacksonville and you're in rebuild mode.
I mean, crazy. How long is Brady's deal in Tampa?
I think it was 2 years.
I mean, honestly, is it that outrageous to say, well, he's not going to be here forever, so pick up Jordan Love, let him learn under a really good quarterback? And
see, normally I would agree with you, but it's very clear to me that Bruce Arians, as well as Tom Brady, are in it to win it this year or in the next 2 years.
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying is that, like, if you are Tampa, and you're saying, I don't want to just blow everything on this season with an honestly kind of washed Tom Brady. Like, Tom Brady's not a bad quarterback, but he's not.
I still think he's top 10.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not Tom Brady. And I mean, I look at that roster and I'm like, that's a good team, but unless Tom Brady really, really stops the regression this season, listen, all I'm saying is that if I'm the Bucs, I'm glad to get this opportunity, but I wouldn't sell out. I would grab Jordan Love to just say, hey, if this whole Brady thing works out or doesn't work out, whatever, we have a guy who we can say, oh God, whether or not we won the Super Bowl, Brady's retired, Arians might be retiring, but we have someone.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think they're going to take that guy next year.
Maybe. What's the quarterback class? Is it particularly deep, though? I mean, because if that's the thing, right? The opportunity with Love is that he's underrated, which means you can trust that you'll get him.
Uh-huh.
And especially if they're really, really good with Brady. Like, do they know they're going to get that quarterback next year?
I wouldn't know. Ooh, Derek Brown to the Panthers. Interesting.
Derek Brown?
He's a really good interior defensive lineman. By the way, my man Colin Van Hammersveld in the chat. What's up, boy?
Yeah, I mean, I vaguely know who he is, but like,
interesting.
I feel about that pick.
Now,
I think I like that pick.
Now, I truly do believe that Derek Brown's upside is like a Fletcher Cox type of dude. I like Derek Brown a lot, but I mean,
I don't think you can justify that with Isaiah Simmons on the board.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not with
like.
Holy crap! Jacksonville's gonna end up with Isaiah Simmons. Think about it. Cardinals aren't gonna take Isaiah Simmons right now, and you want to know why? It's because they took their experiment, mixed outside linebacker. Is he an edge rusher? Is he a linebacker? Is he a nickel corner? Is he a box safety with Hassan Reddick? Okay.
Why not both? I mean, like, I'm just saying, right? Like, why not get two? I'm just saying, put it out there.
Here's the thing: Hassan Reddick has been a bust. I think they learned their lesson with him. I think they're either gonna go like defensive line, corner, or offensive line. I really do believe that. I don't think Isaiah Simmons goes here. I don't think Isaiah Simmons goes here.
I think you're right, but I'm not sure. I mean, how's their offensive line? I don't remember their offensive line being particularly good.
It's
so.
not. It's not that it needs upgrading. And
Well,
also,
exactly.
I am genuinely stunned that only one of the top offensive tackles have gone.
Could they grab like Jerry Jeudy? I mean, you got to think about it like, again, remember truthiness. If it's a sexy pick, if it's like Jerry Jeudy, we're gonna pair our young hot quarterback with a young hot receiver. You know what I mean? That idea of like, Kyler Murray's fun and athletic, and Jerry Judy's fun and athletic. So just putting it out there that like, that is like you want the pick that'll get you the most attention. It's probably Jeudy, right?
Yeah.
So I feel pretty comfortable saying that.
It's gonna be like a wide receiver or something.
Right. I think if we're being honest, and I think if you want to ask me what is the best thing you could do, I'd probably say grab a tackle.
I would go with a tackle because the top two tackles on the top two elite tackles on the board left in Jedrick Wills and Tristan Wirfs are still available.
Right. The one thing I am saying is that I think the best player available remains Isaiah Simmons. Like,
yes,
I think if no matter from here on out, no matter what team it is, I think you can justify drafting Isaiah Simmons. Like, no matter what team from here on out, at this point, I think Isaiah Simmons is the best player available.
Yeah. So here's something interesting. So the next 4 picks are going to be really interesting, and here's why. So, depending on what Arizona does here, we don't know if they're going to take the sexy wide receiver Jeudy, or if they're going to go with a tackle, or if they're going to go defensive line. We don't know. But skipping the Cardinals, right? Jaguars are for sure going to take Simmons, and that is because he is an absolutely perfect scheme fit with the Jacksonville Jaguars as that weak side linebacker that can move around in that cover 3 scheme and play that enforcer, box strong safety, nickel corner, weak side linebacker role. And him being able to move around perfectly fits the Jaguars. He is a perfect scheme fit.
Offensive line, though?
Their offensive line is okay, but it doesn't excuse it doesn't excuse passing up Simmons, right?
Right.
Like Jackson,
Simmons is the best guy on the board.
Yeah, Simmons is absolutely the best guy on the board because I don't think because you got to remember he had very few snaps this year at Clemson at true middle linebacker. And the way that these teams are trying to convince themselves that we're going to convert him to a for sure middle linebacker, I don't really know how that's going to work out. I think you're misusing Isaiah Simmons. I don't think you're using him to his full potential if you're using him as that middle linebacker. And Cardinals took Simmons. Never mind.
Yeah, I justify that. I think that's
that's justified. Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a good pick.
I mean, I think you could have gone both ways there. If you're the Jaguars, though, this is excellent news if you're the Eagles, because it means I don't think the Jaguars are going to take I don't think the Jaguars are going to take a receiver, which means those great receivers, they're sliding a bit. Not like a lot, but I don't know. I felt like probably reaching top 9, we would have had some receiver. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. With the Browns, they have Landry and Odell. They're not going to take one either, are they? I mean...
Okay, so here's the thing with the Browns. The Browns could take a wide receiver. The Browns could take a CeeDee Lamb or a Jerry Jeudy, and here's why. Jarvis Landry is an above-average slot wide receiver who's pretty good, but you're overpaying him, and he's going to be gone a couple of years anyways. So why not get his replacement for the next coming years and get an amazing piece right now in the sexy wide receiver pick? Or what you could do is shore up left tackle right now because you are guaranteed a good tackle right now.
I don't think you can justify, if you're the Browns, looking at how badly Baker Mayfield played for such a significant portion of the year, not making his life easier from an offensive line perspective. I don't see Browns. I think they went sexy last offseason and they got embarrassed, right? So I think on a certain level that it's completely possible and perhaps even likely that they don't pick those big receivers to fall out of the top 10. And at that point, I think if you're the Eagles, everything changes now. It's like maybe you could get one of those big guys you trade up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's a little interesting thought experiment here. So, what happened here? The thing's reloading.
I just see the Jaguars are on the clock.
They are on the clock. That really sucks for Jacksonville because, again, he's a perfect scheme fit who would have been an amazing piece for the defense. But
oh sure, honestly though,
who
for Gardner Minshew though?
I guess so. I'm really interested to see where the Jags go now though, because again, I don't think wide receiver's the move here for Jacksonville.
They're line, I guess. I mean,
I guess so. And
if you want, especially considering like Gardner Minshew, he played well, but he had a fumbling problem. So if you want to look at how to maximize Minshew's value, it's probably don't get him sacked because he doesn't hold on to the ball particularly well. So
the reason he does that is because of his play style. He has that Russell Wilson type play extension where I like him a lot too. Jaguars pick is in, by the way, so we're about to see what's up.
And by about, we'll have to wait like 2 minutes. But
I know.
Oh, NFL draft tracker. But no, I think you're absolutely right that Gardner Minshew's style of play is quite aggressive and play extension. But I mean, how great would Russell Wilson be with an actual offensive line?
I know.
I mean, that's all I'm saying, right?
I think Jaguars have to take the roster building pick here. I don't know how trades are denoted here in the NFL draft tracker. So,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen that many trades, so I don't know. I mean, the Browns are on the clock. Presumably, they would have made a big deal about a trade. So they would trade with a bit of time left because the other team has to still make the pick. So I think pretty clearly we're not seeing trades, which I gotta admit, I think I'm a little surprised, and maybe this is just my kind of baseball idea, because like the draft side, the main draft that I follow more than any other is the baseball draft, which is much more about quantity over quality.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed that more teams haven't traded down. I honestly think you could justify most of these teams that have drafted outside of like the very upper crust. Like once you took, like for example, I mean going through the list.
Really, six through 8 could have traded down.
Yeah, I mean like I think you could justify the Dolphins trading down. I think you could justify the Chargers, the Panthers. I think the Cards could have definitely gotten away with it. The Jags could. I don't think it would be the right decision, but it's not a completely out of. It's not a terrible idea. There's worse ideas out there. I think the point is that like I'm kind of surprised that nobody's made the move that I think would be the right move for at least some of these teams, which is just amass some more picks.
I know. Let's see if I wish the Jaguars did that honestly and did a trade with let's say. Philadelphia to go move up for that wide receiver.
You have less leverage now, but as receivers are starting to line, I mean, like I think we all kind of expected that at least one of those receivers would be off the board by now. So maybe
not really, because
I don't know. I feel like at least one of those receivers would be off the board. Somebody, you know. What I mean?
I think the earliest a receiver would have been Carolina at 7.
Right. I feel like all I'm saying is that with a receiver class that has 3 really big, obvious picks. You know what I mean? You know, if you need a receiver, these are the guys to get.
I would actually say 4. Justin Jefferson out of LSU, really solid wide receiver.
You're an LSU fan. I mean, you know.
I know. I watched a lot of Justin Jefferson. He's really good.
The point is, if you're the Eagles, are you still dying to draft? I mean, like I think the point is, if you're the Eagles and Judy's off the board, then the pressure's on, and you're going to start coming to Jacksonville. But at this point, if I'm Philly, I'm probably not going to trade up until I see either someone on some receiver off the board, or I see a really great deal that I don't want to pass up. Like if I'm at this point, I don't see the reason to be super aggressive and sell out, because it's like, well, what if Carson Wentz gets injured next season and you get a high first round pick, but now you lose it?
Yeah.
The risk at this point, every pick that Jerry Jeudy did not go. It's more of a reason for the Eagles to just not trade up.
I see. I mean, we'll see what the Browns do. If one of the top tackles falls to the Jets, they are taking a tackle.
They have to. It's not a choice.
I know. But honestly, let's say the top 2 tackles go right now, and Tristan Wirfs goes to like the Browns or something, and the Jags take Jedrick Wills. Then I think it's a little too early to take the next big tackle on the board, which would be Mekhi Becton out of Louisville. And
trade down though.
I know that's why they would either trade down or take that sexy wide receiver and go get Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb, depending on which one you had.
Draft Jeudy and flip him. Right. That's the other.
Ooh, I don't think the Jets are that big brain.
I mean, they're not, and so
they're not doing that.
But that's probably the way to go. Is that if you're trying to flip the pick, I wouldn't trade down. I would draft Jeudy and flip him because you have more leverage if you actually have him. Especially because if you're looking at it from the Eagles' perspective, if no receivers are off the board by the top 10, the Eagles are like, fine, you want to play hardball? I'm not going to trade up. If their asking price is too high, the Eagles might say, take Jerry Jeudy. We're gonna hold out because we don't, we think one of our guys is going to get there. And it's also worth mentioning that, like,
ooh, that is super interesting. Okay. C.J. Henderson. All right. I can get behind that. All right. Yeah. I like that.
They replace Ramsey at some point. They had to, and AJ Bouye. So I mean,
yeah, Bouye's gone. Well,
yeah,
I think.
They had to replace.
Yeah. Well, Cleveland Browns and New York Jets fans are crying and yeah. Look how fast the pick got in for. Look how fast the pick got in for the Browns.
Yeah. Give me the tackle. But honestly, you know who else is pretty happy right now? Philly fans are pretty happy because that means that
wide receivers falling. Like, but here's the thing: when the Raiders come time to pick, because obviously these next 2 picks are going to be tackles, like without a doubt.
Obviously, well, don't forget truthiness. I mean, let me look. The best way to look at it is actually to use. This is the most useful thing about the NFL draft is that they give you an idea of what the truthiness is from. So they say they need defensive line help and they need a lot of. I mean, it's possible that one of these or like the Raiders, they need a corner, they need a linebacker, they need a defensive line.
Actually, I wouldn't completely agree with you on certain parts of the Raiders draft needs. So the Raiders addressed linebacker in free agency by getting Nick Kwiatkowski from the Bears and Cordy Littleton from the Rams, who are both really stellar linebackers. Well, Kwiatkowski not as much. He's just a really solid linebacker. But
he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine. But Corey Littleton is this rangy cover linebacker, which you need in the modern game.
Littleton's a nice pickup, but I still feel like, especially with the linebacking core not being backed by a particularly strong rest of the defense, it's that's a good linebacking core, but it's not like so good it's going to carry the defense, and that's what you're looking for. Is that like if you're the Raiders? Honestly, if you want to be a good team, the arguments probably get someone on defense. Cause I don't know, man.
I think they're either going to take a wide receiver or they're going to do something on defense. I think that's the answer.
I don't think they should take a wide receiver, and I think that they probably won't because I don't think Gruden thinks Carr is his guy, so I don't think he's going to take the receiver for Carr.
Maybe.
I think they want Carr out the door, and they don't want to make it complicated. So if Carr gets a really good receiver and starts putting up crazy numbers, maybe there's that argument where it's just like, let's just get him the hell out of here as quick as possible. So I don't know. It feels to me like it's a completely possible thing that they just grab a defensive player.
Yeah,
it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
All right, if the Cleveland Browns know what's good for them, they'll draft a tackle here.
Watch them just draft another wide receiver.
I mean, if they draft another wide receiver, that's not necessarily the wrong pick.
I would say the wrong pick. I would say that you're right. That it's a good long-term decision. It gives you a lot of security that you love to have, but they want to win. And Baker Mayfield is not necessarily. He's kind of an unknown right now. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you're the Cleveland Browns and you're saying, I'm going to run with Baker Mayfield, there's only one right pick, and that's offensive line help. And with pretty much as close to a surefire pick as you're going to get in the 2 tackles available, you shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth and try and get smart and grab a receiver because I mean he does have 2 good receivers already. I don't think.
Yeah, all right. They did the right thing. They took Jedrick Wills. They did the right thing.
I think that was the right decision. I think that's pretty much the only thing you could justify.
Yeah, Cleveland Browns finally did something good.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Mayfield wasn't the worst pickup.
No, Baker Mayfield was a good quarterback.
Well, we'll see.
I think this year's the year that we're going to get that final evaluation.
It's make or break, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't think it, but the main thing about the second year is that it wasn't just a sophomore slump. You know what I mean? Also, sophomore slumps aren't things that great quarterbacks have. Usually, great quarterbacks, if they're going to be bad early in their career, it's usually their first year.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's just a trend. It's only empirical evidence. It's not like I'm not here saying if you have a good first season, you're not going to be a great quarterback. Just saying like. Usually, really good quarterbacks don't have massive drop-offs in their second year. So, I'm not saying give up on him. I still think he's a very good quarterback, and I don't really think they have an alternative running with him. But, I don't know. Would it shock me if he doesn't turn out to be all that? No.
Now, the Jets are taking their sweet-ass time here on the clock. So...
They might be trying to trade down.
I know, that's what I was about to say.
Or they could be going for that truthiness and try and grab a wide receiver. Give Sam Darnold a big target.
Now here's the thing. Normally, if Tristan Wirfs was not on the board, I would say take the wide receiver and call it a day, because Darnold needs weapons. But
he doesn't need weapons as much as he needs time.
Protection, yeah. And with Tristan Wirfs on the board. No, Mark, Ben is not on. But with Tristan Wirfs on the board, you need to take him because he is an elite prospect. Yeah, you have to take him. If he doesn't get picked up right now, I am going to be dumbfounded.
Well, I mean, hey, you're the guy who ignored the fact that the Chargers were going to be dumb. So I mean, you know.
I had more faith. I had faith.
I don't know why you did.
I had faith they were going to do something smart, and they just burnt me.
Well, you're just too smart for your own good. See, a lot of people say, oh, why did the NFL Network use, the stupid people as their draft analysts? But honestly, their draft analysts are the same level of intelligence as the NFL GMs.
I know.
Make good, you know what I mean?
You know what's hilarious is that, what's it called? The draft analysts on YouTube and Twitter are all better than the draft analysts on NFL Network.
The thing is, they're often wrong because they're smarter than the GMs. I mean, I am one who's going to be the first to admit that fans are usually wrong, but in football, it's kind of embarrassing how often organizations mess up badly, and then easily dig up. You don't really have to dig. You can just look up draft predictions from some random guy. And he's so much more accurate than this multi-billion-dollar organization. You're like, wow, that's really embarrassing.
Yeah, and it's so weird how because a lot of these draft analysts on Twitter, they spend a whole lot of time, digging into all the weird lower level prospects and finding the diamonds in the rough, and it's so weird that these NFL GMs just don't do that. And I guess they just didn't do their due diligence. They weren't able to do their complete due diligence this year. But, I mean...
Maybe. But, I mean, excuses. And
yeah.
It's not like they're lacking in resources. At the end of the day, that's all I can say. Is that, you're an NFL... You are a major organization. If for a pick like Tua, that's a different thing because physicals are a little more difficult. But when it comes to assessing talent, I don't think that changes very much. I think you don't, as an NFL organization, you don't have an excuse to make mistakes. Yeah, I mean talent wise,
I know.
If Tua turns out to be completely incapable of walking, then it's sort of well maybe you should have been a little more careful with your physical. But if he tends up to be a little more fragile than the Dolphins predicted, that's not an excuse. Well, that makes some sense.
Yeah.
Jeez, the Jets are taking their sweet time.
I know.
They must be trading. I mean, because I can't imagine. Even if they were going for the sexy receiver pick, they would still be done.
They desperately want to trade down. It's obvious at this point. They desperately need to trade. They want to trade down so bad.
But why? I mean,
I know. When you have you literally have 3 great prospects right in your lap. You have either Tristan Wirfs, which I think is the correct pick. You have wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. Oh, now the pick is in. You have Jerry Jeudy, and you have CeeDee Lamb right there in your lap. Go take them.
maybe it's just I think what they were trying to do. Odds are, if I had to guess, maybe they were trying, I think, possibly. There was an idea, there was an inkling of a deal worked out with someone like Philly, where it was like, where you can draft up for, major picks, and then someone like Philly seeing, especially probably receivers like Jeudy not being picked yet, saying, well, maybe I don't want to give up so much. And so the Jets are trying to salvage the deal, but they can't. And so I think they'll probably just take the tackle and run, which is the right decision. I don't think anyone loses there.
You need the tackle.
Right, and I think if you're the Eagles at this point, you can't. I don't think you can justify trading up until either Judy's off the board or a team that really wants a receiver is close to coming up. And I don't, at this point, with no one picked, and the Raiders are really the only immediate threat there, and even then, I don't think they can genuinely justify picking a receiver.
I think they could. Mark wants Mark wants me to respond to the notion that he believes that Herbert is going to be the next Patrick Mahomes.
It's not. Patrick Mahomes throws the football like a good quarterback. Justin Herbert doesn't.
I know. Justin Herbert is a very bad quarterback. I think
I'm not a film junkie, but oof.
You really only need to just watch a couple of of Herbert's games to realize that this here pick at number 6 overall was a terrible choice.
What I don't understand is that I completely concur that if you're going for a project pure talent quarterback, he was probably the best guy available with Tua off the board and Burrow off the board. It was the best pick if you're looking for pure physical talent. Can this guy throw down the field?
Well, honestly, in terms of physical talent, Jordan Love is not far off at all. They're very close to each other.
Maybe, but my main point remains that if you're looking for a guy who can throw down the field and he has a great arm, and that's not dissing Jordan Love, but he's clearly under the radar, and Jordan Love hasn't actually looked that good, and a lot of it's bad luck, but that's just the fact that he's not that exciting of a pick in the same way. But even that doesn't explain why they didn't trade down. This is just a mega Gettleman.
I know.
Dave Gettleman who's their GM? Is it secretly Dave Gettleman? That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it?
No, if it was Dave Gettleman, they would have just taken a defensive tackle. Ooh, no, they took Mekhi Becton.
No.
They took Mekhi Becton.
No, I don't believe you. Oh my god.
Now look, I don't hate Becton.
Becton's a fine prospect, but really?
Do you take him over Wirfs? Why?
And the NFL Mock Draft Live is explaining why the Jets passed on a wide receiver. Shut up. I mean, the question is why they passed on Wirfs. Is there a reason?
I get well maybe they just wanted, because look, Wirfs is a right tackle.
Right.
Now I think he has the athleticism to play at any position on the offensive line, but he primarily played at right tackle. Mekhi Becton played at left. So I'm not really sure what they saw here. Possibly what they wanted to do was, because Mekhi Becton is more of a tree stump when it comes to pass blocking. Maybe that's what they were aiming for here to protect Darnold. And he can be a mauler in the run game too. So look, I don't hate Becton, but when Wirfs is on the board, you don't take Becton over him.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think that. I think it's completely possible that this is not a bad pick and that this is a pick that's generally well regarded, but I think that's probably, it's reasonably high. There's I'd say give it a 30% chance that Becton just turns out to be quite good and perhaps even better than and people say, "Oh, that was the right call." But like,
Yeah.
with the information we have now, I think odds are whether or not Becton's good, I think it's the wrong pick.
Yeah.
And odds are they're probably going to regret not having. But maybe they just really wanted a pass blocker. I maintain that that's kind of strange to me. But
I just would have preferred having Wirfs, but I'm not gonna knock them too much. They still took the tackle, but I still think Wirfs was the better pick.
Unless there's a reason, unless they have something lined up that might indicate that they might have some other alternative. You know what I mean?
Now let's see what the Raiders do here. I'm very intrigued to see what they do.
I'm trying to think what they would do, though. I mean,
so who's the dude out of South Carolina that's really good? He's the defensive tackle. Hold on, they have prospects here on NFL Draft Network. So
yeah,
let me see if I can.
They don't even eliminate the ones that are drafted, which is super annoying.
No, you can sort. You can sort.
Yeah.
Let me see here. So
pick is in though, so
I know.
Pick is in, so we'll see. Oof.
I know it'll register in like 3 years, but.
Well, what are you gonna do?
Javon Kinlaw is the guy I was looking for. Mm-hmm. So I really, really like Javon Kinlaw. And to me, he's basically DeForest Buckner. He's basically mini DeForest Buckner. He's literally just like a younger version of him at a quarter of the price. So I think that's what San Francisco's going to end up doing here when they pick. That is, if the Raiders don't pick him right now.
I think if you're the Raiders, though, I mean, the sexy pick, which you can't underestimate with a Gruden-led team, would be a receiver. But I think they have to get something on that defense because that defense is not very good.
Yeah, and they already have Maurice Hurst on that defensive line as well. So I wouldn't put it past them to go and pick Kinlaw right now. I like Kinlaw a lot, and I love him in San Francisco. But we'll see. We'll see. I think Raiders are gonna pick a wide receiver here or something.
Yeah, they'll probably do the sexy pick, but I think that's probably not what they should do because I think if there's one thing that has been pretty much irrefutably proven in recent years, it's that good teams have deep and good rotations in the trenches. You need good defensive line, you need a good offense, and that's just a good offensive line can make a good running back, and a good defensive line can make a good secondary. I mean, you look at the Eagles; they won that division with, eighth string cornerbacks and all that. So I think if you're the Raiders and you're saying I want to be a good team, you have to draft something for the defensive line.
Yeah.
Though honestly, if Wirfs is falling to you, do you take him? Like that? Is that even?
I mean,
that idea?
Here's the thing: the interior of that Raiders offensive line is getting up there in age, and their tackles, they have Trent Brown, and they took Henry Ruggs. Oh my!
Really?
They took Henry.
Judy? Are you kidding?
They took Henry Ruggs. Wow.
Athleticism. It's athleticism, man.
The Mark Davis going, reviving the ghost of his father, taking the speed.
I mean, well, let's be honest.
That's interesting.
This is Gruden probably, but honestly, I don't hate this pick. Like, yes, they probably should have taken Judy, but I don't think that it's necessarily a terrible idea. I don't think Henry Ruggs is going to be a terrible receiver or anything. Overall, I say was the best possible, but it's like the Mekhi Becton pick. It's like,
yeah,
I think there was somebody better on the board, but
like I'm not gonna knock you too hard, right?
Right. Like I still think you got a good player.
Like here's the thing though, right? With Henry Ruggs is that Derek Carr still has an elite arm. The problem with Derek Carr, he doesn't use that elite arm. His play style is very much a game manager. I'd rather dump it off to the running back than try to extend a play type of quarterback. And Henry Ruggs would be great to pair with Derek Carr with his great arm. It's just that Derek Carr doesn't really use his arm that much. So I don't like this. I mean, I just don't like it that much. They already had Tyrell Williams, who was their big size speed guy. who they bought last year. So, eh.
I mean, best pick, no, but certainly not the worst pick.
Now here's something interesting for the next couple of picks. So, as a Cowboys fan, we need a corner this year, bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we look at the next couple of teams, I think San Francisco should go with Kinlaw again. I think he's literally re-plug in, keep that defensive line as the strength of that team.
I
And
think they may very well have traded DeForest Buckner with the understanding that they could probably pick up Kinlaw.
Yeah.
That'd really be a loss. That'd be cheap.
yeah, and that's why I think they're gonna pick Kinlaw. So
Yeah, I think that's
that's I'm assuming San Francisco is not going to take a corner here to be the future successor to Sherman, right?
Yeah.
But then let's look at the next couple of picks. Let's look at the next
Not
couple of
young.
picks after that. Bucks. I think they're going to take an offensive lineman, especially because Wirfs is falling, and falling so hard.
God knows.
I don't know how he is.
Honestly, that's.
Which
Well, I mean,
Wirfs to the Bucks. That's scary.
I mean, he's gonna be fine, but I don't think he's gonna be the difference maker on that team. You know what I mean? Like, he's good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know what to say. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna be very good. He's gonna be very, but he is still a rookie. I don't think he's gonna immediately make the Bucks line so good that Tom Brady will never be pressured again. Which, I mean, let's be honest, man. He's not. He's clearly shown that he is not the same Tom Brady. He's not as cool under pressure as he used to.
I know.
Yeah, you're right. Wirfs is the right pick, but I don't. And I think the Bucks are much better for taking him, but I don't think that necessarily makes sense.
Yeah.
You know.
But then after that, let's look at the next couple of picks. So Broncos. They should grab a corner, especially because I already compared Henry Ruggs to the Broncos earlier. Now Henry Ruggs is gone. Do they take Judy? Well, they already have their apex number one receiver in Courtland Sutton. And I mean, maybe Justin Jefferson gets taken to the Broncos. I think he's a great slot option who can also flex out to outside receiver. And CeeDee Lamb is still out there. So I think Broncos are in love with a wide receiver, and I hope as a Cowboys fan that they're going to take a receiver. But if they don't and they go with corner, then what's the situation gonna leave with for the Falcons and the Cowboys? Because the Falcons, they're kind of in a position where they have to take a corner as well.
I don't think the Cowboys get the corner they want. Looks no matter. Oh.
I don't think so either, and that really frustrates me.
I think the Cowboys are gonna have to either pull the trigger and do something really trade up, and it's possible they could do it, but I don't think they will. I don't think that if Jerry Jones was going to if Jerry Jones is going to trade up, because let's be clear here, it's Jerry Jones. It's Jerry Jones who's running the show. He would have traded up long ago. I think he's content to sit, and I think what he's probably expecting is that at least some really good receiver will fall into his lap. So actually, that doesn't make any sense because they extended Amari Cooper, which honestly, if there's anyone to let go with this receiving class at that draft position, you could have just let Amari walk for it.
No, Amari Cooper is better than all of the wide receivers in this draft.
Yeah, well, apparently he doesn't show up against a good corner, but, you know.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man.
But then again, I mean, that's like the entire Cowboys team. So, I mean, if Jerry Jones was really trying to take out every show people when it mattered, I mean, he wouldn't have a team. So,
I know.
Yeah, I get that. That's a fair point.
I mean, the Cowboys, I don't think they are in a situation where they are forced to draft a corner this year. Because next year...
I don't believe the Cowboys defense anymore.
Because think about it. Next year, Chidobe Awuzie is a free agent. Jordan Lewis is a free agent. Anthony Brown is a free agent.
Yikes.
Xavier Woods is a free agent. HaHa Clinton Dix is a free agent.
Yeah.
Those are 5 starters this year that are set to hit the market next year. So this year is the year to take a corner. Not only for the future, but to plug in now as to have a number 2 next to Chidobe Awuzie.
Is Awuzie the corner of the future, though?
He's a solid corner.
Solid, but like Byron Jones.
Byron Jones was better.
Underrated. He was a genuinely underrated corner because he didn't rack up crazy interception stats, but he was a number one receiver. Day in, day out, you could expect him to go up against most receivers. I mean, obviously, he wasn't going to shut down Julio.
Ooh, they traded up. They traded.
Who
Tampa Bay traded up.
what?
Tampa Bay traded up with San Fran.
Were they desperate for words? What was the trade, though?
I don't know what they gave up.
Like a Tampa Bay
But
draft trade.
The pictures hell is in. That's interesting.
That's weird. God, it won't even tell me because it's all so new.
I know.
Like the Gronk trade, it's not even telling me. Oh, here it is. Okay, so a lot of people are thinking this is going to be for Jerry Jeudy. I don't know about that. Why would they trade for Jerry Jeudy? They already have a really stacked team, especially with Gronk. Like, would you really?
They have two wonderful outside wide receivers. If they were trading up, it would have to be for a technician slot receiver, which would be something like Justin Jefferson, or they're trading up for a tackle.
Why would you trade it for Jefferson? I don't think the 49ers are going to take Jefferson.
No, they weren't. So I don't know what Tampa Bay's doing here. They're doing something wild.
I'm very confused. I'm not going to play coy and say I have any idea what's going on here. I don't get it. I would have thought that they would have just sat. They would have just sat on it. If they were moving up, you can't justify drafting wide receiver. They are like one of the only teams who you can genuinely say it's a bad idea for them to take Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
Godwin. I mean, listen. Tom Brady is not actually a big arm quarterback. So when you have Godwin and Evans and now Gronk and now Jeudy, you're going to ruin Jerry Jeudy if he's already going to have to share touches with those many elite targets, and a guy who, let's be honest, Tom Brady, whatever he is not going to maximize Jerry Jeudy. I would actually be angry if they traded Jerry Jeudy, if they drafted Jerry Jeudy, because I think they probably are one of the few teams that could genuinely ruin it.
I mean, I think they would be vastly misusing him, and
Exactly.
I think what Tom Brady needs is that Julian Edelman slot quick wide receiver in the middle of the field to pair with Gronk. And by the way, OJ Howard is going to get screwed. Poor OJ.
I would have thought like you take Wirfs and then you trade someone like OJ for a slot guy, right?
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's not crazy. I don't know why they traded up. Or did the 49ers? Who were the 49ers going to take outside of Kinlaw? I would have just assumed that Kinlaw was going to be the guy.
Unless they're trading up to get a corner.
Why would the? If anyone's going to be trading up, though, wouldn't it be the Cowboys?
Cowboys or Falcons?
Right. I don't know, man.
That's weird. I don't know what they're doing here.
Well, I can't even begin to comprehend this pick until I see who they actually pick, because yikes.
That's
if
weird.
They just take Wirfs, I think this will be just a bad idea, because I don't know.
I think Wirfs would have been there unless they thought that the Niners were going to pick Wirfs as Joe Staley's successor.
Actually, that might be the idea, is that they didn't really get their hands on, because I don't see any other way. Yeah, they took Wirfs.
They did take Wirfs?
Yeah. I honestly, you know what? I think this is probably the 49ers front office knowing that they can get something for this and saying, hey, we'll take Wirfs if you don't trade up. And they collect a small draft pick because they don't desperately need the replacement the same way.
Uh-huh.
So, honestly, I don't think that's a bad idea.
That's a win-win for both teams.
Honestly, I think the 49ers could have very well just been bluffing and saying, we're going to take Kinlaw the whole way, but what if we call the Bucs and say, we're taking Wirfs, and see if they'll crack, and, you know, give us a 7th or 6th rounder. You know what I mean? That's a completely possible thing. I don't see the trade, but I think that's a good trade, and I think that's probably what they would have done, and it would be the right thing to do if that's what they were doing.
Yeah. So I think this is the Kinlaw pick here. If not, this is going to be a corner, so maybe an AJ Terrell.
If they pick a corner, I don't think the Cowboys are going to be a very good team in the future. I genuinely.
I'd be scared. I'd be scared.
If the 49ers genuinely chose to pick a corner, I think that you could very well say that, like, I don't know, Kyle Shanahan just hates the Cowboys and wants to see them fail. It's like, if you wanted to just screw the Cowboys, you'd take a corner here.
That's true, because there's really only 2 corners left that I like, especially for the Cowboys' scheme this year with Mike Nolan's, man coverage heavy defense.
Yeah, I don't know how many guys can keep up. Especially, that's the other thing, is that even if it's a good corner, a good rookie corner, man coverage is mean, because Uzi is not a number 1 corner. I'm sorry, but
He's a really good number 2, but
he's gonna get.
I don't think
Think
he's
about
a number
so
1.
The Mariners have Marco Gonzalez, who's a consistent. Last year in 2018, he was really good number 2, right? Like he could consistently workhorse, pitched a ton of innings, won a lot of games. But he's not an ace. He's not the guy who's gonna go up there and in a must-win game shut the down. He's not gonna shut the bats down. And in the same way, Uzi's not gonna go up against most number 1s and
thrive, right?
Right, like Byron Jones. Was he going to beat Julio? No, but I mean, who is? You know what I mean? But good Lord, I genuinely think if Philly gets Judy and the Cowboys are in a position where they don't get a corner, I think we could genuinely see the Cowboys basically. You could probably,
fall apart, like straight up fall apart.
You could write off the Cowboys as division. You could write off the Cowboys as division competitors if they don't get a corner here. Because they won't have anyone, and especially if the Eagles then get an actual receiver,
Yeah.
All right, well, I gotta go to dinner now.
Are you signing off?
Yeah, for quite a while. I mean, the draft will be still going on for quite some time.
Okay.
I'll be signing off.
So if you want, I can go eat dinner now as well. Tell me when you're ready to come back on, and we can just resume.
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably be back. Maybe. Well, I mean, dinner takes only about half an hour to eat, and half an hour to clean up, so I'll probably be back soon enough.
Like around 8-ish?
8-ish sounds pretty reasonable. All right.
All right, well, thank y'all for listening. We will be back soon enough with the continuation of our coverage of the first round of this year's NFL Draft. Hope y'all have a good day. We will hopefully be back in about an hour. All right. I am back, folks. I'm going to be waiting on my boy Harry to come back. But let's see here. All right. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so we are back here on the NFL Draft here, folks. I came back as fast as I could when I realized that the the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock right now. So I would very much like to talk about that pick. So last time we left off, I know I kind of left y'all hanging for a little bit, but let's go through some of the picks. I missed a couple of them, so let's see what we got to run through here. So we left off on Tristan Wirfs to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I really love that pick. I think Buccaneers did the right thing in trading up for Tristan Wirfs, as they did not know that San Francisco maybe could have picked Wirfs as the successor to the San Francisco 49ers tackle Joe Staley. I mean, I like the pick a lot. It really helps out in a win-now mode this year, especially with Tom Brady. It's very clear to me that both Tom Brady and Bruce Arians and Rob Gronkowski are in Tampa Bay to win a championship in the next 2 years. If they don't, I think that's the end of all three of their careers, mostly just due to wanting to retire. So Tristan Wirfs makes a lot of sense, provides great protection for Tom Brady. Tristan Wirfs is going to be he's going to do a really good job at developing over time in Tampa Bay. I love Tristan Wirfs to the Buccaneers, and I have no idea how he even fell that far. Javon Kinlaw, though, to the San Francisco 49ers. Me and Harry were talking about this one for a long time, and I love Javon Kinlaw to the San Francisco 49ers. Now, something that you do have to realize is this is a bit of a lateral move. So to get the 13th pick, rather, the San Francisco 49ers had to give up their star interior defensive lineman in DeForest Buckner, who was a great defensive tackle who unfortunately they couldn't keep due to how much he wanted to be paid. So instead of just letting him hit the market, San Francisco did the smart thing and actually market him, and he eventually they eventually lucked into him getting fetching the 13th overall pick. This again, it's a bit of a lateral move, but I really do love Javon Kinlaw. I think he's really good. He's got great burst. He's really good in run defense, who can also rush the passer. Again, it's a lateral move, but if you think about it, you're literally just getting a slightly worse DeForest Buckner for a quarter of the price. So this pick does excite me a lot. Then Denver Broncos picking Jerry Jeudy. This is an A+ move for the Denver Broncos. Absolutely. That I have no word to describe how good this is going to be for Drew Lock and for the rest of the Broncos offense. Jeudy is a great route runner. He has probably the best hands in the draft. A really good athlete, and overall just a really smart player. This was a great move for the Broncos, and hopefully they do a couple more of these in the second round. Halfway through the draft, though, A.J. Terrell to the Atlanta Falcons. I really do like A.J. Terrell. He's a great press cover 3 corner. He fits that scheme perfectly because the Falcons run a whole bunch of cover 3. So this pick makes a lot of sense. Probably around the area where A.J. Terrell should have gone. The Las Vegas Raiders probably would have liked to have A.J. Terrell fall to them a couple of picks later, but we'll see. Oh my God. What? Holy crap. What? CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys? What? That is insane. Whoa. I don't know what do you say to that? I guess the Cowboys think that they can get a corner later in the draft. Wow. They really did just take CeeDee Lamb. That is surprising, to say the least. I have no idea what to say. I really have no idea what to say. It's a position of surplus for the Dallas Cowboys, considering that they already had Michael Gallup as well as Amari Cooper still in the building. They just paid Amari Cooper too. So I guess they wanted that for sure number 2, even though they already had that in Michael Gallup. But CeeDee Lamb is an amazing wide receiver. I guess good luck covering the Cowboys offense now. It's not the pick I would have made. I would have very much preferred if they went with a corner there. I'm very surprised that happened. Unexpected, to say the least. Huh. As a Cowboys fan, I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't know how to process that one. Wow. That's so weird. Honestly, I don't think this is that great of a move for the Cowboys. You already had a good wide receiving core in place, and you need corner badly. And you take CeeDee Lamb? Huh. I mean, alright, but huh. That is an interesting place for the Cowboys to go. I don't know what to say. Honestly. Huh. Anyways, folks, I'm going to dip for just a split second, and I'm going to talk about the Dolphins next. I'm just going to go grab a charger from my phone here. So be right back. Alrighty. Whew. So that was, quite the splash pick there. I don't necessarily disagree with it. It's just that I think going corner was the right move for the Cowboys, and they already have a good enough offensive surrounding core. So I'm not sure. Very interesting pick for the first player taken in the new Mike McCarthy regime here for the Dallas Cowboys. What, Marco? How could you do this? Whatever. How dare Marco just say stop to me? How could you, Marco? How could you? Now the Dolphins here. So who did they pick up in the? They picked Tua, right? So, what are the offensive linemen left on the board? I know there's got to be at least one that's still left on here that I would really like. So let me go through all the offensive linemen. Well, I'm specifically going tackle because it's the highest position of need, and it's the just higher valued position. So let's see if this damn thing would load. Names coming to mind right now would be like Josh Jones out of Houston, Justin Jackson out of USC. Let's see here. So yeah, Josh Jones still available. I like Josh Jones a lot. Austin Jackson, good pass protector, a bit raw coming out of USC. I like Josh Jones. I think he has very solid technique, but unfortunately, I don't know if he's the pick here. I don't like Ezra Cleveland that much. I would prefer to take him in the second round. I don't like Sadiq Charles either. Way too early for a lot of these people. Now Matt Peart is a guy I really like. So he was a tackle out of UConn, and I thought he was excellent coming out. He had really solid pass protection technique. I thought that was one of his strong suits. He's also quite strong. I like his pass sets. I think he's quite the polished prospect as well, and he's probably the best player available here for the Miami Dolphins. If they don't go Matt Peart, look for them to go to Josh Jones or possibly Austin Jackson. I'm saying this because they need a tackle right now. They need it badly. So we'll see if that's where they end up going. So where else would... Well, first of all, let's see if the pick is in the first place. The pick is in. All right. I'm interested. So again, I would prefer if they went tackle here. If they went defensive back, it would have to be with a safety. Probably to replace Minkah Fitzpatrick, most preferably. And if they were to do that, I would prefer to see them go with like an Antoine Winfield or a Grant Delpit. Just have a really rangy safety who can really disrupt and play center field for you in this New England style defense. On offense, I don't really know who they would grab because CeeDee Lamb just got, you know, stolen by the Cowboys. I don't know. They had no business taking CeeDee Lamb. They really needed a corner bad, and I mean, I guess CeeDee Lamb was higher on their board, and they were really happy to get him. But man, I'm so confused by this pick. But like I have such mixed opinions right now. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say. So back to Miami. Again, their biggest need here. They need sweet. They did the right thing, and they took a tackle. That's good. Again, I like Austin Jackson a lot. I think he has good play strength. I think he is very good in pass protection. Not the best run blocking technique, but honestly, I think you can coach him up and really do wonders with Austin Jackson. I like him a lot. I thought he was a good prospect coming out of USC. Alrighty. Let's see here. So where do the Raiders go now? So they picked Henry Ruggs here. And I believe this is their only first-round pick left. Yes, that would be correct. So what are the biggest needs for the Raiders now? This could be the Jordan Love pick, to be quite honest with you. This could be it. Or it could be possibly something else. So what else would it be? I mean, who are the guys available now at corner? Because I don't think corner would be the best place to go for them. So let's take a look at some of these prospects, shall we? Yeah, give me a look at corner. All right. So Jeff Gladney is actually still available. I like Jeff Gladney a good bit. I thought he was good in. I thought he fit better in a man cover scheme like Las Vegas. And while we're on that subject, Christian Fulton to the Raiders, I think would be a great pick. Raiders run a little less man, or a little less zone, a little more man. Christian Fulton is a wonderful press man cover corner. Oh, sorry. But yeah, Christian Fulton is a wonderful press cover corner, and I think he would do wonders in one of those systems, which is really confusing on why frickin' the Cowboys didn't take him. So confused and so conflicted, you know? It's weird. I don't understand why that ended up being the case. No other real corners of note though. I like Gladney and I like Trevon Diggs. Trevon Diggs, a bit of a slower corner, a bit more of a press cover 3 corner, and that's not exactly what the Raiders really run. So I don't think he's that great of a scheme fit. Jeff Gladney maybe, Christian Fulton for sure. And honestly, those are all the first round corners that are left, to be quite honest with you. So yeah, we'll see what the Raiders end up doing here. What else would they need? I like their safety situation. They're probably not going to go interior offensive line. So let's see what's left at interior defensive line. Let's see here. Derek Brown and Javon Kinlaw got picked. I don't like Ross Blacklock at all. If he was this great prospect, then I think we would see more of a demand for interior defensive line. And honestly, it's not that much of a position of need for Las Vegas. I'm just looking for anything, really. Maybe at edge. because I believe there's still a couple prospects left at edge. So yeah, Yetur Gross-Matos and Caleb on Chason are both still available. I like Yetur a lot. He's kind of like this tweener type of player where he can do good pass. He's a proper pass rusher from both edge as well as the interior. I think he's big enough to play interior. I also believe that he's kind of like a Tyrone Crawford. Oh my God, Damon Arnett? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. These poor Raiders fans. Oh, another reach for these poor Raiders. Oh my gosh. So yeah, needless to say, I do not like Damon Arnett at all. I thought he had bad footwork. I don't think he was physical enough. He was fine in coverage. It's just that I think you could have grabbed Damon Arnett in a later round. I think you can, and I honestly believe you can do better than Damon Arnett. Jeez. Let's go back to the draft, though. How do I do that? Yeah, here we go. Whew. It's a bit overwhelming to just talk to yourself over a draft, huh? Yeah, I don't like Arnett. Whatever. Okay, so the three big wide receivers are taken. Who does Philly take? I'm skipping over the Jaguars here briefly. Who would the Philadelphia Eagles take? Justin Jefferson is kind of the last wide receiver left on the board. Yeah. It's the last wide receiver that Philly can reliably take here in the first round would be Justin Jefferson. Now I really love Justin Jefferson. I think he's a great slot technician, and he has the size and athletic profile to actually move out to outside wide receiver, which he doesn't have to do immediately in Philadelphia. Because reminder, they have Deshaun Jackson as well as Alshon Jeffrey on the outside in Philadelphia. So I like Justin Jefferson to the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, other than that, who I'm thinking of what would be best case scenario here for the Eagles, because imagining if CeeDee Lamb didn't just get robbed by the Cowboys here, maybe part of this move to grab CeeDee Lamb was to spite the Philadelphia Eagles. That might actually be part of the move, because if you look here, imagining the Cowboys take Christian Fulton, corner for LSU. Imagine if they take that really good press man corner. Then are the Miami Dolphins, with their need for offensive line, they would not have taken CeeDee Lamb. Austin Jackson, for the Raiders, they just took what's his face, Henry Ruggs, earlier in the first round. So they would not have double dipped for CeeDee Lamb. And then the Jags, they're trying to build a roster, and I don't think that a wide receiver would have made sense to them. So I think part of this move to grab CeeDee Lamb for the Cowboys was to make sure Philadelphia did not get CeeDee Lamb just fall into their laps. And I mean, part of that is commendable for the Cowboys. I'm starting to understand the move more as the draft has played out more. This pretty much screws Philadelphia out of getting one of the elite wide receivers and just forces them to take a pretty good wide receiver in Justin Jefferson. I guess the Cowboys have a lot of faith in the corners that they have now, which is really concerning because they have a huge need at corner, mostly because five out of who knows how many starters are at defensive back for the Cowboys, and Clinton Dix, Xavier Woods, Chidobe Awuzie, Jordan Lewis, and Anthony Brown are all leaving are all set to hit the free agency market. So the Cowboys really needed a corner, but if they took the corner, CeeDee Lamb falls into Philadelphia's lap. And at that point, it's just pick your poison, I suppose. Get screwed for the future, or pick the win now button and, get 1 year out of Dak Prescott and to just make sure that he has no excuses for being a bad quarterback this year. Now, the pick is in here for the Jaguars, so I am very interested to see what it is. This pick for the Eagles is for sure going to be Justin Jefferson, without a doubt. There is absolutely no way it's not Justin Jefferson. It has to be. It really has to be. I would not want a Denzel Mims going this early to Philadelphia. I think it's too early to draft Mims. I like Mims a lot, but, it's just too early. It's just simply too early. Huh. I'm trying to think of what would make sense for the Vikings right now, since Kayvon Chason is falling so hard right now into the late second round, or into the late first round. So I wonder what the Vikings are going to do. I want to figure out who the hell the Jaguars just took, but it's just these picks, man. They take so long to materialize, New England is going to end up getting a quarterback here very soon. And that is very unsettling, to say the least. I am very worried for who the Pats are going to draft here. Now, Pats might draft, let's say, a Christian Fulton, a really good, rangy, free safety out of LSU. Had a couple tackling problems coming out. His sophomore tape was way better than his junior tape, by the way. Came out as a junior. It's concerning. New England is probably just going to luck into another amazing quarterback here in Jordan Love. I'm really scared if Jordan Love goes here. There's still pretty much two quarterback prospects I'm really hoping for right now, or that I think are going to go here in the first round. And I think that would be Jordan Love to the New England Patriots. Ooh, Kayvon Chason went to the Jags. That is interesting. Huh. Alright, I'll talk about that in a sec. But, yeah, so I think Jordan Love is going to go here to the Pats. And that's if they, and I say that because Kayvon Chason just got taken by the Jags, who I would have, if Kayvon Chason did not go to the Jags, then I would have liked him to the Pats or the Vikings a lot. And that's mostly because he's just a super athletic safety. Kayvon Chason's not a safety. Doofus. But I think Kayvon Chason's a really athletic edge rusher who, with just the proper teaching, can develop more power moves and I think if you want to get coached at edge rusher really, really well, then you go to Minnesota or you go to the New England Patriots. So I would have loved those two a lot. Jaguars continue trying their best to rebuild the defense that they once had. I respect not biting the bullet or just getting baited and going for some, wide receiver or something. They stuck to their guns. They didn't make the sexy picks, but, well, honestly, I really like K'Lavon Chaisson at edge rusher, and I really liked C.J. Henderson at corner, because this pretty much refuels what you lost in Jalen Ramsey with another really solid cover corner, and you are going to refill what you had in not really the versatility that you had with Calais Campbell. K'Lavon Chaisson is not going to be playing the run the same way, but Chaisson's burst is really good around the edge. That it's great, and we're gonna see what Chaisson does here in Jacksonville, as Philadelphia has their pick coming in here in a sec. Let's see here. Again, I think this is going to be Justin Jefferson. This has to be the Justin Jefferson pick. Justin Jefferson is just too talented of a wide receiver to leave off your board, especially your Philadelphia, who desperately need wide receiver help. Now, I wouldn't rule out of the question this being a Denzel Mims pick, even though I would prefer if Denzel Mims went in the second round. I don't think he's worth the first-round hype that he's been getting by all of these mock drafters and whatnot. So, I'm trying to think of what wide receivers are left that could possibly warrant this late first-round pick. And without a doubt, it's got to be Justin Jefferson. Again, he is a wonderful slot option that would fit in with Philadelphia so well. All right, I'm just checking if my songs are hanging out all right. I just wonder what this pick is. It's got to be Justin Jefferson, right? It's got to be. The stupid site is not updated yet. It's so slow. With the Vikings on the clock, who did the Vikings take here after Chaisson just got picked up? Jeff Gladney, corner. It's corner depth that the Vikings could really use right now. Again, their corner depth is getting real thin after the departure. After they pretty much cut like three their top three dudes. I think the guy they took out of UCF a couple of years ago is still there. But Vikings need some depth at corner. They could really use a wide receiver. I don't know who that would be. Do you want to tell us? Yeah, continue. What is this shit? Go away. Don't download. Go away. Alright. Oh my god, if this thing would just hurry the hell up for once. Bruh. Bruh. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Who to talk about? Who did the Miami Dolphins take that late? That could be that could be an interesting one. But let me look at the remaining corner prospects for Actually, you know what? Let's look at the overall prospects and see who's still left. DeAndre Swift is a really solid running back, but he honestly is not worth the first round pick just simply because he is simply a devalued position. Yetur Gross Matos to, ooh, actually I like that a lot. Here to the Vikings, Yetur Gross Matos. Oh wow, Jalen Reagor? Huh. I don't like Jalen Reagor all that much. Like I actually just don't like Jalen Reagor at all. Huh. Honestly, Jalen Reagor is an athletic return specialist. He is simply not worth this first round pick. He just got massively overdrafted. The Eagles really whiffed on that one. While, again, Christian Fulton is falling like a rock, which New England might take, by the way. Don't be surprised if New England skips out on drafting a quarterback and goes with Christian Fulton. Again, Patriots run this command coverage scheme, and they'd probably do really well with a Christian Fulton. I'm just really surprised the Cowboys didn't take him. Again, leaves me with mixed feelings. Again, what a whiff. They whiffed here. Like, I'm cool with this pick as a Cowboys fan because I know Philadelphia just whiffed hard here. There were so many better wide receivers. Like, Justin Jefferson was such a better wide receiver. Now, Minnesota here, I think this is where Yetur Gross Matos goes. Yetur Gross Matos, again, he's a great tweener. He can play both some edge rusher and some defensive tackle. Pick is in, by the way. That's cool. Yeah, this is definitely where Yetur Gross Matos has to go. Ooh, Harry is coming back. Alright, boys, we're getting Harry back. Let's go. Bruh, Harry. Alright, you here?
Alright, homie.
Alright.
The boys are back in town.
Let's go.
Cowboys drafted CeeDee Lamb.
I did see that. So I basically jumped back on after the Falcons picked.
Yeah.
So do you
I just texted you.
Yeah, so do you want me to roll through with all of the picks from 16 to 21, or do you want to just pick up, or do you just want to pick up right now?
Okay, I'm gonna run by him real quick, and you can add some commentary in here. So I'm just gonna Kinlaw. We expected that. Judy to the Broncos.
I love Judy to the Broncos.
He's a good receiver. I don't know. I feel like they probably should have gone for a corner. So then Terrell goes to the Falcons. That's a must. Okay, that makes sense.
CeeDee Lamb
available for the Cowboys.
Christian Fulton was still available, and he would have been a great scheme fit.
Why didn't you just at that point that you have to? If you're gonna draft a really good receiver, why pay Amari so much?
Here's the thing. Okay, so this is a theory that I crafted to rationalize taking CeeDee Lamb, and it actually makes a whole lot of sense. Okay.
Okay, you're one of those Cowboys fan sites that's like, why the CeeDee Lamb pick is secretly genius.
Okay, so look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
If Cowboys theoretically take Christian Fulton here at 17, right? Mm-hmm. Think about it. Miami Dolphins had a huge need at offensive tackle. They were not going to take a wide receiver, right? Yeah. They were pretty much out of it.
So you're just saying literally
Raiders.
keep him out of the Eagles' hands?
Yes.
It's just literally just. Oh my.
It's
God.
out of spite. Because think about it. Raiders, they just took Henry Ruggs. Jaguars, they're reloading. They are rebuilding. They are not going to take a flashy wide receiver. Where would that leave CeeDee Lamb? In the laps of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, as big brains as this, right? The Cowboys don't have a secondary, so they have a Uzier. So, I feel like they did very good at sort of taking the Eagles out of a lot of things they might have wanted, but I don't think that improves the Cowboys' chances.
This is pretty much a put up or shut up year for Dak Prescott.
Right, like, but the reason I don't like this is because I'm not a huge Dak Prescott believer. You might even, I think this is a little aggressive, but you might even call me a Dak Prescott hater. But the problem with Dak Prescott has not been a lack of skill players. Like, he has some good options. I don't think CeeDee Lamb is the guy who is going to be that big difference maker that's going to turn Dak Prescott into a clutch quarterback. You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe, but I think this is all to keep, because if you think about it, this is either a really spiteful play by the Cowboys or a huge big brain play by the Cowboys. Because if you think about it, right, they know that their corners aren't going to be enough to hold up against CeeDee Lamb. And even if they did take Christian Fulton and Philadelphia still gets CeeDee Lamb anyway, then they know that they're not going to have the same protection on the back end as they would have after this year. So instead of taking the corner, they just screw over their division rival.
Let me just drop some quick math on you, right? The Cowboys play the Eagles twice. They play the rest of the league, now with the new schedule, 16 times or something?
I think that kicks in next year, not this year.
Whatever. The point is, from a numbers game, your team is worse for that decision. Now, all I'm saying is that and I'm pretty sure this is going to be a pretty big consistent thing, is that they may very well beat the Eagles, but
Chargers just traded with the Patriots.
Oh my God, they did, yeah.
Whoa.
But anyway, the point is, like, I don't think the Cowboys are a very good team. I think they're a good team, but I don't think they're a very good team. And I think that they needed to
Justin Jefferson went to the Minnesota Vikings, who, by the way, the Eagles completely missed on.
They took Rieger.
Yeah, I hate Rieger. Rieger was a bad pick.
Mm-hmm.
Because
about 40-yard dash.
Here's the thing with Rieger. He's basically a kick return specialist who isn't that good at running routes, has developmental hands, average awareness, but ran a good 40.
I mean,
so Jalen Rieger was a terrible pick by the Eagles. Justin Jefferson was the correct pick for the Vikings.
I'm not so quick to judge him because, I mean, like, I'm looking through his profile and they're all like body competitiveness. And this is one thing I've always hated, is when someone tries to make a big thing out of this guy isn't competitive. He's not devoted enough to the game. There are very few instances where that is a genuine concern. There are people like Johnny Manziel where that is a genuine concern.
Yeah.
But Jalen Rieger has worked his ass off to get to where he is today. And I think it's ridiculous that someone could write a draft projection which calls his competitiveness spotty. And it irritates me because it's a very condescending perspective. But all I'm saying is, was Rieger better than Jefferson? I don't know about that. But I don't think Rieger's I don't think he's a dud, because I think he's still a very talented guy, and he clearly has worked to be where he is. And I think he could be quite good. He's athletic. Now, again, Jefferson may very well have been the better pick. But I don't think Rieger is a world-ending pick. This isn't a Justin Herbert, right?
No.
Like, you recognize that, right?
It's not as bad. But this is probably like the third worst first-round pick right now, because they just completely whiffed on their draft value. So I want to point to. I know this is kind of deviating a little bit, but the contender for almost the worst first-round pick this year is Damon Arnett to the Las Vegas Raiders. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Like, Raiders gonna Raider.
Isn't your guy still on? You guys are still on the clock. Your guy, Christian something rather, yeah?
Yeah, Christian Fulton's still on the clock. Or still on the board. And I don't think he's gonna go until, like, really late.
You know who might pick him up? The Hawks might pick him up.
No. I think they're gonna target offensive line. Well, actually, if Fulton does fall to the Seahawks, he is a great scheme fit. He is a great scheme fit. Because,
You could have him, I mean.
yeah.
No, you got it.
I mean, not particularly because Fulton wasn't that great in zone coverage this year, but he's great. He's a great press corner, which is necessary to have in, that cover 3 scheme.
You know all this stuff.
Yo, say
No,
hi.
You're absolutely right.
Say hi to Luke for me.
All right. Yeah, give me a second. You just gotta carry it for like 5 seconds. So how many events do you need?
I need 2 more. I have,
What do you before you name?
I said, so Civil War, Emancipation
Obviously,
Proclamation,
obviously.
Lord Dunmore's Proclamation, a promising to free all slaves if they follow the British,
Mhm.
and then,
Did you include the part where?
Invention of the Cotton Gin.
What about the one where they stopped importing slaves? They enacted the law.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big one. And then another one I would give is the laws fugitive slave laws.
Fugitive.
All right, I'm back. Game.
All right.
All right.
Now I'm curious. Who are the Chargers gonna pick now? Because they just traded up super far.
Yeah, I don't. What did they give up? I wish they would tell us.
It doesn't come out until later, so I guess we'll figure it out. But
I don't think the Patriots would have traded down for anything less than a pretty good haul.
so probably the Chargers just gave up their 2nd round pick.
Well, I'm looking at right here, man. I think the Chargers, with the Herbert pick, and then presumably with the significant loss of draft pick, for that moving up, maybe will have screwed their future.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I think they just royally fucked up.
I mean, like, maybe Herbert can be taught to throw normally, but that's not a guy you bank your franchise on.
No.
Now that you're trading up, I don't know.
This is like what the Giants did last year.
Mm.
They take now. Granted, Daniel Jones was a much safer prospect than Justin Herbert this year.
And moreover, like, don't forget that the Giants had a guy like Saquon, right? Like, and he was coming off of that year. Like,
Yeah.
there was a reason to believe that if you put some real pieces around him, that could be a team that could go places, do some damage. The Chargers, though.
Now the Chargers still have a good surrounding core. Their wide receivers are still very good. Hunter Henry still there.
Eckler is, as much as a meme Eckler is for his fumbling, he's actually a genuinely good back.
I wouldn't like. Is he a workhorse back though? Ooh, Kenneth Murray going to the Chargers. Okay, I'm all right with that. You know what, Chargers?
Worth trading up for him.
Yeah, worth trading up for. You know what? I'm okay with that. I like Kenneth. I like Kenneth Murray. I like him a lot. He was definitely he's a good. He plays the run very well. He's very physical. He's very athletic. He's good in coverage. He's smart in coverage. I like Kenneth Murray a lot, and everybody mocked him to the Baltimore Ravens, who desperately need a linebacker. Now I think this pick for the New Orleans Saints, this could legit be anything, and here's why. This could be the Jordan Love pick, which is scary. All right.
No.
The Jordan Love pick would be scary, or they could go with, or they could go they could go with the hyper athletic Patrick Queen out of LSU. Bring in the hometown hero, and that dude is blazing fast. That dude ran in like the 4.4s and was amazing in coverage all year.
But you're going full Al Davis on me right now. The full Al Davis. Poisons me. Oh.
No, I'm just saying. Patrick Queen, a really fast, really great in coverage, could be a great answer to a lot of what the modern offenses are trying to do nowadays and having mismatch problems on linebackers and safeties.
Who did the Saints lose to this year?
Vikings.
Oh God,
They lost to the Vikes.
It makes me think, right? Like,
Yeah.
what would put them over the hump against the Vikings when clutch Kirk Cousins
Oh my
drove
god.
down, marched down the field.
Finally did something in his career.
More than Dak Prescott's ever done.
Well, I mean, he got to the divisional round, so I don't know. They've kind of done the same amount.
Yeah, except like Dak Prescott doesn't win games in the playoffs. His team wins games. Kirk Cousins marched his team down. Also, something I took no small pleasure in doing was pointing out to Amadou that Kirk Cousins in this playoffs was more clutch than Russell Wilson. It's a wonderful thing.
I guess so.
Right?
I guess.
Technicality, right? Am I right?
But if you're digging at technicalities, then there.
Yeah. Listen, I like Kirk Cousins. I think he's an underrated quarterback. I think he gets disrespected way too often.
No, I agree. I like Kirk Cousins. I don't love Kirk Cousins. I wouldn't put him in the top 10 quarterbacks, but somewhere in that 16 to 12 range, yeah, sure.
I think I could see him. Honestly, I know there's a lot of love for Matthew Stafford.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure how far above I'd put Matthew Stafford over Kirk Cousins at this point. Like, I'm genuinely not sure. I'd probably still take Stafford, but I think it's not as far. They're not as far apart as people often, as McClain especially likes to say.
Well, McClain legit thinks he's a top 5 quarterback, and that's just ridiculous.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
McClain has some dipshit takes, okay?
They're flaming hot takes, but I could genuinely see Kirk Cousins having a better season than Tom Brady
this year. Well, he did just lose one of his best weapons this year.
He did lose Diggs. I mean, I genuinely think that Kirk Cousins is a more productive quarterback at this point, though. Like,
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Now,
I mean,
again,
I'm not here to say he's better or that I take him in the clutch, but like,
yeah. Now, again, this New Orleans Saints pick here legit could be anything. It really could be.
Blow it just for the meme. Kind of funny, They just just grab some random no-name for no reason. So, Cowboys have CeeDee Lamb. There's,
I'm interested.
As a registered Cowboys hater, my club card member, my club card is actually coming in the mail.
Your membership. You've been a long time member. You just got off the free trial.
Exactly. I'm really excited to just see how Dak Prescott wastes CeeDee Lamb. So in the clutch, I mean, maybe they'll put up ridiculous numbers, and then they'll still score single digits against the Eagles when the division's on the line. It'll give me a lot of joy.
Well, right now I'm not scared of the Eagles at all. When they take Jalen Reagor, I'm okay with that. I think Jordan. I think
the Eagles are a better team.
I think Awuzie and Lewis and Brown can take Jalen frickin' Reagor and maybe not Deshaun Jackson, but that dude's never healthy, so.
Yeah, but if he's healthy for just one game, and also bruh, did you see him last year? Half the roster was on crutches. Josh
I know.
Damn near suiting up, and they still couldn't beat him. So I don't know, man. It just feels like if I'm the Cowboys, I'm great. I just screwed the Eagles out of what could have been a real nice pickup, but at what cost? This core.
I guess now look, the core for this year is still really good. But the core for next year is the problem,
And more than that, I'm sorry. But having watched this Cowboys team, as I have watched the Redskins basically continue to bottom out, and I've seen the Cowboys beat the shit out of them every time they play, but I'm sorry, man, this is not a Super Bowl core, and I don't think CeeDee Lamb makes them a Super Bowl competitor. I think their defense is gonna let them down this year. Now the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. I am genuinely curious on what this is gonna be. Now, no matter who they pick, at this point, is there any chance that really the Saints are catapulted back into
they're still Super Bowl contenders either way? So
yeah. I mean, it's just I don't know. It feels like back-to-back playoff disappointments for New Orleans. In fact, the last time
three times have ended in heartbreak, and two of those were to the Vikes.
Colby Roll. What was his name?
Nickel Roby Coleman is a nickel corner.
Isn't he the one who beat the shit out of the receiver against the Rams?
Oh
They
yeah,
didn't-
yeah. That
Yeah.
really pissed me the fuck off.
That was another funny one. That was really funny because the Saints fans got real salty.
Dude, the Saints fans got
but-
so salty they literally caused a bad rule change in the NFL that swept the entire NFL, and it's
was
all
pretty
because of them. Now,
It was a pretty terrible call.
oh yeah, like I won't deny it, but
I mean, yeah, I mean, but like all I'm saying is that at this point, I don't think the Saints are gonna win another Super Bowl. Like, would it shock me when I'd be like, oh my god, they came out of nowhere? No, but to use a metaphor that probably has no meaning to you, the Mavericks for the longest time were a really good team. Always sort of there as title contenders, made the Super Bowl. I mean, made the finals once even, but like when they won in 2011, no one really expected it, and they weren't favorites. You know what I mean? I think that's right with the Saints. You know what? They've got their kind of aged, really competent, star, but I don't know, man. I don't think they're significant. I don't think they're gonna get better, or at least so much better that they're going to be able to beat the Chiefs, the Niners, the Ravens. Those teams. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But maybe, Drew Brees might have his last hurrah. I mean, I'm not here to say that this team will not be a Super Bowl contender. They're absolutely a Super Bowl contender. I wouldn't put them as anywhere near my favorites. They're just sort of there. And if Drew Brees has a real last rally, good for him.
Yeah.
Very good, but I don't know, man.
Ooh, Caesar
Ruiz.
Ruiz. Huh.
Mm.
You know what? I like that. Now they had a center out of Texas A&M, Eric McCoy, who played great last year. All right. Like I'm not even being ironic here. That he was like one of the best centers in the NFL last year. So I'm not sure what the Saints are doing here by taking Ruiz, especially with Jordan Love on the board and Patrick Queen on the board.
I didn't think they were going to take Jordan Love, though. I don't know how much you could justify taking Jordan Love if you're the Saints. I mean, like, is it the right decision? Possibly. But realistically, where does Jordan Love fit in that? That's basically telling Jason Tatum to basically just... Not Jason Tatum, what's his name?
Taysom Hill. It's Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Celtics player, whatever. I don't know. I'm thinking of... But Taysom Hill, you're basically saying Taysom Hill sucks to be you. You've been our sort of Swiss Army knife, but now you're not even going to get a chance. I don't know. I always felt like what was the understanding was Drew Brees is going to play for however long he wants to play until he's finally done, and that Taysom Hill's willing to do all the crazy stuff he does, the understanding that he gets a chance to prove himself. You know what I mean? I always just kind of assumed that's why he was willing to put up with a lot of what he's been, putting up with.
Yeah.
He's getting a pretty raw deal. Let's be clear here,
I suppose so. Now, this Minnesota Vikings pick, I think this is the Uter Gross Matos pick. Now, I say that because Uter Gross Matos is pretty much the third, number 3 edge rusher in this class, and honestly, I think
it's a bit of a drop off. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, it's a huge drop off.
It's like God of Destruction of Chase Young, and then
adequate speed rusher, Caleb on Chason, who went just a bit earlier, and then it's Uter Gross Matos after a pretty big chasm, and then after that it's just everybody else.
Yeah, I think that's right. I've looked at the Vikings, right?
Yeah.
And I like the Vikings. I love Kirk Cousins. Well, not love, but I do really like Kirk Cousins. I think that the Vikings are consistently a fun team to watch. Their defense is consistently able to put together solid seasons, but they're never quite dominant.
Yeah.
I think this is the right pick here. But I don't know if I'm really sold on the Vikings. Like, if I'm the Vikings, I'm kind of in this awkward position where it's like someone's going to have to make a major leap forward, and it's probably Kirk.
Yeah.
But
now, here's the thing. The Vikings already took a wide receiver. Never mind. Again, the Uter Gross Matos pick, it's to rejuvenate that defensive line.
a little battered.
Yeah. Especially since they lost Everson Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, and as I will make clear that I am not sold on many trends in modern sports. I mean, I hate the nothing but home runs in baseball, but I'm very much sold on you want to make a consistently good team, you gotta win in the trenches. Good O-line, good D-line, and the rest is pretty much secondary. Is that philosophy, like the Eagles especially?
Oh yeah, almost every single year, for like the past 5 to 6 years, the Eagles' first round picks have either been an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, with the only exceptions being today, being frickin' Jalen goddamn Reagor and Carson Wentz.
I don't think Reagor's as terrible of a pick as you make him out to be. Not to say that he's a good pick, but just to say that
this isn't a Justin Herbert level bad, or taking Clelin Ferrell 4th overall last year.
Yeah.
Whoa! San Francisco traded up.
I just want to. What San Francisco did? It's kind of strange. They traded down, and now they're trading back up. I don't know. Maybe they say someone they like.
Whoa! What? What is this? Sure. Huh, what? This is interesting.
Wait, the Vikings are gonna completely walk there. I mean,
they had Junior Gross Matos was right there. This has to be for a wide receiver. It has to be.
Okay, so if the Eagles can the Eagles salvage this draft in any way for you at this point? I mean, like, if they can.
Well, here's the thing: the Eagles are already super loaded.
Right, like if they could get Mims, right? Let's say they pick up Mims. That's a solid pickup, right? Like,
yeah, that's a solid pickup in the second round. I would really like Mims in the second round.
I think the Eagles have the right approach, and I think this is an approach that is not. I think this is where, especially with injury, such a problem recently, if you want to quote unquote solve a position, with the exception of like quarterback, and really that's almost about it, quantity is pretty much as important as quality. So like, you know, you might not like Reagor, but you know, if you have Reagor and Mims, one of those guys goes down or one of those guys struggles, you can have it's quantity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm not taking depth in the first round. I'm taking potential starters.
That is true.
That's where I think the Reagor pick goes so wrong, is that Reagor is nice depth in the late second to early third, but
I don't think you fall that far though.
I don't think he'll fall that far either, just because of, you know, hype picks and everybody hyping themselves up, you know. But
I don't think Reagor's gonna be a bust or anything. I think he's got a good quarterback.
Ben's happy. Ben's happy.
Brandon Ayuk. I mean, really?
Brandon Ayuk. And that is not that great of a pick.
I don't know how I don't. Really?
That's weird.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but the NFL comparison of Robert Woods, you're trading up for Robert Woods? I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a fine player, but really?
Ew. That's all I gotta say. Ew.
I mean, am I missing something? Last I checked.
Bro, this pick to the music I'm listening to right now, holy crap, it's so good.
Like,
but yeah, Brandon Ayuk, that's a miss.
I mean, I just go into like
if you're gonna take somebody, take Van Jefferson out of Florida, or take Denzel Mims out of Baylor. But
forgive me, but I didn't think they need. Are they desperately in need?
They could have gotten They really could have gotten Ayuk at 31.
Mm-hmm.
They did not have to trade up.
Maybe the Vikings just played him. I don't know.
Maybe the Vikings just wanted their picks, but Vikings are sitting at 31 overall, and I think they're about to miss out on Yuta Gross-Matos here to the Dolphins.
Shit, man. I mean, Deebo Samuel, Marquise Goodwin. Am I missing something? I mean, he's described as a run after catch specialist, but you've got George Kittle.
Yeah.
You've got what?
Just not the best pick. If I was gonna take a wide receiver right now, I would have taken Denzel Mims with that number 1 profile. You know, the dude's like 6'3", ran a high 4.38, really physical, plays like DeAndre Hopkins. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be DeAndre Hopkins, But
Maybe
I'm.
go to the Texans just for the irony, you know.
Oh, that would be hilarious. I would actually laugh my ass off.
Watch Bill O'Brien like get him, and then he's actually better than DeAndre Hopkins just because the world doesn't make any sense. That would be so. That would be so.
Imagine if he just assigned Denzel Mims number 10.
Whoa.
Imagine.
Well, that's a power move. That's a power move, though. Like, god damn. You know what I'm saying?
Bill O'Brien tries to run his ship like he's Bill Belichick, but he's not Bill Belichick.
Not. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. So, forgive me. Do the 49ers need wide receiver help?
I would have preferred. Now here's the thing, there isn't really a huge gaping hole anymore now that they took the guy out of South Carolina.
Yeah.
What's his name? Kinlaw. Now that they took Javon Kinlaw, there isn't a gaping need anymore. So the next best thing is corner and wide receiver depth. And
What about
Fulton would not be a scheme fit.
what about Kinley?
Kinlaw?
No. The Staley, he left. Shouldn't they get someone?
Joe Staley did not leave. Joe Staley is an old man. He's an old man.
Well, shouldn't they get some kind of project?
There's one really good tackle left, or really there's two, but his name is Josh Jones out of Houston, as well as Matt Peart out of UConn. Those two guys would be really good, and I would love it if Miami took one of those two guys right now, because that offensive line is absolutely atrocious. And
I'm waiting for them to pick up like someone real stupid. You know what I mean? 'Cause, I mean, listen, Miami is clearly going sexy here. Like, let's be honest.
I hope not. I hope
They're
not.
selling out a ton. They went for Tua. They're not going in with the perspective of we got to be very careful and can't, take risks. I think they might take it. That's the right decision. But let's look at this from the perspective of the GM who just chose Tua,
who grabbed a solid tackle in Austin Jackson, but could have gotten somebody better.
Yeah. I feel like I look at it and I sort of think, well, maybe he's going to pick up a receiver because he's got a sexy new quarterback, so maybe he wants his sexy new wide receiver, like the new rookie pair.
But here's the thing: the Dolphins still have an early second-round pick.
It doesn't feel like the pressure's on here
to grab a wide receiver. They've got another shot. They've got a shot at 33.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be. They're not really under that much pressure. So I mean, it's hard for me to see them like blowing it terribly and just like, oh god, what a disaster. But maybe they should get your edge rusher friend whose name I don't really want to try to pronounce.
Guter Gross Matos, I think is what his name is.
Yeah.
Now, okay. So there are two picks I'd really like from the Dolphins right now, and that would be, again, either Guter Gross Matos, because I think he's a fantastic tweener who can play a little bit of both edge as well as interior defensive line, which is what those Bill Belichick defensive schemes really love. And I think Guter can do that really well.
The Belichick flings,
yeah.
So what's his name? Flores, yeah.
Yeah, except he's actually good.
He seems like he's not a Matt Patricia.
I know.
God, I hate him so much.
Or they could grab Josh Jones here from Houston. Packers just traded up. Never mind.
Damn, the Packers. Who the hell are the Packers going to trade up?
Did Packers give up their first, or did they give up their second?
I'm just saying this right now. Right? Like, that was probably... Honestly, that's the decision that I was about to say it as you were talking, is that the Dolphins might very well justify just trading down, saying, to hell with it. I want picks. I want quantity. Because I feel like even though the NFL has done a lot of things close to tanking, no one's embraced that full kind of, philosophy of, as much talent as possible.
Yeah, you can't. You can't in the NFL.
Quantity.
You literally can't tank. You cannot tank in the NFL for this very simple reason that there are only 16 games and everybody's bodies are getting put on the line every single game. It is too intense to just throw away. So, okay, so the Packers here are going to take a wide receiver without a doubt. They have to. I would honestly. So there's this dude out of Texas that I really like, who's a star or a very good slot wide receiver. Let me see if I can pull him up. His name is escaping me right now.
All I'm saying is that I think I'd be very interested if a rebuilding team really went all in on a quantity, like really all in on a quantity-based system of saying, you know, I'm gonna trade a lot of I'm gonna trade down a lot, not necessarily trading out of the first round, not necessarily not taking premium talent, but saying, if I have a guy, like for example, if I don't think I have a roster that's going to be conducive to allowing my franchise quarterback to develop in a healthy way, instead of taking him anyway and just praying that he'll be so good he can ignore a lot of the faults in your roster, trading down, grabbing good talent, and basically saying, once I've amassed a ton of like second and third and fourth round picks, then I can trade up when I really have a guy and I have the roster. That being the philosophy.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be interesting to see that applied in a really aggressive way, because I feel like that's one thing that theory of roster building, in my opinion, has not been fully applied to the NFL.
Yeah. So Devin Duvernay is the guy I really like out of Texas. He's a slot wide receiver who's really, really fast, lots of short area quickness, good hands, understands route running. I think he could be the pick here for Green Bay. If Green Bay is not taking a wide receiver right now, I think they're going to take Patrick Queen, linebacker, because they desperately need a linebacker, and especially one that can cover.
Did the Seahawks pick up DeAndre Swift?
No, they don't do it.
But they could.
No, they won't.
They love running the ball.
They took Jordan Love.
The Jordan Love.
They did the Jordan Love.
What a meme.
Oh my god.
I didn't think they'd have the balls to draft.
They did it. They really did it.
Oh my god. Honestly, this is pretty good for Jordan.
Holy crap.
Rodgers, that's good stuff. That's a good situation for Jordan Love.
That is an amazing situation. Packers just guaranteed themselves another franchise quarterback.
I don't know. There's a reason why Jordan not like up there with Joe Burrow or even Tua. I'm not here to disrespect Jordan Love. I like Jordan Love. I've watched a bit of his film. I think he's quite a solid quarterback. He's not Aaron Rodgers. He's not Brett Favre. I don't think he's that surefire guy. That's all I'm saying. Like, he's just a great pick. I think in the long term, this is a necessary pick, and I think this was a great opportunity. You're absolutely right that this was the draft to do it when you got someone like Jordan Love. But I don't necessarily think he's going to be, snap, put him in the lineup, and you're good. You know what I mean? And this is a win-win for both teams in terms of this trade. So, Green Bay Packers, Green Bay Packers just got another, I believe, in my personal opinion, I think he's going to be a franchise quarterback. But even if he's not, right? Let's look at this from the Dolphins' perspective. Dolphins, they moved down a couple picks, even though they weren't too worried about it anyway. Which of these teams are going to take an offensive lineman ahead of them, really? Titans, probably not. Seahawks, they'll probably go with like a guard or something. They should, but they never do. Don't write off DeAndre Swift. I mean, listen, the Seahawks never draft in the first round anyway, but I don't write off DeAndre Swift because, yes, it's not the greatest pick, but they run the ball a lot, and having a guy basically what they're probably gunning for is to get a Josh Jacobs style pick, someone who's, late, very back end of the first round, a real running back, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that idea that, let's be honest here, the Seahawks have been running a run-first scheme without a real number one running back who's consistently healthy since Marshawn Lynch. So, well, I mean, you could argue that Chris Carson has really developed into a solid starter. But he gets injured, right? That's what I'm saying. Is that he didn't get injured last year, did he? They were all injured.
Were they? Oh, yeah, that's right, at the end of the year.
All injured. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that at the end of the day...
Wait, did Marshawn come back?
Yeah, he came back. Remember they brought him back?
No, I mean this year.
Yes. He came... he's not still on the team, I don't think. I think he left. But he came back. He, was in on the playoff roster and stuff.
Yeah. I'm not talking about on the playoff roster. I'm talking about right now.
I don't think he's still on the team, though. I think it was just, a one-time thing.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that, listen, I don't think that in the modern NFL you can often justify taking a running back, but, for the Seahawks, DeAndre Swift is probably not the best pick, but I think it's an understandable pick, and I think it's kind of a high upside pick, because DeAndre Swift is that guy, and he is consistently healthy, and he's a solid running back.
Yeah.
It may very well be the right pick, because when you run the ball that often, you do need someone you can give the ball. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the importance of running backs is often overrated, but in the Seahawks scheme, they need a guy who, at least at the very bare minimum, is consistently going out there.
Yeah. I mean, I still think Seahawks have much more pressing needs than another running back. I'm sorry, but I just don't value running backs in the first round at all. You have to be a generational talent like Saquon Barkley for me to take you in the first round. And even then, I was hesitant to take Barkley in the top 5 when he went. Mostly because he's a running back and his production can simply be replaced. I honestly believe that if the Giants just drafted a dude in the 3rd round, let's say like a Jermichael Hasty out of Baylor, who's this pretty good outside zone runner, right? I honestly believe if they just drafted a guy like that and they let Saquon go, they could get, maybe 85% of what they got in Saquon with a run or a running back by committee style roster building, and to get 85% of what you got in Barkley and at a quarter of the price, and without having to spend a top 5 picks on him,
Yes and no. I still don't think that especially rookie year Saquon was something special, and he made a lot with a little, especially considering the state of the Giants O-line that year.
Yeah.
I think that Saquon is one of those examples, but I think you're right. I mean, there's a classic baseball principle of platooning. You got one outfielder who can hit lefties and one outfielder who can hit righties, so you just bat them like that. So I think you're absolutely right that the NFL is finally catching on that you don't actually need one guy, and that it's much cheaper and more efficient to get a guy who can be your 3rd down back, a guy who can be your more explosive passing back, etc., and sort of by committee. And I think that's true for most guys, and I think you're absolutely right that outside of guys like Saquon, generational talent, it's not worth it. The only reason I'm even thinking about it for the Seahawks is because they are a team that, no matter what, is going to be running the ball a lot. And the lack of consistency, the issues with injuries means that on a certain level, I'm sympathetic to, Seahawks fans and the organization just wanting a guy who they can trust to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jeez. I just want a guy who I can say, week 1, he's running the ball. Week 16, he's running the ball. And, that's just...
Yeah. Now, if anyone's going to draft a running back in the first round this year, it's going to be Baltimore. Because think about it. Mark Ingram's not going to be there forever. He was lucky last year and didn't get hurt, but in most of his Saints days, he was regularly he got hurt often, right? And he was out for certain amounts of times per year, and you couldn't rely on him to stick around for an entire year without missing a game or two, right? And he's going to be on the wrong side of 30 here pretty soon. So I think if anyone's going to draft a running back, it's going to be Baltimore. But honestly, I think Baltimore has a much more pressing need at linebacker right now. So again, I am pounding the table for my boy Patrick Queen to be taken by somebody. And honestly, I'm extremely surprised that not only has Yetur Gross-Matos not gone yet, but Patrick Queen has not gone yet. Christian Fulton has not gone yet. I am very surprised that none of those guys have been taken at all.
Maybe. Oh, don't forget your Christian Leitner, I think was. What's his name? Yeah.
Fulton.
Fulton. Why am I thinking of Christian Leitner? That's another human being, I think. But anyway, Fulton, I think he wouldn't be a terrible pick for the Hawks. I mean, offensive line.
The reason I wouldn't like Fulton to the Hawks is because Fulton is more of a man coverage corner. He's really good at press, but he got lost in zone a couple times this year, and he was really good at manning people up. And while you can get away with that in a cover 3 scheme like Seattle does have, I would very much prefer him to go to a more man coverage heavy scheme like
Right.
Baltimore, like the Titans, like Miami. Which, by the way, which I don't think Miami would take Christian Fulton on the basis that they have both Xavier Howard and Byron Jones. Which, I mean, just chalk it up to the Dolphins because they are gonna get a good haul this year if they play their cards right. Because if you think about it, this spot for the Dolphins is going to be a golden spot to take your chance at one of these high-level interior defensive linemen because these guys aren't going to draft them. So, interior defensive lineman here, maybe take a flyer on a wide receiver on your first
Jordan
pick.
Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech. That's who they took. Jordan Brooks.
Are you kidding me?
Looks like your boy Queen's gonna have to be waiting a little longer.
Oh, you Seahawks, you. I can't really. Jordan. I mean, I like Jordan Brooks. So his
profile's weak coverage, but basically he's a solid every down linebacker. I don't think that's the worst thing you could do in the world.
I don't hate Jordan Brooks. Like, for example, I think he's really good at run defense. He's a great run defender.
He seems to be that sort of prototypical, sort of more old school linebacker, but I think I respect that pick. I would have probably taken a few other guys ahead of him.
I would have taken, again, the reason I would have taken Patrick Queen ahead of him is because he is a much more rangy coverage linebacker that you need nowadays in the modern NFL. And Jordan Brooks
the
is
Seahawks linebacking core isn't awful.
They still have Bobby Wagner.
And Bobby Wagner, I mean, he can cover.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, in the modern NFL, if you have that super rangy weapon on your defense in the box that can take away all these mismatch problems that modern offenses are trying to scheme up nowadays, that's really useful to your defense, and Patrick Queen is that. And I just don't understand why, if they were going to draft a linebacker, why they took Jordan Brooks over him. Now, Jordan Brooks is very much like, if you're familiar with Zach Brown on the Texans, yes, play stupid music. But Zach...
Wait, are you talking about former Redskins Pro Bowler, Zach Brown?
No, I'm talking about the guy on the Texans.
Well, I mean, he's sort of bounced around now.
But, okay, so, point is, Jordan Brooks is very much a north and south runner when it comes to linebackers. He's not that much of a coverage guy. He's very much, when he sees a gap open, he is going to attack it super hard, and he's going to fill it super fast. And that's why he's so good at run defense, because when he sees a lane open, he shoots it, and he's smart enough to where every time, or for most of the times when he guesses a gap to shoot through, he chooses right, which is what makes him a good prospect and why I like Jordan Brooks. I just like Patrick Queen more, you know?
Yeah, so I'm looking at Seattle's run defense, and honestly, it was pretty bad. So I think a lot of the reason they might be taking him because they were 22nd overall. They were giving up 117 rushing yards per game in 2019, and they do very much they've always liked to kind of control the ground game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of this is sort of, coming back to their roots. I mean, I think very clearly Pete Carroll said, my ideal defense is the defense he built in 2013-2014. A really strong secondary, sure, but a powerful front that controls the run game. And I think this may not be the best pick to you or me, and, you know, I think it would be a more versatile pick, but I think the idea is I think the idea here is maybe we're just looking to set a tone and say we're not going to be a terrible run defense, you know, with the idea perhaps being that if they can shut down the run a little bit more, then they can sort of stop exposing their corners, you know? Because, let's be honest, their corners aren't very good, but if they have at least a decent run defense that forces teams to give up on things like the play action, then maybe their corners won't be on an island as often.
Yeah, and I like Shaquille Griffin for the Seahawks. Right. I like him.
Right, not that great, though. I mean, let's be honest. Not between you and me. Like, he gets burned sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say he's amazing or anything, but he's the only guy in that secondary that I actually like. The rest of them are just a bunch of shivs.
I mean, like, that's the thing, right? So, like, Shaquille Griffin will be a lot better if there's a better run defense and he's not being put out on an island by play action.
Yeah. By the way, I'd like to note that not a single safety has gone in the first round so far. Not a single one. When Antoine Winfield Jr. is still sitting there, Miami Dolphins, y'all know what to do.
Yes and no. They might, or they might not. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they still went for another player. So here's my question to you. So the Redskins, if I remember correctly, they still have their second round,
Nope,
right?
nope. That's property of the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep. Shame.
Yep.
Do they have anything in the second round?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a bro moment.
You'd have to check.
Redskins to snipe Mims. Yeah, let me look up Redskins
Draft picks.
All right, here.
I mean, you should be happy. I truly believe you just got a generational talent at edge rusher today.
Yeah, no. Okay, so it's going to be round 3, and then we got 2 4th-rounders for we got a compensation pick in the 4th, another compensation pick.
Mm-hmm.
We do not have a 6th-round pick, but we have 2 7th-rounders. So no, we have lost. No, we don't have anything in the 2nd round, and we have 3rd round, 2 4th round, 1 5th round, and then 2 7th. So yeah, no, we're not going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not really that sad. I mean, honestly, I don't actually think that the Redskins are that far away. You know what I mean? Like, the Redskins obviously need some guys to take some leaps, right? Dwayne Haskins, I think, is often ignored and sort of given. I think he's underrated as a young guy, but he's not there yet. But that being said, I think a lot of the pieces are in place, especially with Chase Young there.
Yeah.
I just think that's a good defense. Like, objectively, that's a good defense. Losing Quentin Dunbar hurts, and I think they still need to find...
They have no corners anymore, do they?
They're going to need to find something, because they've always had guys like Monte Nicholson, who are all sort of interesting, rangy, solid, physical, prototype corners who never quite put it together.
Yeah.
So I think what we're looking for here is, I think Chase Young and the boys in the front are going to allow the Redskins to get away with a weaker secondary. But what I'm looking for here from a defensive perspective is figuring out some way to plug the gaps. Because Landon Collins is a very good safety. He's a run support guy more than anything else, though, which does hurt. I mean, the thing is, the Redskins are not lacking for physical talent. So I don't actually think they need that many more pieces in their secondary. I think they need one more guy who you could genuinely say, like Quentin Dunbar, be a number 1 corner and go out there and shut down their top receiver.
Yeah.
I think it's Quentin Dunbar hurts as a loss.
Who did they trade Quentin Dunbar to again?
To like the Hawks, I think.
Oh, right. That's why they didn't go for corner.
Yeah, that would explain it. Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, and I like Quentin Dunbar a lot, especially in Seattle.
Yeah, he's a hell of a player. I mean, I'm just saying that.
I always like Quentin Dunbar. But let's see here. Shit, what were we talking about?
Oh my god, it's that bad, my man. So, the first CB is filled out by a cornerback slot is filled out by Fabian Moreau, who's he's one of those kind of rangy, physically talented, but not.
Oh, that's right. You guys have the who's the white DB that you guys have?
Oh, White Lightning Troy Apke.
Yeah, I like Troy Apke a lot.
He's a free safety though. He's not actually. He's a defensive back, but he's not.
There we go. Patrick Queen just went. There we go.
Who did he go to?
Baltimore.
To the Ravens. Yeah. I think that's a good pick.
That is a very good pick, and Baltimore should be very happy, as they, I believe, just got what's his name? The guy that they lost to the Jets. Mosley. Mosley. They just got their CJ Mosley replacement. They should be very happy.
I think the Redskins are going to have to get some DBs because they've got two lines for cornerback, and one is filled out by Fabian Moreau, and one is just blank. So we have one corner. We probably are going to need something more like 4. So I really think the Redskins are going to have to do something. It's a shame they don't have a second rounder because I think they could have gotten something with a second rounder.
Yeah.
Maybe even convert a safety. I don't know. It just feels like it's
I think Troy Apke could probably make the switch.
He's fast, and
he's very fast, and he was pretty fluid back when he came out in like 2018. He had very good hip movement. I liked him in zone. I just don't think he ever really got a shot at as a starting either safety or corner. And isn't he like 5'11" too?
Yeah, he's not that big. But the good news for him is that there's literally no other free safety on the roster. So as of now, the job is really his to lose. But really, what I'm looking at here is like, I don't think Troy Apke is filling a desperate need for the Redskins because the Redskins have Fabian Moreau. Fabian Moreau is a pretty physically talented guy. Like, I don't think the Redskins are lacking for fast guys. They got rid of Josh Norman, thankfully. It just feels like they need a genuine, lockdown corner, a Quentin Dunbar guy who can go man-to-man with a really good receiver. And I think Troy Apke can very well transition into a position he can be very solid in a corner sort of zone coverage role. But perhaps I'm a bit of a traditionalist, but I still think that if you want to be a really good defense, you need one corner who can go man-to-man with a really good receiver. And
yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you need, especially in the modern NFL, you need like 3 starting corners. You need like 3 quality corners minimum, because base defense nowadays is three corners.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. And I think with this pass rush though, with Chase Young and that defensive line, and a pretty solid, fast Kerrigan, still a solid line, rusher. I think that team does not need like super elite corners. They don't need to be super stacked in the secondary, but they do need someone, and that someone isn't there yet. Like Fabian Moreau would be a perfectly fine third for that team. I think he's actually an above-average third corner. I'm iffy on him being a number 2 corner, especially for some teams that really have a lot of weapons.
Yeah.
But with the pressure, you could get away with your second corner being Fabian Moreau. If Chase Young is all that and injuries don't happen, yes, this team can get away with Fabian Moreau in the second, but this idea that we don't have any other corner is not going to work. If a good defense is going to need someone. Yeah,
especially considering the fact that the Cowboys literally just picked up one of the best receivers to come out in a while, and the Eagles just picked up another wide receiver that I don't think is very good, but it's still a guy that isn't on crutches or dying.
Yeah, I mean, I will point one thing out, which is that I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to be kind of an interesting team because Jordan Love to the Cowboys was, in my opinion, the move they should have made. And I know you don't like that.
I just don't think it would have fit. I just don't think it would have fit.
The reason is because you have like a Dak Prescott jersey and you don't want to lose your money on that. But
it's still there.
I just don't. He's asking for a lot of money.
He is. Oh my God, why does this music always stop? Continue.
And I'm not going to lie to you, man. Dak Prescott is not the quarterback of the future. He's just not. I don't see it. Like, he passes for a lot, but then he goes and he chokes. And I'm not the kind of guy who's like, he doesn't have the clutch gene. But, like, year after year after year, he has not stepped up. And if I'm the Cowboys and I'm going all in on this core, I'd probably want at least a quarterback who I believed in a little bit more. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I understand. I still think what's it called? I still think Dak Prescott is still a solid quarterback, And we've seen teams win with a lot less than Dak Prescott, and I think Dak Prescott is extremely underrated. I wouldn't say he's elite. I'm not that drunk on my Cowboys juice. I'm not going to pretend like Dak Prescott is some elite top 8 quarterback. But honestly, I truly believe he's in that range of slightly above average, such as your Kirk Cousins of the world. Right. I think in my honest opinion, I think he's better than Kirk Cousins.
I would disagree honestly, but I think it's close enough that you can go either way. My main point with Dak Prescott that's concerning to me, above everything else, is that it looks like to me the Cowboys they're paying their guys, right? But they're paying their core like this core of guys is getting them to the Super Bowl, but it's just not. This is not a good enough core to make the Super Bowl.
I mean, if they actually got a decent corner, then maybe.
But they didn't, and that's the thing, right? Like that's where I look at the Cowboys, and they're always a piece away.
Actually, I think the Cowboys have an early second-round pick this year. So let me double check that.
I can look at Cowboys picks, but I mean that's the point. Is that even if they got a solid, I don't know, losing Byron Jones hurts. I just feel like. So they've got no. Oh no. Do they not even have a second round?
No, they do. They do. Check what number it is. I feel like it's in like the mid-50s or something.
Here it is. NFL draft order.
Ooh, Isaiah.
51.
Oh, that's not bad. Isaiah Wilson to the Tennessee Titans. That's an interesting one.
I don't mind it so much, but I don't know if it's really sort of.
I mean, they lost Jack Conklin. Remember that.
Yeah, you have to replace something, but.
I mean, I like Isaiah Wilson. He was a solid tackle next to Andrew Thomas this year at Georgia. I like Isaiah Wilson. He's a better run blocker than pass blocker, but yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. That it's a solid pick.
Right. I mean, like with Derrick Henry on that team. I mean, I think that's probably the guy you had to go with. I'm looking at his profile, and it just seems like he's a little inexperienced. But honestly, that's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, he's only had 2 years of college football experience. His footwork's kind of bad. And he's sort of he's not as balanced. But a lot of that's fixable,
Yeah.
And I think that there's if you're the Titans and you genuinely believe you can get him into good habits, this is the best pick you could, because his problems are all pretty clearly things that if he can learn, he can fix them. Like this is not a guy who has insurmountable issues. Like he has tight hips, his footwork's work in progress, he sort of lurches back and forth a little too much, he struggles when he's not sort of forward.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the world. I think Isaiah Wilson's the right pick there. And I think he can be very, very good.
Yeah.
If they have the good offensive line coaching staff.
Yeah, and just consider this. The Tennessee Titans are a very hard team to draft for this year, because they're not in a position to pick a superstar this year that would put them over the hump, and they already have a really solid roster, so right now they're just kind of filling needs. And honestly, I think this is just a lateral move. I don't know how much the Tennessee Titans are going to progress this year. But I mean, I like where they're headed. But
how much more time do they quote unquote have to head? I mean, like Derrick Henry is not a guy whose playing style is going to age particularly well.
Yeah.
Tannehill's not exactly young anymore. Like it's the right pick, but how much more time do you have to make those lateral picks? It'll make them a little bit better.
Yeah.
They made it to the conference finals. That's important, right? I think they are a genuinely very good team in the AFC.
Yeah.
But
I like him. I like him this year. Now the Miami Dolphins. This is your free safety pick. This is your Antoine Winfield Jr. right here. This is a money pick. This is an absolute money pick right now. Because you're basically playing with house money right now. Because pick 30 is yours. Pick 33 is yours. So I'm not scared of Minnesota taking. They could. They could take either a wide. I would not take a wide receiver right now. I would take him at the start of the second. and see if anybody wants to trade up with you or anything. I mean,
honestly, if you have the 33rd, call me crazy, but to look at least shop around the 30th pick. Like if there's someone who really wants something,
I think that's what they're gonna do right now.
right? Because like honestly, the Dolphins, I think they should have gone with my strategy from the very beginning and not even drafted Tua of just.
I know. I didn't.
Picks.
Honestly, all I wanted from Miami was just build the offensive line in the first round. Don't even draft a quarterback this year. Tank next year for Trevor Lawrence. And I like Tua. I like Tua a lot. My only problem is I don't think his film was as impressive as Joe Burrow's, because he still threw balls into tight windows. He just didn't throw to him as often and as consistently as Joe Burrow did. And he also has kind of the same good, not great arm that played Joe Burrow a bit as well. And a lot of the time, it was like a 7-on-7 drill watching Alabama football, to be quite honest with you, because he would just lay it up to one of his top 5 receivers and just let them do the rest. So, again,
I'm looking at this now, and
yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, oh, sorry. No, continue. I have. Just another. I was just looking at the Dolphins, right? I'm saying if you don't take Tua, right?
Yeah.
And you could probably trade with the Raiders, right? Because honestly, it would not be that hard to coax Green into the sexy pick. Honestly, I believe you could genuinely work out a deal with him. And Wirfs isn't even going until the 13th pick. So if it's not Wirfs, it's Becton. You could get a really good offensive lineman falling all the way to the 12th pick, and you could probably fleece the Raiders for another high pick, right?
Yeah.
And then if you already have Wirfs, you might not even draft Austin Jackson. You trade the 18th, you might trade them to someone like, I don't know. The Eagles might move up. No, I don't think they move up, though. They didn't really have a reason to. But, they could have dropped the 18th, basically just amassing a ton of picks. That's just an idea. But, yeah, I think this was... So it looks like the Dolphins aren't trading a pick, though. So,
no. I think this is your money-free safety pick to replace Minkah Fitzpatrick. And next pick, you take you just take a flyer on an interior offensive lineman or a wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm looking at it like they never should have traded me. I mean, I'm sorry, it wasn't the 18th overall.
Here's the thing about Minkah though. They were trying to use him as this weird nickel corner box chess piece, and that's just not what Minkah was built for. Minkah is a true, honest-to-God free safety that absolutely did amazing on Pittsburgh last year, who actually used him as a free safety.
I mean,
now they're gonna try and get a guy who they view as a free safety, who will hopefully, if they pick Antoine Winfield here, I think will be just as good as Minkah Fitzpatrick. And they're drafting him at 30 instead of like 15 or something.
Right. All I'm saying is that, like, Jesus. I mean, imagine that Dolphins secondary if they filled me and then they have Byron Jones. I mean, if there are two backs who complement each other, it's the super conservative, lock you down, don't really get any picks Jones, and then the very aggressive Minkah Fitzpatrick. Like, it feels to me like the 18th pick didn't recoup the value they spent with Minkah, so they got to get a free safety here. They're gonna get it, but it would genuinely surprise me if the Dolphins don't end up overall regretting. And I know they were misusing him, but even a misused Minkah may very well be better than what they get from the 18th pick that they traded.
Yeah, I understand. And we honestly don't know what Miami's gonna do here. But I'm just saying. Bill Belichick loves to build his defenses from the outside in. He loves to invest in the secondary. And he prioritizes coverage over anything else. And if you've seen what the Belichick disciples have done this draft, which is the Lions picked up Jeff Okudah, and the Miami Dolphins,
well, that was
but
just a Matt Patricia hater, but like there was no way you were picking anyone else.
Well, maybe you pick Isaiah Simmons.
You traded Darius Slayton. Yeah, I think it was up in the air, but when you trade Darius Slay, you don't have a choice. Okuda's the only pick you can make at that point. That's the way, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I get it, but again, these Belichick schemed disciples build their defenses like Bill Belichick, who builds them from the secondary on inwards. And I think if Miami picks up Antoine Winfield Jr., who I really, really love, I think they're gonna have like one of the top five secondaries in the league next year, straight up, because Byron Jones is a solid number one corner. Xavier Howard is again another solid number one corner who they already had and already paid, by the way. And if they add that rangy, aggressive free safety, I think they could really have something special.
What's their front though?
What's their front? They don't really. Their front's pretty meh. They got Christian Wilkins and Davon Godchow at interior defensive line, and they have Jerome Baker and Raekwon McMillan at the interior linebacking duo, which are actually pretty good, because you have that run defending first
Here it is.
linebacker.
No, they got a corner. Noah
Igbenogany. Huh. That's weird. I don't know how to feel about that. I guess they just wanted
literally, son of two Olympic caliber track athletes. Well, seems like he's gonna be pretty fast. Stocky but explosive receiver turned cornerback whose play generates with intrigue and concern. Physical, with strength at the press. Very good athlete. Real good acceleration. Very aggressive. So he's a ball hawk. Downfield poise not guaranteed. Good in run support though, and real special teams craft. Honestly, this seems like the pick to complement Byron Jones, because I mean he's basically the opposite of Jones. He's not polished. He's aggressive. So I don't hate this pick. I think this is a pick that, when you look at having Byron Jones as your number one, you need to make up for that with aggressiveness throughout the rest of the roster. Byron Jones is a good corner, but if I had to name a problem with him, it's that he's not aggressive enough. So I don't mind this pick, especially if they can still get their free safety at 33. If they're not really worried about that. You know what I mean?
Or they could grab another interior deep offensive lineman there. Now that might actually what the Vikings aim for here, or again, Yuter Gross-Matos, because
I just fallen.
Yeah, that's I'm actually a little surprised about. I'm actually quite surprised that he fell so far.
Yeah. Well, excuse me. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. Again, folks, Yuter Gross-Matos, a really good tweener, edge rusher. He's really good on the edge, but also is able to kick inside to defensive tackle. He's kind of like a souped-up Tyrone Crawford, where he's a little raw. He's a little raw coming out of Penn State, but I really like his size. I really like the way he plays. We'll just have to see if that's who the Vikings pick. I'm very surprised that he fell this far, folks. I mean, again, going back to this Dolphins pick, I'm quite surprised that that's where the Dolphins ended up going. I would have preferred if they got a free safety here. All right, you back?
Yeet.
All right.
I mean, I'm looking at this draft, right? And I'm saying, did anyone whiff horrific?
Yes. Chargers, yes. Raiders with their corner, David Arnett.
I don't love Derek Brown for the Panthers. I think especially with his.
I like Derek.
I can't justify Derek Brown when Isaiah Simmons is still on the board. That's all I'm saying, right? If
Yeah.
you're gonna take a defensive player, why don't you take Isaiah Simmons? Especially when you consider that they lost Kuechly, who was that genuine, I can do anything that you would ever ask of me. They lost Kuechly. So
Yeah.
if Kuechly was still playing, then I could justify this as they already have their sort of skeleton key who you plug him into any role and he'll do it. But they don't have that anymore. That's going to be a significant drop-off for their defense. And it feels like Isaiah Simmons fell into their lap as the answer of like, no, you don't need to change up your defensive scheme. You can still have that jack of all, that master of all trades, that high ceiling guy who can do what you need him to do.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Jeff Gladney, the Vikings.
Ooh, I like Jeff Gladney. And Zimmer picked up a quality corner.
Though, what happened to Christian? I think I keep running. Fulton. Thank you. I keep forgetting his name. What's happening to him, man? I would have assumed.
I am dumbfounded that he fell this far.
I mean, what are we looking at? Competitive, twitch, so good instincts, contest a good percentage of throws. He's probably something of a man.
Yeah, he was a great press man corner who was a good athlete. Yeah. He was a really solid. So now look, the
Dolphins didn't grab that.
No. The reason the Dolphins did not pick him up is because even though they do run a lot of man, I don't think Christian Fulton is best suited in the slot, and that's probably where he would end up being. So I understand the Dolphins. The Vikings run a lot of zone. So
I'm talking about Gladney. Why isn't Gladney the Dolphins pick?
Why isn't Gladney the Dolphins pick? I'm not sure. I guess they just liked Igbenogany better.
The main reason I say that is because Gladney is very explicitly described as he's a ball hawk, right? And Igbenogany, oh god, he's described as sort of a very athletic guy who plays aggressively, but is still kind of he doesn't have the instincts that Gladney does. So from my perspective, my money, if you already have Byron Jones and you're paying Byron Jones and you're already paying Xavier Howard, you don't have time for another corner to learn the craft to be your ball hawk. I think you should have picked up Gladney. I think you get the very aggressive player because Gladney, this is one of the few cases where Gladney can come in as a rookie corner in a genuinely good secondary and be that ball hawking alpha without, messing with the status quo, because Byron Jones he's one of those few corners that can fit as not only the number one corner, but not the ball hawk number one. Like, he can be the number one corner, but doesn't do the ball hawking. So, I don't know. I feel like Gladney would have been the pick for the Dolphins, just because they are already assuming that they're pretty much building their secondary to be good now, and it feels like Gladney's going to hit the ground running in a way.
Yeah.
Benigamy is not, so I don't know.
Yeah. Now, Kansas City Chiefs here. So Josh Jones is still available, that tackle out of Houston, and I think that's what's going to be the pick here because Mitchell Schwartz is getting up there in age. Eric Fisher, not really that great.
What about a cornerback?
Corner?
The Chiefs are still in need of a corner. Honestly, that's where Fulton could go, right? I mean,
but here's the thing: Chiefs run a lot of zone. That's the thing. He wouldn't be the great scheme fit.
Yeah.
Like,
he wouldn't be the great scheme fit, but I mean, scheme fit or not, I hate to say it, but like,
bite the bullet.
You look at that Chiefs secondary, and you're like, I mean, you got to get someone, right?
I mean, they could just grab another safety and pair him with Tyrann Mathieu and just have a great back half of your defense.
My question is to you is there anyone who fits that scheme significantly better than Fulton, but isn't significantly worse as a player? You know what I mean?
Let me take a look at the prospects left then.
Because I mean, it's still the first round, even if it's the very end. So, scheme fit or not, you need a corner, and from what I can tell, Fulton's pretty much head and shoulders above pretty much the rest of the cornerback class.
Ooh, Trevon Diggs is still available.
Ooh.
I like Jalen Johnson a good bit too. He's out of Utah. He's a bit more of a stiff guy, but I think he had a good understanding of zones, and all of those defensive backs coming out of Utah are usually coming out well coached. I like the Utah program a lot. So that's something. Trevon Diggs is still available. I like Diggs. I'm if I remember right, Alabama ran kind of a mixed, more aggressive man-ish scheme. So, and that's only if I'm remembering correctly. So I might be wrong on that one. So Jalen Johnson could probably be the pick here at corner.
Yeah, I think at this point you don't really have a choice. Where it's like you have to fix that second man. And it's pretty much got to be a corner. I mean, Kendall Fuller's gone.
I know.
Braylon's only there through 2020. Ooh, yikes! Yeah, they really need to pick up somebody. Jesus, they don't even have Breland long term.
Now Troy Pride at a Notre Dame might not be too bad.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that Gross-Matos is still
there. Yeah,
he could be a nice pick.
Yeah, he could be a nice pick for the Dolphins.
But don't the Dolphins need to get your boy at free safety?
My boy Antoine Winfield.
Yeah, Winfield Jr.
I would prefer it if they got Winfield Jr., but I don't know if that'll happen or not.
It's at the point where Gross-Matos is actually the third best combine left on the board. I mean, it feels like Gross-Matos is going to have to go soon, but at the same time, I mean...
Like where? You know?
I mean, like, I'm trying to think who needs an edge rusher with significant clout in the second round. The Bengals, did they trade their second round?
Bengals still have an early first.
Nope, they have their second round. So it goes Bengals, Colts, Lions, Giants, Pats, Panthers, Dolphins, Texans, Browns, and Jags in the top 10. The Bengals don't really need an edge rusher. I don't think the Colts do either.
Bengals are probably going to grab or Josh Jones if he's available.
But what about the Lions? Would they
take another corner or take another safety?
No, Gross-Matos, right? I mean,
Gross-Matos. Yeah. That's actually that's a good pick
right there. Because there's no real competition because it's the Chiefs, then it's straight to the Bengals, Colts, and then they're there. I think Gross-Matos is probably your best chance if you're the Lions to get a real, and honestly, a pretty good situation for the Lions. It's kind of fallen into their laps. I mean,
yeah.
Wow, they're kind of lucky because there has been, if Gross-Matos falls for them in the second round, they have not made a difficult decision. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, Gross-Matos would probably be the pick. If not, they probably go with a safety, but I don't think they will. And I don't really like the linebacking depth in the early second round.
Yeah, I think Gross-Matos is the guy, though.
Yeah, I think he is.
Oh, wait.
Oh, does Seattle have a comp pick?
But it kicked me. No, it kicked me into round 2, but I didn't see who was drafted by the Chiefs. In round 1, it is...
Oh, my.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Wait, they drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I did not expect that. I love Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Running back, yeah.
That's cool. Okay. So
surprising.
Let's break that down then. So it's very clear to me that Chiefs just wanted a workhorse back. I think they're.
That guy in the Super Bowl who was catching passes. What was his name? Wilbur. Right, Wilbur. Sure.
I mean, I like Helaire a lot.
I think he's a good.
So honestly, I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a prime Devontae Freeman with even better hands.
Whoa, no. Okay.
Have you seen his jump cuts? The dude like teleports halfway across the line in an instant. He's extremely elusive. He has great vision. My only gripe with him is that he's just kind of slower. He ran.
He doesn't have great speed.
Yeah, he doesn't have great speed. But when he puts the pads on, I mean, he's really good. He shows a lot of power. He shows great vision. Again, he's very agile too. One play that I remember very well is it was in the Alabama game, and LSU was on the goal line, and they just handed it off to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and he met directly with Xavier McKinney, who was supposed to be one of the best free safeties in the draft, and he literally just met with him. Bam! Just spun him right out of his tackle in for the touchdown. Like I seriously think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is really special, and
right.
I respect the Chiefs for going for it.
I don't know if I would have. I'm not sure if I'm happy Blair being in that position.
Like I wouldn't have taken him in the first, but
And I don't.
I
It's
get
not really
it.
a great position for him. I mean, the Chiefs' offense does not seem particularly friendly.
Well,
to
he's
himself.
gonna catch a boatload of passes, dude.
I mean, right? I mean, I don't doubt that. It just feels Devontae Freeman got a major role, and if he's gonna be that good, I don't think he's gonna be that good on the Chiefs. Plain and simple.
I don't know. Maybe they want a workhorse back from now on.
I mean, if Patrick Mahomes, you don't want to really take the ball out of his hands any more than you really have to.
Yeah.
You know, it just feels like to me, fine pick. I kind of feel bad for him a little bit because I feel like he probably he would have been better off if they put him in a position where maybe he could, have someone. You know what I'm saying? You know, he could consistently, he could expect more touches. He wasn't competing with, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Touches. Because, I don't know how much he'll be able to compete with other kind of... Because, if you look at the sort of Tariq Cohen, Chris Thompson, Boston Scott, to a lesser extent, sort of... Actually, Boston Scott's an interesting comp to Hilaire, It's an interesting comp. But the point is, I don't know if he has the speed to be a pure, pass-catching back in the mold of a guy like Tariq Cohen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, it feels to me, at least, like he would have been better off going to a team that was going to use him in a more running. And I think if the Chiefs had wanted a pass-catching back, they probably should have gone for a guy whose speed can take advantage of Mahomes' arm. You know what I mean? Just a guy who can come out of the backfield and run those wheel routes up and down the field.
I mean, he's really good at getting open on angle routes right in the middle of the field. That's what he's really good at in the pass catching situations. Now, so we just finished the first round, right? Do you want to briefly predict what might happen in the first 10 picks and then review what happened in the first round today and then call it a night?
Sounds good. All right, so
Bengals.
What do you think?
Is it offensive line here? I think it is.
I feel like on a certain level you have to do it because you got Joe Burrow. You can't justify not investing seriously.
And remember, they took Jonah Williams out of Alabama, who was a great tackle prospect last year, who simply tore his ACL and didn't play last year. So he's going to be playing left tackle this year. So if you invest in another tackle here, that offensive line is looking a lot better than it was last year, and you're setting up Joe Burrow to actually succeed.
We'll see. I mean, ACL tears, not getting a chance to really, it would have been nice if he had been able to kind of, situate himself, get a little adjusted to NFL style of it.
Yeah.
I always feel like the worst thing that can happen to a lot of prospects is to get injured really badly early on, because it's good for a guy to be able to set his feet before. But I still think that you're right in that, especially if they can get a real solid lineman here, they can at least set up a line that'll be respectable so that Joe Burrow is running for life. So that's probably.
I would prefer if they grabbed a Josh Jones here. Again, he's a really good pass blocking tackle out of Houston, who's a bit raw, but I like him a lot. And offensive line consensus.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what you got to do there.
All right, now here's an interesting one here. Colts.
Trade down.
Trade down or go with a quarterback. Quarterback or wide receiver.
But they lost Bryce Love, so I don't know who that would be. Who at this point? Who's your quarterback that you're drafting? I mean,
Jake Fromm. Jake Fromm out of Georgia.
Ooh. I mean, I like Fromm. Nice guy, but
think about it. He doesn't need
too high.
You think?
Is that high second round? I think they should trade down and then take Fromm.
Like mid second round?
Like honestly, Fromm's a solid prospect, but I don't think he would die if you didn't get him. So I think it's worth the risk of maybe picking up like a third or a fourth round, or and dropping to like mid range, and you could probably still get Fromm. I think that's the risk they should take, right? I think you're right.
Alternatively, the Colts are still pretty loaded, but they could use help at wide receiver or corner. Now, honestly, I think all the good corners most of the good corners are off the board. There are still some guys that I really do like.
Fulton's still there, though.
But Colts run a lot of zone. That's why. Like, the reason I'm not taking Fulton until maybe the Detroit Lions is because the Lions run a good bit of man. We don't know what the Giants are gonna run if Joe Judge is anything like the rest of the New England Disciples. He'll be running that multiple defense, and if so, that's a lot of man coverage, and this could be where Fulton lands.
Yeah.
Or if shit passes all the way down to the Pats, that I think this is where either Christian Fulton or his other LSU teammate Grant Delpit at free safety would land with the Patriots. But Colts, interesting. Honestly, I think this is a perfect spot to take a wide receiver. You need someone other than T.Y. Hilton to rely on. And, I mean, you could go with a corner, but I think the value is later, So, I think you either trade down. Quarterback, I would really love. I would really love Jake Fromm here, but maybe you could get him later.
I think with Phillip Rivers being where he is, do they still have Jacoby Brissett?
Jacoby's still there, yes.
I think with Jacoby Brissett still there, and Jake Fromm being a good guy, but not an impressive enough physical talent, I think you drop down, because high second round, I mean, what you're basically doing is trading a very late first pick. I mean, when you're still in, like, the top 5 of the second round, it's almost a first-round pick, so I don't think Jake Fromm's a first-round pick, and I don't think he's worth a very early second, or at least I don't think that he'll be valued at that. So I think that's a risk you take there.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this is either a top-flight wide receiver, maybe a Denzel Mims type.
They could get Mims.
Here at number 2. If not, if you don't like the quarterbacks or you don't like a wide receiver, trade down because the value at corner is later in the draft. So
all I'm saying is that, what if the Bengals get Mims? I mean, I know it's crazy and they shouldn't do it, but it's possible that they could do it to give Burrow that big target. You know what I mean?
But they still have AJ Green there.
They still have AJ Green, but AJ Green is.
But Tyler Boyd is still there as well.
No, there's Boyd. I mean, I think that. But all I'm saying is that I'm not comfortable completely ruling it out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There's still a slight chance they could take Mims just because,
Yeah. But yeah, Colts. Either go with quarterback if you like them, wide receiver if you like them. If not, trade down.
I think they should just trade down and then take from. That's my 2 cents. Is that you shouldn't.
Lions.
Gross Matos, I think
this is either Gross Matos or Christian Fulton.
Yeah. Or what about Zach Bond? He's pretty well regarded. He did pretty well in the combine.
Especially with Zach Bond, because honestly, I don't value those tweener. Are they an outside coverage linebacker, or are they an 3-4 edge rusher? Now the New England schemes love those players because so I would predict if Zach Bond's gonna go anywhere, it's gonna be within these 3 boys in Lions, Giants, or Pats. Zach Bond is gonna go there.
Fulton, I think Gross Matos, Fulton, and Bond are all gonna be going in those 3. In what order, that's different, but I think. I think those 3 guys are going to go in those 3 picks. And then I guess, looking at it, I mean, if you're looking at the Lions, right, they are kind of in need of defensive linemen. So I think Gross Matos is probably going to the Lions. If I had to, because they took Okuda, so I think they're saying, we've replaced Slay. So I think they're going to take Gross Matos. And then for the Giants, you're looking at a team that is better off corner-wise. So I think they take Bond. And then I think we see the Patriots probably pick up, just for depth, Fulton. Which is
they could take a really good safety that they could use now after letting one of their safeties go.
Still there. Jesus.
Winfield is still there, but I think the best prospect here would be actually Grant Delpit out of LSU. And the main knock on him was lack of tackling. He missed a whole bunch of tackles this year. But honestly, if anyone's going to coach good tackling into him, it's going to be Bill Belichick. And I think he's going to fall in love with Grant Delpit. So honestly, I think it's a DB here for the Pats. Or they go with a quarterback.
I don't honestly see the quarterback there. I mean, I think you know, especially with the way Belichick runs the team, I don't know if Fromm makes it. I don't think he makes the cut, on a certain level. You know what I mean?
I guess they're putting their full faith into Jarrett Stidham, which I don't know how comfortable I am with that.
I wouldn't do that, but I think they might have been wait on Jordan Love, and then Love doesn't follow them, and I think they're gonna do the classic Bill Belichick: don't panic, don't trade up, don't grab anybody we weren't otherwise going to grab. Just stay the course, grab somebody.
Yeah,
so that's gonna be Delpit, maybe it's Fulton, maybe it's one of those, maybe it's Bond or Matos, depending if they fall below the past the Lions and the Giants. But I don't think. I think the Patriots are going to stay the course, and I don't think they're going to do any drafting.
Yeah. All right.
Which
so
is one of the reasons I think the Colts should trade down is because I'm not particularly concerned with any of the teams up until Jesus. Because you go all the way down. The Lions aren't going to take a quarterback, probably. The Giants definitely aren't. The Pats almost certainly aren't. The Panthers aren't. The Dolphins aren't. The Texans aren't. The Cleveland Browns probably aren't. So, you could fall all the way to, the Bears before you have to get mildly.
And even then, Colts have another pick at 44, right after the Bears anyway.
Shit, you're right. I don't think the Bears would probably go all the
way. So then they have a luxury pick. This is literally a luxury pick.
I think the way you look at it is that if you're the Colts, grab whoever you want, and if you don't see anyone you like, just trade. You can blow the entire pick off, because if you really do want Fromm, the 12th in the second round should do it for you.
Yeah, Colts are in a golden situation right now.
Yeah, it's a solid situation to be in. So,
Panthers, who do you see? Panthers, they did not take Gross. Who did they take? Derek Brown. They took Derek Brown.
Yeah, I don't love that pick. I don't think history will look. I do not think history will look kindly on them for that pick. I think that's going to backfire. Not necessarily that he's a bad player, but that Isaiah Simmons was definitely going to be much.
Yeah, I just would not have passed up on Simmons, but
exactly.
With the context, I would not have passed up on Simmons, and that makes the pick look worse. But I do like Derek Brown, so
yeah.
I'm not going to complain too much. But Panthers, I don't know what they do here. They could go wide receiver here, or I don't think they would go offensive line.
I don't think so.
And the defensive lineman, we're projecting that Gross Matos is going to be taken somewhere in these three, right?
I just gotta think, right? I gotta think that it's gotta be someone defensive. I know that it's possible that they could.
Then they take a free safety. They take a safety.
Yeah, take one of Winfield or Delpit. I think that's what you gotta do, right?
Yeah. Or Ashton Davis.
Because Eric Reed is gone. Kuechly's retired. Bradbury's gone. There's no way. I don't think you can justify not going to try and fill some hole in the secondary with the losses they suffered.
Yeah, so, I think you do go defensive here. I think you do take a safety. I would agree with you.
I think Delpit may very well go to the Pats, but I think one of Delpit or Winfield, depending on who falls, will fall into the lap of the Panthers, and I don't think the Panthers could justify passing on him. Though the Panthers have shown a willingness to sort of positional flexibility, so maybe they pick up someone like Bond or Gross Matos if they fall.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gross Matos or Bond is still on the board if the Panthers grab them, because the Panthers have shown that they're willing to prioritize more traditional guys over more flexible positions, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it's what their draft strategy appears to be. So, I keep an eye on that. If Bond or Gross Matos are still on the board, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up a free safety.
Yeah.
The Dolphins, though.
Dolphins, I still think the top three safeties are not going to go. So, I sung my praises about Ashton Davis before, or about Antoine Winfield, and I said I like Delpit a lot as well. But Ashton Davis out of Cal, holy crap, he's so good. The top three safeties in this class are really good, and this is your pick if you're Miami. Or alternatively, you could go with a center here in Tyler Biadasz or Biadasz. He's a center out of Wisconsin, very good. Just build up the offensive line. Or you could take that safety that you did not take today. Either way, this is a win-win for Miami. I think if they just take an interior lineman, or if they take a free safety, they're golden. And they've already knocked out the draft.
Honestly, I just gotta look at the Dolphins, and I gotta say, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm just gonna kind of say, Well, I mean, it'd be great to have a free safety, but with the way Tua is, how fragile he can be, and you can't, to me, you cannot justify not, if you can invest significantly in guys you like on the offensive line, you got it. You know what I mean? It's not a choice. Like, you drafting Tua basically means that you are committing to building up your offensive line.
Yeah.
And what that means is that I think the free safeties are going to keep on falling.
Yeah.
It's surprising, but actually very interesting, because I think that also brings up an interesting point where, I mean, I'm not saying, like, this is way out of left field, right? But if you're looking at this, for the Redskins, who have 2 4th-rounders and 2 7th-rounders, would they be willing to trade some of those to move up if those free safeties are still in position? Because that secondary is thin, right?
Yeah.
So, especially if there's a number of them still on the board, I don't think the Redskins would be out of the conversation to try and get somebody by moving up into the second round, by using some of those picks, maybe trading their 4th-rounders or something, or like their 3rd and one of their 4ths.
Yeah.
I think, especially if those free safeties continue to fall, you start to look at teams that don't necessarily have picks or have very late 2nd-round picks, and you start looking at them like maybe they're going to trade up. So I think the longer those safeties fall, the more unpredictable it gets.
Yeah.
The more teams might be willing to bite the bullet and go in on the guy.
Yeah. So consensus for Miami: pick a defensive back. Just take a safety. They're gonna be there. They're gonna be there.
Safety, and at the same time, though, would it surprise me if they took the offensive lineman and just invested in the O-line? Like, it wouldn't upset me if they did that. And I think they may very well do that, but I think if you're looking to be a better player, you should take the safety. Yeah.
Now for the Texans, this is your wide receiver pick. This is your. I'm sorry. We traded DeAndre Hopkins pick. This is your Denzel Mims. Because if you've noticed, we haven't talked about wide receiver going, and there's a reason for that, because a lot of these teams, wide receiver is not going to be their first need. Maybe the Patriots, but there's just so many more defensive options they could go with. Wide receiver isn't going to be the top pick. So here for the Texans, this is either Van Jefferson or Denzel Mims. Both are very physical, tall, stocky receivers. Giants are not going to take him. Giants aren't going to take him. I doubt.
Who do they have for their wide receiver?
They still have Golden Tate. They have this Darius Slayton guy that I like. And they still have Evan Ingram there. They still have Evan Ingram.
Number 1 guy, and Denzel Mims kind of slots in very comfortably with that, because Golden Tate's not a number 1 receiver. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, they have another guy there too. He was the number 2 to OBJ. He's still there. What's his name?
I don't remember. I think that, honestly, I look at it like the Texans are probably going to get Mims, but there's a distinct possibility that somebody gets besides the Texans.
Yeah, or somebody just trades up for him or something.
Right.
But this is where the Texans have to take a wide receiver.
And who's your pick if Mims is available?
It would probably have to be Van Jefferson, and if Van Jefferson isn't there, it's over. Like you're gonna get killed. It's over.
I mean, I don't see how many guys there are left. Okay, so then the
Browns. They took their offensive tackle, so now they get to start reinvesting into defense. If there's still a safety left, then this is where the Browns take him.
That's right. I think that's definitely right.
If a safety is still there. If a safety is not there, that's where problems start to arise, because this could be another wide receiver pick.
I think if the safety is not there, then they're going to take the receiver.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be...
If Gross Matos doesn't go, this could be a place, or this could be a linebacker pick right here.
Maybe. I just don't see how Gross Matos falls through all of the Lions, the Giants, the Pats. I think somebody's going to pick up. So
yeah.
Genuinely surprised me to see a guy who I think is generally a pretty good fit for a good number of teams pretty early on to continue to fall. But if he does fall, I think that's a great pick for the Browns.
And after that, so linebacker or safety if they're still there. Yeah. And just for the final one that we're going to do today, Jags. What did the Jags do now? They took their corner.
Honestly,
they took their edge rusher. Wait. They reloaded an edge rusher. They took their corner. What now?
Do you? I mean, you look at it like it, and you say, well, I mean, sure, they've already invested in their edge rusher, but God, I think you need another defensive lineman. You, Calais Campbell, Marcel Darius, and Ngakoue is going to walk after the franchise tag. Honestly, I don't know how much of a choice you have, where it's like, because there's probably not going to be very many good corners left on. I'm skeptical of the linebacking class. Maybe you just go back into the defensive line. You know what I mean? Like
maybe. This could be an interior offensive line pick as well.
Right. Because I think you look at it, and if they have a new edge rusher and they have Josh Allen and they have some interior linemen, I think that's not replacing the production of Calais Campbell and Marcel Darius and eventually Yannick Ngakoue, but it's something. And that's really important. So they need to have somebody there. They need to have a body where Ngakoue and Calais Campbell and Marcel Darius were. So I think that's got to be a defensive lineman. Except if someone like Mims falls, or not Mims, but if someone like trying to think here, somebody falls.
A wide receiver.
Maybe a wide receiver, maybe a safety too. I mean, they lost so much of their secondary that they might if
just go back into it again.
Right, like you're looking at it like, sure, you lose Calais Campbell and Marcel Darius and eventually Ngakoue, but you haven't lost Ngakoue yet, and you could probably trade Ngakoue for something. So maybe the argument is, hey, we have guaranteed lost Ramsey and Bouye. We need somebody.
Yeah.
So maybe they could go if they think they've got a guy in the secondary who's left. If the safeties continue falling again, it gets a lot more. Continue falling, it gets a lot more interesting. But I think the Jags are pretty much going to be set to the defensive line unless they can get somebody from the secondary that they really.
Yeah. All right, so that's pretty much it for our projections for the second round. Do you want to just go through rapid fire and give the thoughts for the first round and then call it a night?
My favorite part. Yes, I think that's the right thing to do.
All right.
My favorite part is reflecting on it.
Bengals. Bengals did the right thing. They didn't screw up.
Can't A for acceptable. It's the obvious pick, but it had to be made. There's no doubt. The team needs a future. Andy Dalton ain't it. Joe Burrow was the right pick.
Yeah. Chase Young, I know you're happy.
I'm ecstatic. I think that's the pick that's really the first chance the Redskins have to really be a really, 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 really good team. And
Yeah.
I think again, it's kind of A for acceptable, but I'm glad that they didn't accept the Falcons who were trying to trade up and all that. I think it's good to see the Redskins hold their nerve, stick to their guns, and pick up a generational talent. So again, pretty obvious, but considering they're the Redskins, you got to lower your standards a bit. So I think you give them a real A because you never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Lions, Jeff Okudah, proper pick.
I mean, again, it's sort of like the top three picks are all things where you just kind of say, I mean, who else were you going to take? Especially after trading Slay. What are you going to do? You got to get him. Somebody's got to be there.
Andrew Thomas to the Giants. I love that pick. That was the best. That was one of the best picks of the draft right there.
Rock solid pick. I think it was in the end the right decision, but I don't know. It's as much as I think Andrew Thomas is a really good pick, right? But I don't feel like he's sort of one of those, even as obvious as Burrow and Young and Okudah were. I think they were really big deals. I don't think Andrew Thomas is going to be that kind of game changer the way Burrow or Young or Okudah is. I mean, that's part of the reason why it was so obvious to pick those three guys. But I think he's a really good pick. I don't think he's on the caliber of the top three picks. I think it's a real drop-off,
Yeah. Tua to the Dolphins. I think it was a little too early for Tua. I would
should have drafted a quarterback at all. I think the Dolphins should have continued building. My strategy is always quantity for draft picks. Not simply, but
yeah, I would. I mean, I understand it. They still only got one offensive lineman so far, so I'm kind of nervous about that. I'm nervous about that. But overall, it's a good pick. Good pick.
Yeah. It was a pick that I think if they were going to draft a quarterback, that was how they were going to do it, and it was the right way to do it. I don't think they should have drafted a quarterback, but if they were going to do it.
Yeah. Dumpster fire. We don't want to talk about this.
Justin Herbert.
We're not going to talk about it. This is the dump. Should we go say we're sorry to Thomas?
I already did. I was like, hey, I'll be here, for emotional support, because Jesus, man. I mean, you're going to go from one of the most consistently, productive quarterbacks in Philip Rivers. I mean, he had his drop-off a few years back, but, he has been the rock to the Chargers for so long, and now you're going to go to a guy who doesn't even throw the ball normally.
I know. It's disappointing.
The pitch horse may be out real quick in San Diego. Not San Diego. It should be San Diego, but it's all
I know. Now, the Chargers they didn't make up for it, but they kind of showed up, after they threw up at the party, they kind of showed up with, the I'm sorry. Yeah, they showed up with a clean shirt. They got Kenneth Murray here at 23, which good pick. They jumped the Baltimore Ravens to do so, and all they had to do was give the Pats the 5th pick in the 2nd round. So that was good. I like this pick a lot. I think Kenneth Murray's a really good linebacker. Doesn't make up for this dumpster fire of a pick, but
I actually don't think Herbert will be left to die in the same way, because with the receiving core that good, and Eckler, who, like him or not, he's a genuine back, I think Herbert won't be exposed. I think you can get into an interesting situation where he might be something like Jameis Winston, where he's got a lot of talent, and he can get and talent isn't literally he can throw the ball very far.
Yeah.
And he also gets, basically, I think he'll be a worse Jameis Winston hiding on a better team.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Justin Herbert isn't really exposed as a bad quarterback in his rookie or even in his sophomore. I think, but when you start seeing guys like Eckler starting to say, pay me, then I think Justin Herbert is just not an NFL quarterback. But mark my words, if Justin Herbert is a passable rookie quarterback, that's not surprising, but I don't think that disproves a lot of my skepticism.
Yeah. All right. Overall, okay draft for the chart. I wouldn't say okay, but
I'd say below average.
Below average.
Not a complete disaster.
Yeah. Panthers. I do like Derek Brown a lot. I can't justify it with Isaiah Simmons still on the board, but I do still like Derek Brown. He's a very disruptive defensive tackle. I think his ceiling is Fletcher Cox. I think he's very good.
I think the way I look at it is, though, I'm a much more cynical sort of analyst when it comes to college players. I generally believe that ceilings are very often not met. And so from that perspective, where I genuinely do not think, odds are he probably won't be Fletcher Cox caliber, even though he'll probably be pretty good. But the more I think about this pick, the more I just cannot justify not taking Isaiah Simmons, especially with the locks of Kuechly. The more I think about this pick, the more I just think the right guy fell into your lap and you didn't take him. And I know. I genuinely think they're going to regret that. Not because Derek Brown will be bad, but because they'll be losing so much in coverage. I mean, because they lost so much of their secondary.
But again, they still have Shaq Barrett. They still have Shaq Barrett there.
The more I think about it, the saltier I am, because they lose their safety. They lose Eric. They lose James Bradbury, and they lose their elite coverage linebacker. And then Isaiah Simmons, the only guy who even has a chance of filling any part of that void, they pass him. I really can't justify that pick. Yeah.
Arizona Cardinals, easy A. Yeah. Isaiah Simmons fell into their lap. Kind of screwed the Jaguars out of the perfect scheme fit. But Isaiah Simmons is still a great player. Steal for the Cards. Nothing really to say. C.J. Henderson, great cornerback prospect, perfect scheme fit. Florida connection, another great pick for the Jacks. Really almost making up for losing Jalen Ramsey. Jedrick Wills to the Browns, amazing. I can't believe he fell that far. They super lucked out on that. Now they have a good tackle pair now to help out Baker Mayfield.
I don't know how much that's going to lead to Baker Mayfield bouncing back, because I genuinely don't think that I think Baker Mayfield's expectations need to be adjusted for the fact that I don't think the sophomore season was entirely a fluke, but I think a guy like Jedrick Wills will be a very big part of him, I think, bouncing back, though I don't think he'll bounce back as far as a lot of people want him.
Yeah.
But I think Jedrick Wills will be a big part of his sort of turn.
Yeah. Mekhi Becton for the Jets, I get it. I just would have taken... I would have taken Wirfs. But I get it for Becton.
Saw something in Becton. Is there something? What is the difference between Becton and Wirfs? I mean,
Wirfs is a much more athletic prospect. He's extremely fluid. Good in pass protection, though. kind of sloppy footwork. But again, all that can be coached out. Mekhi Becton's problem is, or the big problem I have with Mekhi Becton is that sometimes he's a little stiff, and even though he's really good in pass protection, every once in a while his run blocking technique is just kind of just to shove guys and out athlete guys in college, and that's not necessarily going to work out to the same degree as it does in the NFL. So I like Becton. I had him as my 4th tackle, but
would have taken worse.
I would have taken worse. Henry Ruggs, it's a good pick. It's just I would have taken Jerry Jeudy if you're gonna take a receiver.
It's all about I want speed. I want the fast guy. And
I know,
yeah,
and it's not,
right.
but it's not conducive to Derek Carr's play style, And they already had, and they are.
Derek Carr's not going to be the quarterback in the future, so I don't think it really matters.
I guess so.
They're sort of saying maybe it's not going to fit with Derek Carr, but that's why I'm concerned. Because I genuinely am disappointed that Ruggs is not going to get to play with a bigger arm quarterback, because I am genuinely concerned that. I'm really concerned that Derek Carr and the sort of quarterback confusion may very well ruin him, if not ruin him, then at least waste some early years.
Yeah.
Because he's fast, but he needs a guy who will trust him to go down the field. And I'm just thinking, there are a number of teams that could have picked him up and gotten a lot out with good quarterbacks with a big arm.
Yeah.
And the Raiders are one of the few teams who I genuinely think have the ability to really with his development.
I know. It's really weird because Derek Carr has a really great arm, and he just doesn't use it, and it kind of sucks. But moving on to the Bucks now, I agree with Tristan Wirfs was a great pick. I don't know what possessed them to move up a spot. I think Kinlaw was still going to the Niners anyway, which, by the way, we've already covered this extensively, but Kinlaw, great pick by the Niners. Lateral move, but keep the defensive line as the strength of your team. But going back to Wirfs, Wirfs is a really great prospect. He's going to help out Tom Brady this year, however much it's going to help out. But the Bucks desperately needed offensive line, and they got it in this draft. Good pick.
Yeah, I guess.
Jerry Jeudy, the Broncos.
Then you have Jerry Jeudy,
yeah,
who is rock solid pick. He's a good receiver. He's going to play with Cortland Sutton, and if you still like Noah Fant, he's genuinely athletic tight end. There's something there.
Yeah.
I'm not as much buying into the hype around Drew Long, but I think, especially with all those weapons, he could be quite good.
Yeah.
I just kind of wish that when you have that many weapons, I wish that a better quarterback had those weapons. You know what I mean?
I know.
I don't doubt Drew Lock may very well develop, but it feels like it's a little sad to waste Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy on what's pretty much a glorified development year.
I know.
But, it's the right pick.
We're
looking at this from a Broncos perspective.
It's a very good pick.
Who cares?
Yeah. Atlanta Falcons, AJ Terrell, really great scheme fit, good press coverage corner, good option, especially because you're still running that cover 3 Seattle type scheme. AJ Terrell fits the bill. He's very athletic. He's kind of like he's basically Trayvon Mullen, who came out to the Raiders last year.
Yeah.
I like him a lot, and good pick by the Falcons. They did what they had to do.
Essentially a shoe-in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, probably the most interesting pick in the draft. Very well may be the most interesting pick in the first round.
I think it was a bad pick.
I'm
going to put it out to you.
I don't know.
It may have been.
But here's the thing.
Screwing the Eagles, not a good decision. They don't need a wide receiver.
It's so weird. I don't know how to feel about this, especially as a Cowboys fan, because on the one hand, you screwed over the Eagles, and you took at the end of the day, you're getting an amazing wide receiver prospect. At the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, you have needs at corner that
were just ignored.
Yeah, that were just blatantly ignored. And there are some guys I like in the later rounds that we can still take, but I would have preferred if we got the best corner available in Christian Fulton, who somehow fell out of the first round. But Christian Fulton was a great man coverage corner, which is what Mike Nolan really likes.
Trade up.
I don't know if they
Trade up, that
will.
would not be-
I don't. Well, maybe they trade up with the Colts. Colts' second pick in the second
That's an
round.
interesting idea. I think that would probably be a good idea. for the
Interesting.
Cowboys. But I'm just saying it's like, okay, we screwed the Eagles, but genuinely the Eagles are a better team than the Cowboys are all, and who wins in a head-to-head matchup might be a mix-up, but like overall, without any corners, I think the Cowboys are just going to have a way worse record. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but on the other hand, who are you gonna cover?
Compete for the division.
Like genuinely, who are you gonna cover? Because now you
Maybe
literally
not
have
exactly
you.
exciting, but
Yeah, because now you have Amari Cooper, one of the best wide receivers in the league, a really great wide receiving prospect in CeeDee Lamb, a very solid wide receiver in Michael Gallup, who are all three together is a really good receiving core. Then you have Zeke out of the backfield, who's who's still a good pass catching back and has good hands, and you still have a mobile Dak Prescott. So I can see a world where the Cowboys' offense carries them to the postseason. It's just it's gonna be a lot harder with a depleted defense, and I worry about the future of the franchise.
Right,
But overall, I'm confused on this pick, but
basically,
it's still a good
you're hitting the
pick.
You're hitting the nail on the head for me, even though I come down much harsher on it than you do. I am a Cowboys hater, so that's pretty much inevitable. But I think it's like, it does not shore up the long-term future of the Cowboys because it's not filling a position. You invested long-term in Amari Cooper, so it feels like really kind of not shoring up a position of uncertainty, especially when you have that gaping hole in. I don't think, even if it does put them above a head-to-head matchup with the Eagles, I think the gaping hole at corner will hurt them in general against other teams. But even if they do manage to sneak by the Eagles and make the playoffs, I don't think the CeeDee Lamb pick will significantly alter their playoff prospects, and I don't even see them as real competitors. And I think the CeeDee Lamb pick, in the end, is a pick that's going to get you a really good receiver, but I don't think that's what the Cowboys needed.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be a fun offense to watch, but that defense is going to be kind of brutal.
Yeah. Moving on to the Dolphins now. Austin Jackson, correct pick.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really.
Yeah.
Again, it's kind of a shoe-in.
Yeah, there's nothing really much to say. He was the next best tackle prospect. Good pass blocker. Okay above average technique. He was the guy. Moving on, you need to invest more in the O-line to protect Tua. That's pretty much it. Now, Damon Arnett. This is probably the second worst pick in the first round today. Wow, this guy was an absolute reach. He pretty much played second fiddle to Jeff Okudah all year. He's a fine athlete, but he's not great in coverage. He doesn't have great technique. He's not that fluid. I don't like Arnett at all. I honestly wouldn't have taken him in the first 3 rounds. And he got taken in the first. I'm sorry, Raiders reached again. So not much to say. Just unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I don't think he could be the worst guy in the world, but I think he's definitely especially with the, as you said, with the prospect available, it's not justifiable. They should have just traded.
Yeah. Now, Caleb on Chason for the Jags, great speed rusher, really athletic guy, doesn't really use power all that much, which is concerning long term if you're gonna have him as, your number one guy. But he's not going to Jacksonville to be the number one guy. I think he's he's really great off the edge. He's very athletic. You can move him around in coverage if you really want. Honestly, good pick by the Jags. They knocked it out of the park in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, not to undermine the Jags, but none of their picks were like, oh, wow, that was a tough judgment call and they made the right call. I mean, they in the end, they took kind of the obvious picks. But, yes, that's what they had to take. And, I mean, especially with losing Calais Campbell and Ngakwe's going to walk, losing Darius, they didn't have a choice. They had to take Chasen. But, yeah, as you said, it's a good first round, and he is the right pick.
Yeah. Now that leads us to Jalen Reagor out of Texas Christian University to the Philadelphia Eagles. And I've already stated my grievances before. I don't like Jalen Reagor. I think this is a vast reach. I don't think he's a very good route runner. He has okay hands. and he's a good athlete, but you could get this in the second round, guys. Justin Jefferson was on the board. Just a miss by the Eagles.
Jefferson. I feel like that's probably not, but I will say if there's an organization outside of the Patriots who deserves faith, I think one of the main reasons Jalen Reagor isn't a black hole of talent. That's one thing that's like, he's not a Justin Herbert. He doesn't have like glaring holes in his game in the way that, like, you know what I mean? I feel like they should have taken Jefferson. But I'm willing, based on the fact that he is a genuinely athletic guy, I'm willing to give the Eagles a bit of faith. Like, they don't miss often, so maybe they saw something in Reagor that I didn't. Obviously would have preferred Jefferson. They probably should have traded down, but if they're going to reach for Reagor, I think with the organization that has been as competent as they have been, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
So,
I still don't like the pick, but I see where you're coming from.
But, like, I'm just sort of like, if any organization has earned my trust outside, of course, the Patriots, because, they made a deal with Satan, so.
I know.
You know.
Moving on to the Vikings, though, Justin Jefferson, really good pick. He's a great slot. He's not only a really good slot receiver, but I think he has the tools to actually move out to the boundary. So, honestly, he doesn't have that great of a release. But, honestly, if he gets a release, he has the ball skills and he has the athleticism to actually make it at boundary. And if he does, I think you move Adam Thielen to slot, and you have a really good 1-2 punch with both Jefferson and Thielen. And
I think Vikings are pretty happy.
They're happy with it.
Will be missed, but not that missed.
Yeah, Jefferson, really good pick. Smart pick by the Vikes. We already talked about Kenneth Murray and how good he was. Cesar Ruiz to the Saints was definitely a it was a surprise. I think he'll end up playing guard for the Saints just because Eric McCoy played so well this year. And I like Cesar Ruiz a lot. It's just, you can't hate it. It's a good move, but I would prefer it if they took a shot at Jordan Love or if they took a linebacker or something like that. I would have preferred that.
It just didn't feel like you look at the next pick that actually is taking an offensive lineman is the Titans at 29 with a tackle.
Yeah.
And it felt like that was not necessarily a pick they had to make.
Yeah. Moving on to the Niners, though, Brandon Ayuk, I can't believe it. This is an Eagle-style miss, even from a front office that I trust. I don't believe at all in Brandon Ayuk, and they even traded up to do it. So
that's the thing, right?
It's weird
with the Eagles is that if the Eagles were going to be we're going to husband our picks, we're going to stay in our place. That's one thing, is that when you trade up, I don't know what they saw in Ayuk, but that's what I think that's what sets it apart, if you ask me, is that if the Eagles are going to swing and miss from where they are, at least they didn't blow a bunch of picks. But if the 49ers traded up for Ayuk,
then we've got a problem.
Is there something? Is there anything? He's so he's a yards after catch guy. They don't need a huge yards after catch guy. I mean,
they already have Deebo Samuel for that.
Deebo Samuel, and even if they didn't, they have George Kittle. I mean, yards after catch is not a major problem. Jimmy Garoppolo basically spent half the season checking down last year, and he got them to the Super Bowl. Do you think another check down option who can get some yak is gonna put them over the top? No, I genuinely do not think so. I think Ayuk might even turn out to be quite good, but I don't think, considering the 49ers are Super Bowl contenders, I don't think you can justify that pick as putting them particularly close to getting over that top, getting to that championship.
Overall, I think the 49ers kind of went lateral this first round. Again, the Kinlaw pick was a great pick. It's a lateral move, but you basically get a slightly worse DeForest Buckner for a quarter of the price. So it works out.
I feel especially with Ayuk not looking so good, I honestly feel like this is a lateral draft, but relative to a lot of other teams, I feel like this is actually not a good draft for the 49ers, because the whole point of the Buckner trade to me was to get cheaper and to get a pick.
Yeah.
So so you got his replacement, and then you got a slot guy with or a yak guy.
They already have those guys.
If they had a better pick at 25 or wherever they picked then I think this would be a much better draft. But in the end, I feel like you're right. It's a lateral movement. But
Yeah.
when you compare them to other competitive teams that did things to get better, I think it's in a void, it's lateral. But once you compare them to the rest of the NFL, it's actually regression relative to other competitive teams like the Ravens, who got Patrick Queen. So
Yeah.
I feel like that's, in the end, they didn't get much better or much worse, but considering pretty much everyone else got better, it's not good that they didn't.
Yeah. Now, moving on to the Packers, and probably the second most interesting pick of the entire draft, Jordan Love. That is that is a great pick, especially because I'm really high on Jordan Love, and I think that he's going to a wonderful situation where he can get further coached on how to progress through reads, which he was already doing really well in the latter half of last year. He's got all the talent in the world. He's going, again, to another great situation. And I don't think you even need to take into account that Aaron Rodgers is there because, he's kind of a selfish dude. I don't think he's really going to care about coaching up the young dude. But even without him, Jordan Love, I think, is in a great situation. And the Green Bay Packers lucked out.
Right. I want to give a very cynical take, though. Like, the maximum sort of, this is, the reason I think this pick is so good is because, especially in the later first round, you have to start looking at floor. And I look at the Packers and I say, pretty much anyone they could have drafted at this pick would not have made them a Super Bowl contender. They got completely destroyed by the cream of the NFL.
Maybe an actual good coverage linebacker would have done it.
That's the thing, though. There's not that many good coverage linebackers without trading up. And
Which Patrick Queen was there, though.
Yeah, Patrick Queen was there, right? But even with Patrick Queen, I don't think that makes them in the 49. Certainly don't think that puts them in a Super Bowl position. So from a very cynical perspective. And Aaron Rodgers is genuinely regressing. I mean, he's still really, really, but he's not Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it was the right draft to do it.
So like I'm saying, Jordan Love, if that's a guy, so even if he doesn't work out, it's rather low risk. Because Patrick Queen's going to be a nice pickup, don't get me wrong. But it feels like whether Jordan Love works out or not, you can't blame the organization for shooting their shot here. Because it feels like even if everything goes wrong, this pick is still very defensive. And I think that's one thing that, certain picks are sort of kind of all or nothing. Like, if it doesn't work out, then, wow, you really shouldn't have done that. Like, the Tua pick, for example. If Tua ends up busting or getting injured, you're going to really be looking at the Dolphins sideways because that's a really big opportunity that they blew. But here, Jordan Love is a very safe pick, but it's also the pick. So you have the much more optimistic outlook. Mine is much more pessimistic, but regardless of which perspective you choose, it's a good pick. It's a very, very good pick.
Also, fun fact, I think Aaron Rodgers was also taken with the 26th pick, so...
might be right.
So, yeah. Jordan Brooks to the Seahawks, though, way overreached. This is like the Pennington running back that they took.
Rashad Pennington.
Yeah, Rashad Penny that they took 2 years ago. This is very much akin to that. Again, he's a really good run-defending linebacker, but you could have just gotten him in the second round, and I don't think anyone would have complained. There were better. There were DBs on the board that you could have gotten, and offensive linemen on the board that you could have gotten.
Right. I feel like, to me, right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that there's just linemen on the board that you could have gotten, and there's just better value here that you could have gotten.
Right, you're exactly right. It feels to me like it's very clearly, a tone-setting pickup. We're usually a much better run-defending team than we were last year. We're going to get someone to plug the gaps, but it's one of those. It's like a more intense version of the pick in that it's not a pick. It's a pick I can't hate because I think it comes from a very good place, and I think he could be very valuable to the team. But I think with the alternatives that were available, if they didn't want Patrick Queen, they should have just traded down. So I think it's a worse version of the rookies pick in that it's sort of they reached for their guy, and it feels like if they were willing to risk it a little bit more, they would have gotten value, especially.
Yeah.
I think that's where I am on the pick.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on to the Ravens here. This is their C.J. Mosley pick. I think this dude is even more athletic than C.J. Mosley. Now, I don't think he's as good of a run defender as C.J. Mosley. But the fact that I'm even comparing the two is just symbolic of how good the Ravens lucked out today. They got a damn good linebacker, and Ravens fans should walk away pretty happy. Great
I think this is
great
pretty
in
much the
coverage.
Best case scenario.
Yeah.
Reasonably best case scenario.
Yeah. Isaiah Wilson to the Titans. This pick was always going to be boring. Filled a
Had to be
need.
done.
Yeah, it just you
Yeah.
got to you do what you got to do. There are no see the Titans are so hard to draft for because it always feels like they're a star away, but they didn't draft
Right,
high
yeah.
enough this year to actually pick one of those stars, and they didn't land one in free agency.
So
So
it feels
this
like,
is
you
the
know,
guy. This is just the guy.
This is the guy they're gonna pick, and I think you're right that it's a good pick, and it's what that had to be done. But it feels like you're right. They're a star away, and it feels like this pick is a good pick, but it's never gonna be. It's not gonna be the pick where people are gonna say, "Oh God," I remember when they picked Isaiah Wilson. That was a franchise-changing moment, and it feels like at this point, if I'm the Titans and I'm really going for it, it feels like I probably should have been using that 29th pick to try and maybe trade up or something.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to be aggressive, this was the best you could do, and it's a solid pick.
Yeah. Moving on to the Dolphins, Noah Igbenogany or Noah.
I'm not so good at those names.
Yeah.
I would have taken Gladney in his place. I think Gladney's a much more developed corner, especially with the Dolphins already having a really solid secondary.
Yeah.
Gladney would fit very well with Byron Jones because he's very aggressive, whereas Igbung is
Big
a
eye.
little bit more,
Big
he's
eye.
A raw, he's a Noah. He's a very raw prospect, Noah, and I think in that way that I think if you're the Vikings. You're glad to have Gladney as well because you're competitive and you obviously don't want to. But if I'm the Dolphins, I probably would have taken Gladney just because I think.
Honestly, I would have taken one of the star safeties I really wanted because I thought they had the 33rd, but they don't. They have like the 7th or 9th in the second round, and by then the safeties might be gone. And I think this was your opportunity to draft the best safety in the draft.
That's true. That's true. But I think what they're trying to do, stack, which I can't begrudge them of that. I think you're right that value perspective they probably should have just gone for safety. But what's so confusing to me about this pick is if they wanted to get a really good safety, they should have just drafted a safety. If they wanted to get a good ball hawking, they should have just gotten Gladney. So while this pick isn't like awful or unbelievable, it just kind of feels like if you were going for a ball hawking corner, you had a better option. If you were going for a member of the secondary, you had a better option.
Yeah.
Why?
It's just there were better guys ahead. Now, Mr. A.D. Fernandez is exclaiming that the Seahawks blew it. Again, it's a very lateral move, Mr. Fernandez. He's a look. What the Seahawks are getting here is a really nice run defending linebacker, more of an old school linebacker, and you still have it's definitely a culture pick. You still have Bobby Wagner there as your coverage linebacker, so don't feel too bad. There's just better dudes that the Seahawks could have picked with better value, but overall, I wouldn't be too hung up about it.
I think it hurts, and I think it may hurt them in the long run, especially. But I don't think Jordan Brooks is going to be a pick where they're looking back and they're saying, oh my God, what were they thinking? I think it's very clear that he probably isn't going to be enough to turn that Seahawks defense into a high caliber thing, but he could certainly be a very solid cog in a good defense. You know what I mean? Like a kind of KJ Wright type, if you would.
Yeah. KJ Wright might still be there, right?
He might still be there, but he could be the heir to KJ Wright.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. Like, the point is he going to be changing your defense? No, but, I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I think Queen would have been better, but...
Whatever, right?
Brooks isn't the worst in the world.
Anyways, Jeff Gladney here. I love this pick.
I like that pick.
This was a great pick.
I'm kind of salty that the Dolphins didn't pick him up, but I guess I'm glad for my boy Kurt that he's gonna have a better defense because Gladney, real nice pickup.
Yeah. Just great. Zimmer's gonna love this guy. Great zone coverage corner. Very aggressive. Really instinctual as well. I like Jeff Gladney a lot, and great scheme fit.
I like the Vikings haul overall, though. I mean, to grab, basically to sort of soften the blow of losing Diggs, and then grab Gladney feels like again, it's pretty much the best you could reasonably expect the Vikings to do, and I think they're going to benefit a lot from having this good of a draft so far.
Yeah. Again, great pick by the Vikes. Final pick of the first round, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I like Helaire a lot as someone who actually saw him live over Thanksgiving against the Texas A&M, or the Texas A&M, when they just laid down.
Lost in heartbreaking fashion?
No. Oh, that was 2 years ago. I'm talking about this Thanksgiving.
All college football blends together for me.
I know. But I've actually seen Clyde Edwards-Helaire live, and oh my God, he's amazing. He's really good. He's not the best athlete on the field. I'll be perfectly honest with you. He's not as athletic as some other guys might be. But I'll tell you this, once the pads go on, he is one of the best football players on the field because he can teleport to any hole that he sees with his great vision, and he can just run around. He's very elusive despite not being very fast. He's very slippery to tackle, So, again, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I compare him to a prime Devontae Freeman, mostly just because of his great jump cuts and ability to really excel in a gap scheme run game. But other than that, good pick by the Chiefs. He's a really good pass-catching back as well. So, he's going to be catching a lot of passes out of the backfield from Pat Mahomes. He's going to be like a really nice safety valve when Travis Kelce isn't getting wide open or Tyreek Hill isn't beating his corners like he beats his kids. So
yeah, Tyreek Hill, you terrible human being. But I maintain this is a good pick for the Chiefs. But I feel a little bit bad for Edwards-Helaire. I feel like competing for touches with, in the run game, they're not going to be running the ball nearly as much when they've got Mahomes. And then once it's in hands, he's got that arm where he can put it anywhere on the field. It just feels like, as much as it's a good pick for the Chiefs, it doesn't feel like it's overall a great pick for the guy himself, because I feel like he's not going to be used in what he could be doing, especially because they're not on the ball that much.
Yeah. Anyways, that's all of the first round picks today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking, Harry, do you want to come on tomorrow and we can do the second and third round?
That sounds good.
I can do that. Maybe we might be able to get Thomas in on it. Yeah, but anyways, folks, thank you all so much for sticking around. I know we had a little bit of a hiccup when we went on our little dinner picnic. Yeah, I know. But seriously, this has been fun. I really love following the draft. The draft is definitely my favorite. One of my favorite parts of.
See how wrong we are in retrospect.
I know. Yeah. Then that's why I want to record it, because this is the first time I'm doing something like this, and I'm really excited to bring it to y'all. Do you want to give one favorite pick and one least favorite pick before we sign off?
All right. So, listen, fan the heart, Chase Young is, in my opinion, a home run. And it was so obvious, but good Lord, I'm actually excited to see, because I'm a defense-first guy, it's exciting to see my favorite team actually have defense. If I had to give a pick that I thought was really good, outside of, my favorite team and it kind of being obvious, I have to say that I'm going to give it to the Cards. Again, with Isaiah Simmons, it's a little obvious, but I think that the Cards are going to be a really fun team to watch because they have Kyler Murray, and that's really fun. And then, especially on the defensive side, if they've got a guy like Isaiah, they can do a lot with. So, overall, I feel like in this draft, the best pick for my money is Chase. I think I'm going to put that down. And
I'm saying favorite picks.
Yeah, favorite picks is pretty clearly Chase Young. It's my team, and once I actually feel pretty confident that it's the right pick, which people who are fans of good teams may not understand this, but when you are like a fan of like a Redskins and you're like confident that they made the right decision, it's and unequivocally the worst pick, not even close, is Justin Herbert.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those things that I saw it coming because he's the quarterback and they need a quarterback. Oh God, they're not going to do it, are they? He's not a good quarterback. He's a bad prospect. Just wait. Just build the roster. Trade down. And you rationalize and you rationalize and you rationalize. But at the end of the day, you saw it coming.
Yeah.
And it was a bad pick. It was like I guess it would be like a car crash that you see coming, you know, and you can't hit the brakes.
It is a turtle. It is a turtle crossing high-speed LA traffic. Okay?
And you're just like...
It's just this looming feeling of disgust, you know?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah. So if I had to give a favorite... Yeah. If I had to give a favorite pick... Let me see here. I really liked the Jedrick Wills pick to Cleveland. First of all, they lucked out. They really lucked out that so many teams just passed on him. And I think the reason Jedrick Wills fell to them so hard is because, you know, Panthers passed on Isaiah Simmons and the Cardinals just couldn't pass it up.
Yeah.
Then again, if Isaiah Simmons fell to the Jags, I think that would be the best scheme fit. But yeah, Jedrick Wills to the Browns, they lucked out. They got 2 really good tackles now, so to protect and hopefully make Baker Mayfield a bit better. If I had to give a least favorite pick, without a doubt, Damon Arnett. Damon Arnett to the Raiders.
The other one.
It was such a bad. It was a bad pick. Damon Arnett was honestly for me like a day 2 or 3 guy, and they took him in the first, and it just shows that sometimes the Raiders can pick a really good player and show that they know how to value players like they did in free agency with their linebackers and their all the people that they stole from the Cowboys outside of Jason Witten, of course, but
not to undermine my own point, but I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, like Damon Arnett was just a way overreach.
Like the Herbert pick is like, yes, Jordan Love may very well be a better quarterback, but reasonably speaking, there wasn't really an alternative. If the Chargers were going to go in on a quarterback, it was pretty much going to be Herbert. I mean, we all knew that. Even if we knew Herbert was overrated, reasonably speaking, you get where they're coming from. But Damon Arnett is not the best corner at that time. He's not even expected to be picked. There's nothing that you can justify this. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think the Herbert pick may be the worst in the long run, but in terms of just the worst pick of just why are you doing that, I think you're probably right that it's Damon Arnett, especially because there were just so many more obvious alternatives that they didn't pick.
Yeah. Anyways, folks, that will be it for our coverage of the first round of the 2020 NFL Draft today. Thank you all for any of you who actually stuck around. I know this took a long time to do. Thank you, Harry, for actually sticking with me. I know this is hard to. I mean, I find it really entertaining. I
quite enjoy it.
Yeah, I really.
Boneheaded decisions.
I know. But anyways, hopefully we'll be back tomorrow with the second, and I don't know if I can last until the third round, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So yeah, second and third round are tomorrow. We'll probably be back doing that.
Myself some tea. My voice is starting to go.
Yeah, I got myself a glass of water and a Coke, and I'm still dying out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you all so much for listening. We will hopefully be back tomorrow. I got more meme content coming in the coming weeks that are in the pipeline. A 45-minute rant on a certain game that I do not like. So thank you all so much for listening.
Don't forget the Sonic 06 gameplay. Oh,
that might be coming on. But thank you all so much for listening.
The Cowboys screwed up with their pick. Changed my mind.
All right.
CeeDee Lamb, I don't believe in it, but that's
Hello, boys. We're signing off. Thank you for watching the total of 3 people that are there. Please subscribe. Please donate to the CDC Foundation.
Please go away. Go away.
And one more thing, folks. Make sure to wear your seatbelt.
It's a government agency.
Mic dropped.
All right, folks. Thank you all so much for listening. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
Later, y'all.